There should be a warning on Instagram stories where it says like how long ago it was posted before you actually click the story. Do you ever have this thing where like a girl, you go to click her story on Instagram and then when you click it, the story was posted like 1 minute ago and you look like a fucking stalker? Destiny, no one is monitoring their stories? What are you talking about? People, that's like the meta on IG is monitoring who sees your stories when. Where did the norm stuff end off? I don't know. I'm not sure if like either him or his team was trying to duck me the whole time, like because he just doesn't think it's worth it to do these types of interviews, or if it's miscommunication between him and his team, or if he's just like an incredibly rude slash retarded person. I truly don't know. I'm not sure. The subreddit was massive against your email etiquette. Were there any good criticisms? No, most people don't do emails at all. Like the idea that you would expect somebody to be on like a 1 or 2 hour turnaround time on email is fucking retarded. It's unbelievable. Um, no, it was dumb. People can get mad because like, oh, when you put like heyo or heya, it looks too casual. My emailing was definitely casual, but he opened the email chain with, I'm looking for the supposed Destiny who trashed my journalism. So at that point, yeah, we're on a casual tone. I'm not gonna be formal while he's being like like casual slash petty or whatever, of course. You guys still planning the real debate? No, I'm pretty sure it's over. Yeah, and also people saying that I'm the one that started the craziness when he's literally tweeting out like talking shit about me disappearing from the email thread because I haven't responded in 6 hours. Fucking, that's wild. And then people are like, where's another one? Keep in mind, I have no problem scheduling things with like 9,000 fucking people. I have no problem scheduling anything. Like people are like, oh, there's no description. I've scheduled like hundreds of meetings and shit. Probably just the past year and a half. Like the idea that I don't know how to schedule anything is like, um, I can see there's like a couple times where like I can see where there could have been different interpretation of things because I reread some of our email chains. So like when he says that I understand you want to chat. I'm around at this phone number. It's a landline, so don't text. Please contact me directly. I do not have a Twitter account. This was on November 16th. At this point, is he telling me to just give him a phone call? Maybe he literally just wanted me to call to argue with him about the scholarship stuff, and he didn't actually have any idea of doing a show at all. Um, but I have no idea. Like, I guess that's one way you could read that. Um, but then when I asked him about chatting, then his next response to me is, regarding our conversation, here are my proposals. And then he has two moderators or three moderators he proposes, then a format. And so I'm thinking, okay, maybe we're not having like a phone call, and he wants to do like a formal debate. Yeah, the Doha time thing fucks me up as well. I wasn't sure if he was in Qatar or if these were two different interviews. I have an interview scheduled for 1 p.m. today and 12:45 a.m. in Doha. Were those supposed to be two separate ones? Because people in my subreddit are saying, oh, obviously he's talking about the same interview. He's just doing time zones. But why would you do 1 p.m. for one and then 12:45 a.m. for the other? I have no idea. Like, and then he seems to clarify it's 1 a.m. in the morning because the session's being held at 9:45 a.m. in Doha. Are there like fractional time zones for? I'm so confused. I've heard of some like 30-minute time zones. Yeah, then he sends me 2 books. Yeah, I don't know, bro. This is a wild email chain. This is fucking retarded. My theory is that his media team handles literally everything. They would call him on the phone and read him verbatim the emails. Yeah, maybe. The thing that is most the thing that is most irritating to me, where people are like, oh, Destiny, you dropped the ball, blah, 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 is that, one, they're the ones that blew me up on Twitter twice for ghosting the email thread, which is ridiculous because every email response I give to this guy is within 12 hours. So I don't know how I'm ghosting the thread, number one. And then two, let's say that it was a simple misunderstanding, which if I don't have to be that trouble to say like, oh, it probably was a misunderstanding. Then people in my subreddit are like, why doesn't Desi just drop the ego, blah, blah, blah. Like, I would have no problem if he's like, oh, I think we had a misunderstanding of time, let's reschedule. Like, oh, okay, yeah, sorry, my bad. I didn't know that you were, because you never explicitly agreed to this time. But he was, and he was like, I'm not going to be your errand boy. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know, it's fucking retarded. Destiny, his communication was shit, but this is the equivalent of hearing a woman repeatedly suggest going back to her place, and you think she just wants to chill. Bro, he wanted to talk on the phone. His communication was bad, but this specific detail was incredibly clear. If you want to say that, that's fine. And I understand because like I do YouTube, so it seems like I'm just kind of like a memer or it's a joke or whatever bullshit. But like, I'm sorry. There is no excuse for you to be that incompetent and that bad at communicating. He's not 150 years old. He's not that old. Okay, and my time is worth something too. Okay, like people are saying like, oh, Destiny desperately needed this interview. No, bullshit. I don't desperately need any fucking interview. Okay, we've already got Benny Morris lined up. Okay, I've got other people that I've lined up to chat with. I don't need the interview with Norm. It's not like a thing that I'm desperately riding my entire fucking reputation or some shit. No, fuck no. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I'm totally okay with that. The idea that I need to like bend over backwards to figure out how this guy who's like a wannabe what's the guy's name? Torvis? What am I thinking of? Oh fuck! What's the guy's name? What is his name? It's not what is it? Linus Torvalds? Was that it? Oh, Richard Stallman. That's what I'm thinking of. The fact that this guy's like a wannabe Richard Stallman, okay? He apparently does media interviews, all this shit, and he's like, well, I don't use a cell phone. I don't believe in cell phones. I don't know anything in the post-electric typewriter. Bro, why? Do you not give a fuck about yourself or your reputation? Do you not schedule anything? Do you have no desire to be, like, what a stupid, yeah, what a weird fucking, yeah. Destiny, people are claiming that the misunderstanding is that Norm Norm believed you were supposed to talk at 6 p.m. that day. From that perspective, I think it would be more reasonable to expect a quick email response. Yeah, but he's not, it doesn't seem like it, because, where am I? Oh, we just get into total memes at some point. Where's the first set of emails that I posted? At some point, we just start memeing each other because it's like, fuck this. He's like, if you like, I will post the full correspondence on my social media. It's your call. It's like, I've already posted it. Good luck obtaining a cell phone or learning how to schedule things in the future, Norm. Mr. Destiny, it seems you've already forgotten how you missed the appointment. No doubt because you were too busy rereading the 1,500-page Turkle report. Sincerely, Norm. Was the Turkle report 1,500 pages? Why does he keep calling this 1,500 pages? What is he referring to when he says that? This is not a 1,500-page report. But I didn't get an explicit confirmation from you at any time. I was under the impression that we needed to clarify a topic first, and now I'm seeing that our phone call was going to be moderated by someone else. Oh yeah, then he's like, Brianna or whatever agreed to moderate our phone call at 6, and I stood them both up. Wait, what? When did we even agree to I don't know what we even agreed to which particular moderator it was. As a huge fan, I really disagree with you, but I'm really disappointed in your behavior in this one. Your communication was equally atrocious as Norm's. As Dire GG, I hope you reflect on this. Yeah, good one. And also, no, I'm not at all. Nice try, though. It seems your memory is not in top form. You yourself recommended yesterday at 6 p.m. I like how he even acknowledges, yeah, that was the recommendation. You never confirmed any time ever. What were those options for moderators? I think they're just people that he's probably talked to. Oh, here's the first one. The Turkle report is broken into 2 parts. The second part is 1,000 pages. Oh, I haven't seen that second part then. Does the second part just have like a raw... Oh, the second one isn't related to that incident. It has to do with Israel's mechanism for examining and investigating complaints and claims of violations. Oh, okay. Would you pay $28 plus shipping for 16 ounces of cookies? I have no idea. Do you think Norm is scared of you? No, I just don't get much interest in this conversation, which is fine. Hold on. Edward Parker, $5. You suggested 6 p.m. He said okay, then you didn't show up. No, he did not say okay. You're dead wrong on that. I said, I'll be broadcasting my channel tonight. Do you want to have a discussion tonight, say around 6 p.m.? I've got questions regarding your things. His response to, I say around 6 p.m. His response is, I have an interview scheduled for 1 p.m. today and 12:45 a.m. in Doha. I'll therefore not be able to stay on for more than an hour. Some people are reading this like he's agreeing to stay on, but he only has like an hour or less of time. When I initially saw this, my assumption was like, oh, he said he'd only have an hour max. So, but this, if you're pretending like this is a confirmation, you have brain worms. You're actually fucking retarded. This is not a confirmation for a chat at all. I also have no idea what the fuck his schedule is. Because then I try to ask, is at 1 p.m. or 12:45 a.m. in Qatar time, and a short initial conversation would be fine. Just want to pick your brain, figure out why you're pushing things, what you do. And then he says it's 1 a.m. on the morning because the session is being held at 9:45 a.m. in Doha. None of this is a confirmation of a time anywhere. Then he's shooting me like these books, it's like all these books. It's fucking retarded. It's not a confirmation, I agree, but do you believe it's possible that he thought he was confirming by saying that? He could have, yeah, that's totally possible. But when you're blowing me up on Twitter because of your shitty ability to communicate, fuck you at that point. I don't give a fuck. That's not you at that point, bro. He needs the interview more than I do. I'm fine. The idea that everyone's like, oh no, you should have been like crawling around, like begging him to clarify. No, fuck no. That's his fault. I don't know why we're saying, how old is he? He's not like 150 years old. He should know how to use email. He should have a cell phone. He should be able to do this. No, I don't agree with this treating him like a retarded child bullshit. It's fucking ridiculous. But the only thing that isn't just a misunderstanding, a boomery one, I just completely confused. Yeah, and again, also, why don't you reach out again, clear the misunderstanding, and reschedule? I would have no problem with that. People are like, he needs to put his ego aside. No, I'm not the one with the ego problem. I wasn't the one running to Twitter every time I didn't get a response quick enough saying, Destiny's ghosting me. What? That's bullshit. And then by the end of had this, he's ass mad, and he was like, Mr. Bonnell, I waited for you until 8 p.m. You did not show the courtesy of even getting back to me. I am not your errand boy. I wish you every good fortune. So at this point, it's fuck. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. Jesus. Were he and Brianna in a call waiting for you? I don't know. I don't know what he means by that. I also don't know if I'm, I don't even know if I've ever even spoken to the actual Norm. It might be his social media team running this the entire time. I truly don't know. I'm trying to find his tweet about me. I don't know. Anyway, my voice is dying. We're gonna watch the first 2 parts of this because I like this guy. I'm just curious what he has to say, and then we'll figure out something else. Like the hardcore music too. Do you think, I don't know if I should take my Vyvanse while I'm sick. Oh, you can't hear, sorry. Do you think, does it matter? I don't know if I'm gonna like explode my fucking body or some shit if I do this. Oh no. fuck it. Hold on one sec. It'll probably help, to be honest. Yeah, but I'm worried that I don't want to like take like mind drugs to like feel better and then like destroy my body. Hold on. Damn, I feel super hot too. One sec. I'll be back. All right, give me 54 seconds. True. Okay. Okay.
الخليج مو غير مقبول فقط مرفوض.
Did you see the Haaretz report on how the IDF helicopter to the killing of civilians October 7th by mistake? People are now using that post hoc to justify. Oh, I'm not seeing this yet.
لكن إذا فكرت فيها من ناحية ثانية ما هو غريب استخدام كلمة سهولة أنه يسهل عليهم استخدام كلمة خان والطعن في الظهر، لأن هذه سنتهم في التعامل مع بعضهم. اللي يحكمون في
Fuck, I can't multitask this. Hold on. Okay, because I have to read the subtitles. Bro, could we learn another language on stream instead of doing the map games? Oh shit, wait, what maps do we have to do today? What maps were we gonna learn? The Palestinian governance. Ramallah. I call this Ramallah. It's Ramallah. Bethlehem. Oh, Hebron is further south. No, it's not. Fuck. What if we learned Hebrew? True. Fuck, I don't... What are some of these names are fucking retarded. Oh my god. Remember the review feature. Oh, true.
Oh my god. Okay, we're getting it. Hold on. Do you think the debate can happen at a later date? I have no idea. We'll see. These three. Oh no, Bethlehem. Fuck. Oh, I fucked myself. All right, hold on. I think we've... Okay, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, this is the one right here, okay? Jerusalem. It's one of these two. It's this one. No, it's not. These three. I fuck those three up all the time. I'm gonna get every other one. Okay. Okay. It's one of these two. Oh my god. Oh my god. This, I got that. I know that one. Nablus. Okay, hold on. It's Tulkarm, Calkilia, and Sulfite. Okay. Easy. Okay. Just kidding. Hold on. Okay. The tubas are up here. Sulfite was the third one. Jerusalem, obviously, is here. Tulkarm was this one up here. That's it. We got it all now. Okay. Ramallah and Ramallah are two different cities. Wait, is Ramallah the district, not where Ramallah the city is? You're joking, right? One is probably a district and one is probably just like a little city, right? Ramleh and Ramallah are two. What is Ramlah? What the fuck is that? Why are you saying Ramlah? I don't know what the fuck. I don't think I've ever heard of this in my life. Has anything happened here yet that we've studied or care about? Do the districts in Israel? Okay, Tel Aviv. It's up here, right? Is it this one? No, Haifa. That's too far north then, right? So it's got to be one of these two? It's this little one, okay. Judea and Samaria area. Is that up here? Nope. Up over here, okay. Jerusalem is... What the fuck am I looking at on this map? Oh, this is including all of Palestine as well. I see. So this is Jerusalem, right? Oh, okay. Northern district's probably the north. Central district's... Huh. See, why can't we just name our shit like this? Okay? Southern district? Amen. There we go, boys. But these are districts. Oh, okay, who cares? All right. Okay, we're gonna watch this. Be bored for 40 minutes. Good luck.
فكرت فيها من ناحية ثانية، ما هو غريب استخدام كلمة سهولة، انه يسهل عليهم استخدام كلمة خان والطعن في الظهر، لأن هذه سنتهم في التعامل مع بعضهم. اللي يحكمون في غزة الانفصاليين عن السلطة يتهمون القيادات في الضفة انهم خونة، والناس القيادات اللي في الضفة تتهم القيادات المنفصلة في غزة انهم طعنونا في الظهر. وبدل في السنوات الأخيرة بدل ما الجهود كلها تنصب على خدمة القضية الفلسطينية والمبادرات والسلام وحفظ حقوق الشعب الفلسطيني والوصول إلى مرحلة اللي ممكن إنها تفرج عن هالقضية العادلة
I
المنهوبة.
can't theater mode because then my webcam blocks the subtitles and you can't read it. Unless I can just turn off my camera, I guess. I don't know. Hold on.
وتساووا اللي نهبينها إسرائيل نهبتها وقياداتهم نهبينها. رد فعلي الأولي كان غضب، ثم بعدين فكرت شوي وتحول الغضب إلى ألم وإلى شعور بالحزن، وابتجى في ذهني إعادة لذكريات أنا كنت شاهد عليها تخص القضية الفلسطينية من عام 78.
Do you think we could ever talk to this guy? Do you think this guy has an email address? Because he did media interviews and shit on like Hardball on MSNBC, right? How fucking sick would that be? Holy shit. Ninu, get on it.
2015 هذه الأحداث أبغى أتكلم فيها اليوم، وكلامي الحقيقة موجه للأخوة والأخوات المواطنين السعوديين، لأنهم هم الأولوية بالنسبة لي مثل ما هم الأولوية بالنسبة لدولتهم وولي أمرنا خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان حفظه الله وسمو ولي عهده الأمين الأمير محمد. لكن هذه سنة القيادة السعودية من وقت المؤسس الملك عبد العزيز إلى والملوك الذين تبعوه رحمة الله عليهم جميعا إلى وقت الملك سلمان الحالي. لكن كذلك أبغى أعطي نبذة موجزة عن مواقف القيادة السعودية والدولة السعودية تجاه فلسطين في الوقت ما بين عام 1939 إلى وقت 1978.
هو حق الشعب الفلسطيني وحق الشعب العربي بأن تنسحب إسرائيل من الأراضي العربية التي احتلتها سنة 67 وعودة الشعب الفلسطيني إلى وطنه. يبرزون أن السلام هو الأساس ولكن ليس على حساب.
Damn, I don't know what any of these people are. Or I might know the people, I don't know what they look like. I'm guessing the headgear and everything, these are Saudi Arabian kings and leaders?
وعودة الشعب الفلسطيني إلى وطنه يبرزون أن السلام هو الأساس ولكن ليس على حساب حق الشعب الفلسطيني.
إن قطرة واحدة من الدم الفلسطيني
Former Saudi king.
أغلى من كنوز الأرض وما احتوت عليه.
أعدنا التأكيد على مواقفنا الثابتة تجاه استعادة كافة الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني.
يعني المرحلة اللي أنا ما كنت شاهد مباشر أو مشارك فيها حسب عملي، لكن الإيجاز هذا عن التاريخ 39 إلى 78 كله موثق ومعروف. وأنا طلعت على وثائقه بحكم العمل بعد ما دخلت في العمل السلك الدبلوماسي وخدمت بلدي في السلك الدبلوماسي والسياسي. كذلك سمعتها من ناس عاصروا هاك الفترة مثل المرحومين الملك فهد، الملك عبد الله.
Drag the subtitles? Can you do
الأمير
that?
سلطان.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck you guys want me to do. Jesus, hold on. We gotta right click, duplicate the scene, do this shit. And then I can move my camera maybe? Hold on. There you go. Destiny, try and debunk this and understand you haven't read enough.
The Zionists stole the Palestinians' land, massacred them, and kicked them out of their homes. That is what you hear from the Palestinians and their supporters. In this video, I will be discussing the Nakba, which is the Arab name of the Palestinian disaster of 1948. I will be covering the partition plan, Plan Daled, Deir Yassin, and much more. But this time, my approach will be to take a video by Vox Media Group that talks about the same subject, but from a Palestinian point of view, and then we could dismantle it together. Just so you know, Vox is an American progressive media group that was founded by Ezra Klein, an American Jew. I chose this video because it was carefully crafted to show the Palestinian narrative. Let's start, as there is a lot to unpack. I've added timestamps so you can jump to the Deir Yassin or Plan Daled, and I've also
Okay, does this guy just not blink ever? What's going on here? Jesus Christ.
left a link to the full Vox video below.
Oh, he did.
That history has been carefully concealed, purposefully distorted, and in the West, largely forgotten.
This is a good one. I like the
Wait, how? What is the original Vox video? The only reason why we've been able to rewrite or re-examine some of the history is because it wasn't necessarily concealed, but it was because Israel opened a lot of their archives to allow people to come in and analyze things. What was she referring to? I'm so curious. I think you've seen it already. We might have, but I probably didn't know as much then as I do now. Now I'm curious. Vox, Israel, Palestine. Is it this 7 years ago? No, it's probably not this one. I think it's this vid. 6 months ago?
My village is a very beautiful one. It has a mountain full of trees of figs and grapes, and it faces the main road to Jerusalem.
This is a story about what happened here in 1948.
We are only 750 people, and everybody knows each other. I came from a big family. We lived a good life. We never expected to be massacred. It was a black spot in the history.
That history has been carefully concealed, purposefully distorted, and in the West, largely forgotten.
They put our village as an example with what they can do.
The massacre in this village was one of many in a series of catastrophic events that became known as the Nakba, when hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were violently displaced from their homeland in order to create the state of Israel.
In May of 1948, a new Jewish state, Israel, was born in a bath of blood.
The borders of Palestine have been changed forcefully over time, but historically, this region has been home to Palestinians for centuries, with hundreds of villages and thriving cities. One of them being the central city of Jerusalem, with holy sites important to Jewish, Christian, and Muslim people. By the late Ottoman Empire, Palestinians living here were overwhelmingly Muslim, with minority Christian and Jewish native populations too. But regardless of religion, Palestinians were often referred to overwhelmingly Muslim, with minority Christian and Jewish native.
I'm trying to remember. Were there really 400,000 people living in in that area, and I thought it was a couple 100,000 less. I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and dig through it. I didn't think it was quite this high yet, but okay. Why'd they go to 1878? Because I think that in the 1880s are when the first Aliyah, but I think the first Aliyah was only like 10,000 people, and 10,000 Jews came over to whatever. But also, I don't know if 25,000, whatever. It wasn't that much. This first wave sucked too. But whatever.
Populations too. But regardless of religion, Palestinians were often referred to as Arabs, people of the Arabic-speaking world, despite their distinctive culture.
Palestinians have long distinguished themselves as
Arab, Muslim, with minority Christian and Jewish native populations too. But regardless of religion, Palestinians were often referred to as Arabs, people of the Arabic-speaking world, despite their distinctive culture.
Palestinians have long distinguished themselves as Ahl Palestine, or the people of Palestine. They developed a distinctive Arabic accent, they developed regional food, regional dress, and family ties.
But by the time World War I began, several key political forces were competing for control of these lands. First, there was a growing Arab political movement, looking for independence from the Ottoman Empire in hopes of a unified Arab state that would include Palestine. Then, there were Zionists, a political group that had one main goal: the creation of a Jewish state. Zionism was a response to an increasingly brutal climate for Jewish people, particularly in Europe and Russia, where there was a massive wave of anti-Semitism, including large-scale attacks in the late 1800s and early 1900s. After briefly considering other areas for a new state, including Uganda and Argentina, Zionist leaders decided on Palestine because of its connection to early religious history. But there was a third key group with political interests here: the British. Control of the region would allow them to expand their spheres of influence and protect trade routes to India. During World War I, since both the British and the Arab independence movement wanted Palestine, they decided to go after the Ottomans together with an important pledge. Through a series of letters in 1916, an Arab leader and a British official agreed that if Arabs would help the British fight the Ottomans and give the British economic and other foreign privileges in Arab lands, in return, the British would recognize and support an independent Arab state. Soon, the Arabs started doing their part in revolting against the Ottomans, making it easier for the British to move in. But the next year, the British issued a new declaration and betrayed the Arabs.
In 1917, Lord Allenby conquered the Holy Land, and the Jews were promised a national home in Palestine.
Without consulting the native Palestinian population, the British issued what's known as the Balfour Declaration, supporting the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So instead of supporting the idea of Palestine as part of a unified and independent Arab state, the British pledged to help secure this land for Zionists. It was a strategic move.
Something I'd be curious about, when they say unified Arab state, my understanding is there were individual mandates for all of the different regions in that area. I could just be that I haven't seen the particular declaration that she's talking about, but I wasn't aware of the like the pledge for a unified Arab state. It might have, I've never heard of that.
This declaration opened up a pathway for Britain to gain power in Palestine,
under the guise that it was supporting the self-determination of another people, of a people in Palestine who don't reside there yet.
As for Palestine's majority Arab population, the declaration referred to them as non-Jewish communities, who would be given civil and religious rights, but not political rights. A few years later, after World War I ended, Britain gained control of Palestine through a mandate that also required them to put the Balfour plans for Jewish settlement in motion. And they did. Between 1922 and 1931, the Jewish population more than doubled. The migration helped the Zionist movement gain steam, and a slogan took off: a land without people for a people without land.
And it sends a message to Western leaders that the people who had been living in Palestine for generations could just be easily moved elsewhere. The idea was that those inhabitants weren't a people with ties to that land.
Palestine was, of course, a land with a people. In 1931, there were more than 850,000 Palestinian Arabs in the region, still the vast majority. But with the rise of Hitler and the Nazi Party and 150,000 Palestinian Arabs in the region, still the vast majority. But with the rise of Hitler and the Nazi Party in particular,
Hate became a rallying call.
Jewish flight from Europe became even more urgent, and Palestine started to see the biggest wave of Jewish immigration yet. Violence broke out, rooted in tensions over land. Jewish settlers purchased swaths of fertile land and evicted tenant farmers, creating a crisis of hundreds of thousands of landless, dispossessed Palestinian Arabs. Though Palestinians fiercely rebelled against both British colonial forces and Jewish settlers, they were brutally crushed by the British.
They put in Palestine more troops to repress that rebellion than they had stationed in India at that time, all of India.
These troops killed thousands of Palestinians, including many of their leaders, and the British began training and arming Zionist militias to suppress the rebellion too. But the rebellion continued. So, in an attempt to prevent further Palestinian resistance, the British began to limit Jewish immigration into Palestine. This ended up angering Zionist extremists, leading to more violence. So, in 1947, after decades of trying to manipulate both Palestinian Arabs and Zionists to keep their control over Palestine, Britain gave up and handed the question of Palestine to someone else.
To the United Nations also came the problem of Palestine. In recent years, this small country had been the scene of disorder and bloodshed.
They figured, there is this new thing called the United Nations. Here, in your lap, Palestine, first gift. So the United Nations has now to figure out, how do you disentangle this thing that the British helped create?
A UN special committee proposed the land be divided into two states, a Jewish state and an Arab state, with Jerusalem as a separate UN-controlled entity. It was called the Partition Plan of 1947. The plan shocked Palestinians.
We could not accept the partition plan because at that time the population we were almost 2 to 1.
But the plan proposed giving over half the land, and often the most fertile areas, to the Jewish state.
I don't really like how people do this thing where they say, well, 55% of the land was given to a minority of the population. That's not really true because of this, I'm pretty sure, unless somebody has different numbers, of the proposed Jewish state, it would have been 55% Jews and 45% Arabs. There still would have been a lot of Arabs here. Now, you can argue that the fact that Jews would have been given governance is maybe bad, right? Over 55% of the land, perhaps isn't okay, but it's a little misleading, I think. Hold on. Okay.
A purely pragmatic perspective, the partition plan didn't make much sense for Palestinian Arabs.
That wasn't the only problem with the plan. Within this proposed area of the Jewish state were hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs, including both Muslims and Christians, who had lived there for generations.
On a moral level, the idea of making hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs minorities in their own homeland seemed unjust and unfair.
Oh, okay.
In November 1947, the UN put the plan.
I really wish when they would do videos like this, I wish they would have historians from both sides. It's very annoying that I notice Vox does this a lot, where they'll only have historians representing the side that, like, politically they agree with. It's kind of obnoxious.
To a vote. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, and after lobbying from U.S. leaders and Zionists, the UN voted in favor of partition.
And finally, a momentous decision to partition the Holy Land's 10,000 square miles.
Britain announced their mandate over Palestine would end on May 15, 1948, even as Palestinians continued to reject the UN's decision to partition the land.
After the partition took place, in 1947, we really were scared something might happen to us.
By the end of 1947, Zionists had several well-developed paramilitary forces, the largest one known as the Haganah, and more extremist militias like Irgun. On March 10th, a couple of months before the British mandate would end, the Haganah adopted what was called Plan Dalet, or Plan D. On paper, the main goal was to gain control of the Jewish state, as laid out in the partition plan, while also defending Jewish settlements outside of the borders. In reality, that's where the majority of these operations took place, outside of the UN's proposed Jewish state. Some carried out by Haganah and others by more radical militias. Many of these operations focused on isolating Jerusalem and the roads to it. A set of brutal instructions called for the destruction of Arab villages by setting fire to, blowing up, and planting mines.
This is kind of one-sided because when she talks about like the roads to Jerusalem and isolating it, blah, 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 the reason why was because the Arabs in the region had begun to blow up convoys, like shipping supplies to any of these cities. That was when, like, I think this was like the first pre-IDF mission, was like the Haganah trying to actually clear these roads out so they could get things to these villages. But it's not like they were just randomly going there, but...
especially those population centers which were difficult to control. In case of resistance, it called for the population to be expelled outside of the borders of the state, villages emptied, and for the occupation and control of Arab villages along main transportation arteries. One of the most widely publicized village massacres happened here in Deir Yassin.
We lived in Deir Yassin, which is about 4 miles west of Jerusalem.
91-year-old Dawood Assad was there the day of the massacre and was 18 at the time.
We saw all night, the night before, the movement of lights, armored trucks moving around, moving like this. So we know that something is wrong. That's why we knew that something is going to happen to our village.
On April 9th, 1948, extremist Zionist forces, executing Plan D, closed in on Deir Yassin, even though the village had made a local peace pact with neighboring Jewish settlements.
Friday morning, they attacked us. My uncles, they were shooting at them, and I was there loading the gun for them and shooting. We fought about almost 2.5 hours. They found my uncle, and they put him on the wall, and they shot him 8 bullets in cold blood. My grandmother, she went in the village to see my mother. On her way, she got shot. My brother Omar fell from her shoulder to the floor, but the floor was a concrete one.
Dawood escaped through a trench.
I went down all the way down here like this. So it was 4 hours walking to Jerusalem.
To this day, the Archive of the Israeli Army refuses to release many of the images and intelligence reports on Deir Yassin. But one UN report detailed circumstances of great savagery, including women and children stripped, lined up, photographed, and slaughtered. Roughly 100 people, largely children and the elderly, were killed in the village. As for Dawood, he later reunited with a group of Deir Yassin captives in Jerusalem, including his sister and mother.
My mother says, "Where is your Uncle Radwan?" He says he was shot. "Where is your grandmother?" He said he was shot, and Omar was with her. So everyone has commotion, Where's Fatma? Where's Ibrahim? Where's Amaryam? Where's David? Where's Ahmed? Where's Ismail? I'm dreaming about it,
News of what happened in Deir Yassin spread quickly, with far-reaching effects.
The Zionist militias used it as a propaganda tool to tell people about it everywhere. The idea was that if you don't leave, we will do to you what happened in Deir Yassin.
Stories came out about women being raped, about babies being killed, and induced a great deal of fear among the Palestinian Arab population, many of them fleeing as a result.
Jewish troops routed Arab forces from the city of Haifa.
After taking Deir Yassin, Zionist paramilitary groups cleared major cities, including Haifa and Jaffa, and took hundreds of smaller villages and towns too. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were forced to flee, pouring into neighboring states as refugees. Plan D became the blueprint for carrying out the ethnic cleansing of historic Palestine to make room for a new state. And on May 14th, the day before the British mandate ended, Zionists declared the state as Israel. But the creation of Israel didn't end the Nakba. Neighboring Arab countries that were overwhelmed by Palestinian refugees immediately went to war with Israel.
Now united in a League of Arab States, they're insistent that the entry of refugees into Palestine must be ended.
The fighting lasted for months. Arab armies eventually lost while Palestinians continued to be killed and forced out throughout that time. Palestinians who fled often carried only enough to stay away for a few weeks, hoping they'd eventually return home.
A lot of them locked their doors, put their key in their pocket, and then moved to safer ground. When you leave the house and you take your key with you, it's because you're planning to go home. In the case of the Palestinians, those refugees weren't allowed to return.
Refugees trying to return were often shot at. Zionist paramilitary operations also tried to prevent them from returning again by destroying the villages.
That act of preventing their return compounded the Nakba. So the Nakba is both the forcible displacement of Palestinians from their homes and lands and country, as well as preventing them to return once the fighting was over.
Palestinian society was dismembered, crushed. More than half of the Palestinian people became refugees, stateless, dispossessed of their land.
Over time, the State of Israel covered up the physical evidence of an Arab Palestine. Place names were often changed from Arabic ones to Hebrew ones. The Jewish National Fund embarked on a massive effort to plant thousands of acres of pine forests and recreational areas on top of hundreds of ruined Palestinian villages.
Even though these forests...
Well, I mean, like, what are they just gonna keep ruined villages? I mean, that's kind of a weird way to phrase that, but okay.
have now grown into big pine trees. Palestinians have not forgotten their homelands.
While we know that roughly 6,000 Israelis lost their lives in the violence of the Nakba, records for Palestinian deaths weren't kept. It's estimated to be around 15,000. By the end of the Nakba, roughly 750,000 Palestinians had been forcefully expelled.
Were you listening when she talked about the war declaration? Wait, no, I missed that. Fuck. Wait, when was that?
But the creation of Israel didn't end the Nakba. Neighboring Arab countries that were overwhelmed by Palestinian refugees immediately went to war with Israel.
Now united in a League of Arab States.
Oh.
They're insistent that the entry of refugees into Palestine must be ended.
The fighting lasted for months. Arab armies eventually lost while Palestinians continued to be killed and forced out. Place names were often changed from Arabic ones to Hebrew ones. The Jewish National Fund embarked on a massive effort to plant.
Forests have now...
Though the UN's partition plan allotted Israel 56% of the land, through the Nakba, Israel captured 78% of the land. It was everything except what's now known as the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip. Today, that's up to at least 85% of the total area, turning 6 million Palestinians into refugees without a homeland. It's why, around the same time that Israelis are celebrating Independence Day, Palestinians are out protesting on May 15th, holding up keys as a symbol of the homes they lost and the hope to return.
Good one.
The effect of having the Hebrew document and all the lines crossed out in black, as if they are onto a really big secret, really concealed and forgotten in the West. Deir Yassin has probably had more articles and papers written about it than any other event in the war of 1948. The number of dead was around 100. There are not many events with such a low number of casualties that have gotten so much attention. I will be coming back to this towards the end of the video.
The massacre in this village was one of many in a series of catastrophic events.
Really? Then why is Deir Yassin always the example given? It's like when you only have one example, so you just say, etc.
When hundreds of thousands of...
Well, hold on. I'm pretty sure there were other villages and groups of people that had gotten killed as well, on both sides. From 36 to, not even prior to 36, there was a lot of fighting in this region between Arabs and Jewish villages, like blowing each other up and shit, no? That was my understanding. There's a lot of fighting since all the Jewish people started to pour in. But obviously, I think Deir Yassin, I think, is the most popular one that people go to, but I don't think it's the only one. There aren't many examples of Israel attacking a place with a peace pact. Oh, maybe. I don't know anything about like the peace pact of this.
Palestinians were violently displaced from their homeland in order to create the state of Israel.
This is key to understanding the false Palestinian narrative. No, this is not what happened. The Palestinians were offered a state, they rejected it, they started to kill Jewish civilians, and then lost the war that they had started. More about that shortly.
The borders of Palestine have been changed forcefully over time, but historically, this region has been home to Palestinians for centuries.
That's what he's saying is kind of true, but also they're understandably ass pain because a whole bunch of Europeans have basically come into their land to settle their shit, right?
It many times before in different videos, but I'm happy to repeat it again here. No, not true. Until the beginning of the 20th century, there was no such a thing as Palestinian people. Thousands of pilgrims visited the land of Israel in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century. Not a single one of them saw or met a Palestinian. At the time of the Ottoman Empire, which used to control the region, there were Muslims, Arabs, Bedouins, Christians, Jews, Druze, Circassians. All people have the right to self-determination, but you don't have the right to reinvent history.
Grecian helped the Zionist movement gain steam.
Yeah, this is always the thing that I have like such a hard time with. I don't have a hard time with. I'm sorry. This is the thing I feel like other people have a hard time proving or justifying. I've just never seen like really strong evidence of there being like a Palestinian people. Like I don't even think that region existed as its own thing. I've just never seen this claim substantiated. I know it's like an important part of the pro-Palestinian narrative, but I've just never seen that substantiated ever. That like there was a group of people here that all considered themselves part of like Palestine or but I don't know, maybe.
Slogan took off. A land without people for a people without land.
And it sends a message to Western leaders that the people who have been living in Palestine for generations could just be easily moved elsewhere.
Here we have just 4 sentences, and Fox managed to squeeze so much misinformation into them. Fox want to show you that the Jews planned the transfer of the Arabs. The thing is that in all Zionist documents, from the first Zionist Congress to the Israeli Declaration of Independence, there is absolutely nothing to support this theory. They actually state the opposite, that all people will...
Oh my god, Destiny knows so little about Arab colonialism before 1900. It's infuriating. Iman in YouTube chat, go ahead and type in what we're missing. Go ahead. Let us know, please. We're all waiting, okay?
Enjoy equal rights. The slogan, a land without people for a people without land, was said by Israel Zangwill at the end of the 19th century in Britain. At that time,
the U.S. polled Palestinians after World War I. 85% want to be part of Syria. Only 1% want to be Palestinian. Wait, SDBMBV. Link that poll. I've never heard of that poll in my entire life. The U.S. polled Palestinians? Wouldn't it have been the British or the UN? SDMBV. Destiny. Click. King Crane Commission. Yeah, because my understanding is this place, is it 140 AD or around then that it got renamed? I think it was like the second or third time the Jewish people got fucking kicked out by, was it Roman Christians? That they just renamed the whole area to like Greater Syria or Syria Palestine or some shit. Why does the country of Palestine matter? I think the displacement is sufficient enough. I don't disagree, Rod Dye. I think you can probably make the arguments that you need with just talking about the displacement of the people. But I think a lot of pro-Palestinian people are very much like incentivized to do a lot of history revisionism to make their claims sound way stronger than it truly is. And their claims, go to back, the idea that like, oh no, Palestine was a place on the map for 500 years and it was always the same group of Palestinian people. They were distinct from the other people and blah, blah, blah. So this is all like part of the narrative they try to sell to get you to feel like they were a distinct group of people and blah, blah, blah. But I just don't think any of that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't think you need that to justify their claims, but they want to have a stronger, argument, I guess. Do you have any big upcoming debates this month? I don't think so. Oh, geez. I've never heard of this commission my entire life.
Destiny, it's on this map from 1890. Bro, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Is this a tilted map or? I don't even know what region of the world I'm looking at right now. Top left. Iran is in the middle. Oh, this is Iran. Here? Or modern day Iran. This is Iraq. This is serious. That doesn't look like it, is it? Am I crazy? Or is this where Turkey is? Oh, is it like, it's like a tilted map. Like 45 degrees. This is Turkey. This is oh, it must be. This is Cyprus right here, right? Okay, what argument are you trying to make to me? Because if this is the Gulf, where Saudi Arabia is, that's considered the Arabian Gulf, right down here. You're telling me, where is Palestine on this map? Because this whole area is labeled as Syria. No? Am I crazy? This is the Jordan River here. This is where Jordan, this area, and then the West Bank is here. It literally says Palestine. Yeah, but it's not like... Do you know what the borders are? Do you know what people claim Palestine is? Wait, hold on one second. Wait, give me like 120 seconds. Okay. Discussion/paper about this topic. Syria and Palestine are written differently because they don't refer to the same concept. Yeah, I guess. I don't think there was ever like a clear like Palestinian state. Like I don't think you can, like you saying that, like what are the borders of this? If you're saying that this is like Palestine on the map, what are the borders here that you think like clearly distinguishes? It would also help because I don't even know what that means here on this. Because obviously the Syria seems to refer to something different than Palestine, seems to refer to something different than Lebanon. Are these like districts in the, or not districts in the Ottoman Empire? That's something called something different. Will we be doing a deep dive on Lebanon? Oh, like reading that history? Maybe. Lebanon seems super fucked. Also, Jordan isn't on this map? Yeah, I don't know.
Novo Israel was a neglected part of the Ottoman Empire. So to take a sentence that was said in Britain about 30 years before the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and to claim that that was the policy in the 1930s is pure manipulation. It is claimed in the video that it sends a message to the West that people could be easily removed. Who sends a message? The Zionist movement never said anything about removing non-Jews from the land. On the contrary, the Zionist movement said very clearly that all people from all religions could be granted their human rights. Now, the next sentence is the true masterpiece of misinformation.
I'm pretty sure that's explicitly false. I'm pretty sure we went over that before. There was a name of the concept in Jews where Jewish people explicitly were the ones that were supposed to work the land that gets worked by, or that gets owned by Jewish people, which explicitly means you must evict the Arab farmers from that particular land. There was a name for this. What do we call this? I should remember this. It might be written under that Surstock Purchase article. Oh, conquest of labor. Like, I'm pretty sure explicitly Jewish people were the only ones that they wanted working these lands after they bought it.
Easily removed. Who sends a message? The Zionist movement never said anything about removing non-Jews from the land. On the contrary, the Zionist movement said very clearly that all people from all religions could be granted their human rights. Now, the next sentence is the true masterpiece of misinformation. I will say that when you talk about any subject, there will probably be different opinions, and it is hard to know all the details, and you might forget those facts that are not in your favor. But this next sentence shows that they do know the facts, but just turn them around.
Violence broke out, rooted in tensions over land.
Violence broke out, just out of the blue. This is like saying in 1939, violence broke out in Europe and the British bombed Germany. Or in 1941, violence broke out and the Americans bombed Japanese cities. And now for the truth. In 1920, 1921, 1929, and from 1936 to 39, Arabs attacked the Jews. There were brutal attacks and pogroms against Jews in Jerusalem, Jaffa, Galilee, and Hebron, and in Gaza. Even Israelis don't know this, but until 1921, there were Jews in Gaza. Many ancient Jewish communities, a lot of which had nothing to do with Zionism, were wiped out. The bottom line is very clear. Arabs attacked the Jews, destroyed ancient communities, burned Jewish villages to the ground, and killed Jews living in Jewish settlements.
Even if Palestine wasn't a country, can there not be a Palestinian identity? Basically, a region might be occupied by someone else, but the people living there was... No, I just don't think there was. I've never seen a strong argument for that being the case. I don't think there was a Palestinian identity. I just don't think there was. I think it was a broader Arab one, is my understanding. Also, limited history. I could be wrong, because my pre like 36 history is not as strong, but I just haven't seen any strong evidence of that whatsoever. Also, I feel like here's a question that I've just never heard answered before either. Somebody could tell me the answer to this if you want. I'm curious, right? If there was a strong Palestinian identity, why is it... Okay, here's something. Everybody complains that Jews have been militarily occupying the West Bank and the Gaza Strip since the 67 war, okay? It's really bad that Israeli people have been occupying this land for so long. I'm curious, can somebody show me, this would actually maybe change my mind a bit, or maybe reconsider this, right? Can somebody show me, was there Palestinian uprisings, or were there people being upset in Palestine that Egypt occupied the Gaza Strip from 48 to 67? Or that Jordan occupied the West Bank from 48 to 67? Because in that initial War of Independence, those areas got occupied by other countries, but did people care? My intuition, I could be wrong, but my intuition is they didn't care, because why would you care if you're being occupied by other Arabs? Because you kind of saw yourself as part of the Arabic people there, right? You're just like part of the Arabic people there, right? What do you mean Egypt occupies the Gaza Strip? We're all Arabs, right? Same thing with like the West Bank. Why would we care if we're being occupied by other Arabs? We're all Arabs, right? So the idea that there was a strong Palestinian identity, I don't know. I'm not sure if I never got that impression, or haven't seen it anywhere. I just haven't seen it anywhere yet. Egyptians are not Arabs. Actually, that might be true. They're part of the Arab League, though, right? Aren't they usually considered an Arab state? Wait. I think Egyptians are a whole smorgasbord of, like, different people, right? The Arab League was literally formed in Cairo.
Most of them are. Are they? Is Egypt an Arab state? They're not Arabs, and both they and Arabs are aware of this fact. They're Arabic speaking and they're Muslim. Huh. It's debatable they speak Arabic, are Muslim, and are a mixture of Egyptian and Arab genetics. Huh. Have you seen the Meta stock recently? Nope. Jesus. The All-Palestine Protectorate, or simply All-Palestine, was known as the Gaza Protectorate, and the Gaza Strip was a short-lived client state with limited recognition, corresponding to the area of the modern Gaza Strip that was established in the area captured by the Kingdom of Egypt during the 48 Arab-Israeli War, and allowed to run as a protectorate under the All-Palestine government. The protectorate was declared on the 22nd of September 1948 in Gaza City, and the All-Palestine government was formed. The president of the Gaza-seated administration was Haj Amin al-Husseini, the former chairman of the Arab Higher Committee, while the prime minister was Ahmed Hilmi Pasha. In December of 1948, just 3 months after the declaration, the All-Palestine government was relocated to Cairo and was never allowed to return to Gaza, making it a government in exile. With a further resolution of the Arab League to put the Gaza Strip under the official protection of Egypt in 1952, the All-Palestine government was gradually stripped of its authority. In 1953, the government was nominally dissolved, though the Palestinian prime minister Hilmi Pasha continued to attend Arab League meetings on its behalf. And then in 1959, the protectorate was de jure merged into the United Arab Republic, while de facto turning Gaza into a military occupation area of Egypt. Jesus. They got colonized. Palestinians revolted against Egyptian policies in the 1800s? What does the 1800s have to do? Egypt wasn't a country. It was still like a thing under the Ottoman... I should remember what it's called. Like Dikets, or what are they called? Ottoman Empire... What is the name of these things? Islets. Islets, I think? Islets? Wait, hold on one second. Violets? Hold on. Mm-hmm. Talk with a Shinshin about this. He's a huge history nerd. Yeah, is he? I think you're talking about the Khedivate of Egypt. Yeah, that's what it was called, I think, prior to the collapse of the Ottoman.
Oh, also, here's a question. No, never mind. I don't care as much about this. Fuck religion. I've got some Zionist Jewish guy. I'm assuming he's Jewish because his name is Goldberg. And he emails me a lot of like Jewish religious slash history. Like real history and religious history. I don't know what the fuck the difference is. He told me that if a good reading, now obviously this is coming from a Zionist, okay? He told me that a truthful reading of the Quran shows that Muhammad never actually went as far west as Jerusalem. That Muhammad probably never set foot in that village. That the dates don't line up, and that the only reason why Muslims say he did was because at some point in the Quran it references like the farthest west mosque or something, but that there's no way it could have been Jerusalem at the time. Does anybody know if that's true or not? Anybody have a strong opinion on that? Fuck, hold on, let me blow my nose 1 sec. The early Muslim conquest map. That's pretty wrong. I'm Muslim and we have a bunch of religious text on where he ascended. I'll pull it up in a sec. Expansion under Muhammad. 622 to 6. Oof. That wouldn't include Jerusalem if that's true. Stephen Shoemaker cites a variety of histories to argue that Muhammad invaded Palestine before he died. I don't think the Jerusalem story is mentioned in the Quran. In the Quran, it just said he ascended. Yeah, but that ascension area is pretty important, right? Because he tied his winged horse to the... Did he tie it to the west wall? That's a very new interpretation? Oh. Okay, I don't know. The guy emailed me, but he was basically just saying that, like, Muslims interpret, like, where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is, saying that's where Muhammad flew to heaven on his winged horse, but that it's an ahistorical reading because Muhammad, the farthest west mosque wouldn't have been there because it wasn't at that point before Muhammad died or some shit. I don't fucking know, bro. Syria Vilayet. The Vilayet of Syria, also known as the Vilayet of Damascus, was a first-level administrative division Vilayet of the Ottoman Empire. Bro, why do they make their maps so weird? They didn't have Google Maps back then? Holy shit, Benelli. I think the ahistorical part is him getting on a horse and flying to heaven, but that's just me. Okay, you can't really make fun of their religion, Mike, if you're... Well, I guess if you're Jewish, actually, you're probably secular, so fuck yeah, I guess. Loser. Here is a case where Egypt and UNRWA planned to relocate Gaza's refugees to the Sinai in 53 to 55 and resulted in a popular resistance that was eventually led by Islamists/communists. Destiny, this is wrong because the Quran specifically name drops the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Wait, clear effect. Can you show that? Show me. Link me where in the Quran it clearly names those two things. This hadith refers to the Jewish temple. Note 46. Wait, what? You linked me a citation on Wikipedia. Why not just link me the actual thing that it's citing? Don't quote me in this, but it is my understanding the Quran was written years after Muhammad died. Wait, am I... Listen, I don't know shit about fucking Islam as the religious guy. I totally fully admit that, okay? Because fuck all the religion, all right? But I thought it was written like during or like very quickly as his life was progressing and after, no? I thought that's why people... Isn't that why Islam and people like shit on Christianity? Because they're like, look at your fake bullshit. Like, you guys wrote about Jesus like 100 years, 50 years after he died. Like, none of the original disciples even wrote about Jesus. That's why he's a loser. But Muhammad's stuff was written by people that like literally knew him in person and like was part of his shit and everything. Am I wrong on that? Apostate
Hey,
prophet.
Steven.
Hi.
What's up? Are you asking me right now?
Yeah, sure. Tell me. Hit me up.
Wait, it's a little bit different. So in Islam, the actual story or the actual narrative is that Muhammad revealed the verses that were delivered to him through the angel Gabriel by Allah. He recited them to his companions, to the people around him. They memorized those verses. Some of them wrote them down, and then after Muhammad died, there was a battle, a war where lots of the people who memorized it and who wrote it down died. So his successors came up with the idea of compiling it all into one book as the Quran. So that wasn't something that Muhammad himself, instructed people to do, and it was then compiled after him.
But it was like people who knew him, right?
Yeah. But we also don't exactly have. So there is no confirmation that what we have now in content is identical to whatever he, revealed or recited, or what was first compiled.
Sure.
But yeah, that's
my understanding though is when people, especially Muslims, shit on Christians, isn't a big issue. I should know this. It's been so long, okay? But like, wasn't a big issue with the Bible and the Gospels that none of the actual disciples had actually written any of the Gospels? That these were all like compilations of stories and letters and shit that were written down years and years later, or decades later.
I would have to. There is dispute on that. I talked with Bart Ehrman about this a while ago when I was interviewing him on Christianity and Islam, and so he agrees, for example, that the early Gospels contain a lot of truth because they were written by people who did witness at least Jesus or somebody else who witnessed Jesus. So that there is a lot of truth in it, but there might be also a myths in it. But yeah, so there is some scholarly dispute about when and how exactly they were written. So yeah,
okay,
there's a difference.
Let me go grab a Red Bull and then we can fight over some things. One sec.
Okay, let's fight.
Okay. Hi.
Yes. Hi.
All right. What'd you come in here for?
You were just talking about Palestine.
Yeah. Oh wait. Also, where are you from? Or do you say it? You don't have to say if you don't want to. Actually, sorry, I don't know.
No, I live in America.
Okay.
Was born in Germany, Turkish origin. Live in America.
Gotcha.
Everywhere.
Okay.
So I was just sitting there and looking at stuff, and my wife loves listening to your live streams. She's probably listening right now. And I overheard you were talking about Palestine and what the borders of it are and the history of it. And I sent you a small text there, but I wanted to explain, or if you have any, I don't know, if there are any misunderstandings or something that you might need to clarify.
Yeah, I guess the issue that I'm running into is it feels like part of the pro-Palestinian narrative is that there were a group of people living in a region of the planet that we call like Palestine, and that they have had a very strong national identity for over hundreds of years, or at least ethnic identity for over 100 years, easily. But then like when I do like a reading of the history in this region,
and then just like statements and things that are happening around it, it feels like they all just kind of consider themselves like all kind of Arabs in the region, that they didn't have like super strong feelings on like, oh, we are Palestinians. That's like the feeling I get. But then obviously when you talk to people today, they're like, oh no, like back in the year 1900, there was like Palestine was written on this map, and they definitely consider themselves like a coherent group of people and blah, blah, blah. And it's just hard. It's been hard for me to ascertain if that's true or not. It doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah.
Well, I can break it down quickly, but there is truth to one thing that you're saying, which is that so the people in the region were simply known as Arabs, or they were known by their tribes or by their religious beliefs and all of that. It was only in the in the last century, in the 20th century, in the middle of the 20th century, toward the end of the 20th century, this whole identity as Palestinians, a national identity, it was advocated for by certain groups that emerged as Palestinian nationalists. And
But
was
that when
only
you say emerge as
gradually
Palestinian
adopted.
nationalists, this was in like, my understanding is this was in like the 1960s, maybe like 50s, 60s, and 70s. But prior to that, I have a hard time like seeing evidence for that.
Well, there was, to be fair, there was. I am very much pro-Israel as much as it gets, but but to be fair, there was an early movement during the 1930s, at the end of the 1930s, that emerged as a Palestinian nationalist movement, and there was after the war, after the 1948 war, there was an attempt at building a government in what was Egypt-occupied Gaza. You know, there was no Palestine; it was part of Egypt, and there they established. A small government, a subject government called the All Palestine
Government, yeah. So for this part, like I'm familiar with the 36-39 revolts. I don't know if that was a strong Palestinian national identity or if that was just like all the Arabs in the region were like, bro, you guys are shipping in way too many European Jews. Get these guys the fuck out of here. That was my impression from 36 to 39. And then I'm aware of that All Palestine government now that was formed in the Gaza Strip. But it seems like, because I think Egypt had created and then like completely dissolved that government within like 5 years.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
There was a lot of dispute about what should happen with those Arabs in that region. So one important thing that needs to be said is, I think an important issue is, so at the beginning of the 20th century, the region was controlled by the Ottomans. They didn't refer to it as Palestine at all. They didn't refer to the people there as Palestinians at all. The people were just subjects. They were known as Arabs, Christians, Muslims, Misri tribes, whatever you call it. When the British took it over, they referred to it as Palestine because that's how it was known in Western language, because the Romans named it that long time ago.
Sure.
They named it Syria Palestina.
They named it, after they kicked the Jews out because they fucking hated them or something, yeah.
Yeah, that's the major theory, although there is some dispute about it.
What is the dispute on that? I'm curious, tell me.
Well, so the major scholarly agreement on that is that it was indeed a political move. So after they suppressed the Jewish revolt in 130 something, they wanted to disconnect the Jewish identity from the region.
Yeah. Also, that Jewish revolt, those are huge numbers, given how 130 AD that it was some like 200 to 400,000 Jewish people were killed / enslaved, which seems like huge numbers for 2,000 years ago. And then
that was a huge one.
Not only did they rename the region like Syria Palestine, apparently afterwards they built like this fucking like the Temple of Jupiter or some shit on the Temple Mount or whatever as well.
Yeah, they had big problems with the Jewish identity. The Romans, they wanted people to assimilate and to be part of their ways, participate in their activities, and the Jewish people, they just wouldn't have it. They were They were proud of their identity. They wanted to preserve it. And after that revolt, the Romans they had enough, and they thought, no, we're getting rid of this. They tried to suppress the identity as much as possible, named it Syria Palestina, tried to get rid of all kinds of Jewish elements and symbols, tried to impose pagan rituals and things like that. But still, it didn't help. The Jewish population remained, by the way. They weren't... unlike what some people think, they weren't entirely removed. Lots of them remained there and held on to the land, although others were expelled or fled. But there has always been a Jewish population in that region. But the point is, so in the 20th century, when the British take over, they call it Palestine. And some movements emerge when they see that the British want to establish a Jewish land there. And remember, what the British planned initially was to make it all a Jewish homeland, a Jewish country. They didn't mean to divide what you see today.
Well, wait. Can you say that again? What do you mean when you say that? Because it feels to me like prior to the Balfour Declaration, I'm only like picking this up through osmosis, but it looks like the Brits and the French basically created like mandates for states that they'd carved out and all the surrounding Arab land. That there was like, I think the French had the mandates for like Syria, and I don't know which one was. And then you had like the mandate for Jordan and everything, and that eventually these lands would be handed over to all the Arabic people, and that began to happen. But then on the Palestinian one, it got a little bit fucked up because the Brits also started to make promises to Jewish people that they could go and live down there, basically.
Yeah, it is. It's gradually changed. So you are correct on that part. The British, they were in charge of the mandate for Palestine. The mandate for Palestine was not just what is today Israel and Palestine. It was initially what is today Israel and Palestine plus Jordan.
I thought that was a let's see, British mandate for Palestine.
Yeah, prior to 1922 or 1920, it was much larger. It included Palestine and Jordan.
Gotcha. I know the British had a lot to do with early Jordan. They like controlled their armies and everything for a long time after, or for a while through there. I wonder, okay, because they had a British mandate. Was this it was a second one, right? There was a British mandate for Palestine and a British mandate for Jordan, or?
So initially they had
mandate
this,
for Palestine was a League of Nations mandate for British administration of the territories of Palestine and Transjordan. Oh, okay, no, right. So maybe it was all included initially under the same mandate. Okay, gotcha.
It was all included in this one, and the initial plan was this was very short-lived. The initial plan was to give the eastern part, what is Transjordan, to Arabs, and the western part to the Jews.
Wait, when do you think that happened?
That was that is, I think, even what the Balfour Declaration refers to, and that was the plan before the 1920s. It was in 1922.
The Balfour Declaration was an incredibly vague promise to just help the Jews get a homeland somewhere, but I don't think the Brits ever planned to give all of like everything in the West Bank and over to Jewish people. That would have been a huge deal, I think. I don't think the Brits ever planned on that.
That was the first plan. The first plan was actually to make it a Jewish land where the population that is currently living there, or the Arab population that is living there, would be part of that land, and they would somehow deal with it. So that was the plan, but they quickly realized that it doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Maybe that was one of the earlier write-ups then. Yeah, okay. Because my pre-30s history is not as good. Yeah, but okay, gotcha.
Yeah. It was in 1922 when they clarified very clearly and said that the eastern part, Transjordan, will be an Arab land, and the western part only will be, will be a Jewish homeland where the Jews live together with the Arabs. But from the very beginning of the plan, the Arabs didn't want that. They didn't like it. There were repeated revolts, suppressions and this and that. It was in the 30s that first a nationalist movement emerged, which began to mention Palestinian as an identity, but most people did not, were not aware of that and did not identify as such a thing, under that name. And it was only that movement that slowly developed, and it was significantly in the 60s, 70s, and primarily in the 80s, where Palestinian as a national identity became a huge uniting factor. So before that, there was no such thing as a Palestinian identity or as a Palestinian unifier.
Okay. I'm rereading this Balfour Declaration. Maybe I either took something away different from this, or maybe there's disagreements over this, or I could just be wrong. I just didn't understand this. It says, we use their best endeavor. Oh, His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. When I read this initially, my assumption wasn't that it was all of Palestine, that there was just basically going to be a part in Palestine. And I'm intuiting a lot of this, so I could just be wrong. There's like explicit stuff stated I wasn't aware of. My intuition was that basically the Brits thought that once they start doing kind of like the Jew memes in Palestine, that like maybe 20 or 30,000 Jews would move down there and they could just like carve out a little section and they could call this like Jew land and everybody be happy. But it ended up being way more Jews maybe than they initially thought. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they were originally planning on giving the whole thing, all of that Palestine area to Jewish people, but that wasn't my understanding. But maybe I need to dig more into that initially. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, there is something that needs to be pointed out when we say all of the land. So the British, they did respect the fact that lots of non-Jewish people had land there, which they, which belonged to them, for which they had papers and rights,
Yeah.
which was actually their property. And what the British wanted to do was to give all the public land that is not privately owned by anyone to the Jews as part of their new country, and anything that the Jews buy when they move there from those landowners would also belong to them. But they didn't. So they respected the fact that while they give control over this region to the Jewish people, there are still lots of non-Jewish people who hold land there and whose right to hold land and to live there will be respected.
Yeah, although that was a subject of a lot of contention as well, because obviously it seems like, okay, I'm not trying to do like the savage memes, okay, but it really does seem like the Arabic people that lived on these lands, where it was like just a collection of like really shitty farmer villages, like that was it.
Yeah,
so they didn't actually own any of the land. They just happened to live there. The Ottoman Empire owned the land, and then the Ottoman Empire was selling it or leasing it to other owners, and then that's who the Jewish people started buying the land from. So they would buy the land from these people that owned it. At no point were the Arab like tenant farmers ever basically even considered, and then once the Jewish people would buy it from the private owners of the land, once the Ottoman Empire collapsed, then they would just start like evicting basically all of the Arab farmers who had no concept of like we own this and we've got the deeds to it and everything as well, right? That's my impression, unless I'm
That is very much true. Although buying directly from owners who stay on the land was also part of it. But,
sure.
But
yeah, my
yes.
understanding is even when they were evicted, now this doesn't make it necessarily right or wrong, but when they were evicted, they were compensated. Like I think the modern day thing that I read was $17 a person was compensated before they were kicked off. But I mean, obviously they don't necessarily like that. But yeah.
Yeah, the Zionists who moved there paid a lot of money, so they really overpaid for land. And yes, there were also efforts to compensate the people who were evicted or who couldn't live up to the payments and all of that to relocate them. So these things were done. And what is also important to remember is, as you just mentioned, it was the Ottoman Empire that ruled over the land and owned much of it. And so under the Ottoman Empire, the people who lived there were just mere subjects. They were just people who happened to live there. They didn't have an identity.
Yeah.
They were not in charge over, who rules there.
Although I will say, like, I don't know how fair that would be. Like, for instance, let's say the United States gets invaded by Canada and then the U.S. government collapses. Like, if a bunch of Canadians start making huge purchases of land in Florida and then I get kicked off, like, is it fair for me to be like, well, this is bullshit, I own the land? I'm like, no, you didn't. The U.S. government owned that island. Like, now you're gone, I can understand people being irritated, but I'm sorry, I think our concepts, one thing that's really difficult looking forward and looking back is that our concepts of, like, nations and states and land ownership has changed pretty significantly, even in the past, like, I think 150 years. So it's hard to apply those modern concepts retroactively and everything.
That's true. And one problem is that a lot of the pro-Palestine movement takes advantage of something that recently developed and was actually introduced by European, culture.
Yeah.
The whole nation identity system.
Yeah.
Prior to that, they were all part of, imperial conquest and taking over and doing whatever you want with the land that you took over. And they started complaining about this situation after the Zionists came and took over, and it was no longer them who are in charge of the land. So. They basically began complaining about something and vilifying it, which was always considered normal to those populations forever, for centuries, for millennia maybe. I don't know. It's just when the Zionists did it, it was suddenly no more acceptable.
Well, I mean, I'm sure people didn't quote unquote accept it back then. It was just you just had to, because otherwise people would kill you, right?
Yeah, but and there were rebellions and things like that. And to be honest, the region Gaza, for example, especially, was a contended piece of land. It was there were, like, the Ottoman Empire had a lot of problems with that land, fighting over it with Egypt, and there were local rebellions supporting either side every now and then. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of disagreements, a lot of unhappiness, which plagued that land for quite a while.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Or go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah.
Can I ask you, okay, understanding you're the anti-Islam guy, okay, so I understand that you have a particular perspective. When you talk about, how do you pronounce Dhimmi? D-H-I-M-M-I, how do you pronounce it?
Yeah, Dhimmi.
Okay, Dhimmi and like concepts like jizya, how do you pronounce that?
Jizya.
Jizya.
That's right.
Okay. So, in my reading, I've read everything from this seems like literally the most respectful way to ever have other people living under you, right? They have their own legal communities. They don't have to pay the Muslim taxes. They just pay the jizya. They do all of this. It's like the best, most respectful way ever to have different groups living under you. I've read that all the way to Dhimmi are second-class citizens who are regularly have their rights trounced upon, who are disrespected, who don't have equal access to blah, 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 blah. Do you think there's like a spectrum of how this is played out historically across Arabic or Muslim kingdoms, I should say, or do you have like strong opinions on it one way or another, or?
Yeah, I have strong opinions on it, but there is some nuance to
Yeah.
it, and I can actually recommend one thing to look into, which is a document called the Pact of Omar. It is a disputed document, but it is also a very significant document in Islamic history to refer to when ruling and judging, about the Dhimmi system.
Mhm.
But that document is one that was written very early in the Islamic history, and it defines the rights of minorities that live in an Islamic land. And their rights are, yes, as long as they pay a certain amount, which is, by the way, very arbitrary and can be decided, upon will by the caliphate. As long as they pay that, they are allowed to live and are not fair game. If they fail to pay, then they can be killed or expelled and so on. Or enslaved. But if they live under these circumstances, they can have their own sections in the Islamic land and can have their own rules, but they also have to abide by certain things, such as not preach their religion in public, not preach their religion loudly, not build new
Yeah, I've heard, yeah.
churches, synagogues, and things like that. Like give your seat to the Muslim if a Muslim comes and you are in public sitting and the Muslim is looking for a seat. So very much I don't know, a very, very extreme apartheid system. You can read about that. It's called the Pact of Omar if you want to look further into that.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I'll probably read
the
this when we're
Luxembourg
done
site.
chatting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, real quick. Somebody said in YouTube chat, they said they have completely separate legal systems for different people. How would that not be explicitly apartheid? So I'm giving you the best representation of it. The reason why they had the separate legal systems and the best representation of it is like, well, you're not Muslim. You don't want to live under our legal system of Sharia law. So you can have your own religious courts or whatever set up for your own individual entities. It wasn't supposed to be ran by Muslims. It was essentially like you're considered, I think Dhimmi are considered protected people as long as you pay whatever they determine your fair taxes, the jizya, which is different than the tax that Muslims pay, that you would have your own systems. That's like the most fair, or not fair, that's like the most charitable representation of how that system is supposed to work. Yeah.
Yeah, you can also think of it as the mafia or gangs. They say, yes, you can have your business here, you can live here, as long as you give us what we want, as long as you give us the money. We don't care about how you run your business and the things that you do in your own space. Although there are restrictions, but arbitrarily the Islamic law can just come and enforce their stuff upon you. And there are some like obvious discriminations and some obvious systems of supremacy where, for example, if a non-Muslim does something to a Muslim, they are in very, very deep trouble. Whereas if a Muslim does something to a non-Muslim, it's not quite that serious. And yeah, so their idea was pay us money, that's what we want from you, and respect everything we have to say. Respect us as the supreme power. Other than that, you can live here as long as you pay. Yeah. So yeah, they were not interested in the beginnings in converting or killing everybody. They were more interested in expanding and converting as much as possible, but also taking the riches and exploiting the goods of whatever they conquer.
Okay.
Yeah, which was actually smart, to be honest, from their perspective. Instead of slaughtering populations.
Yeah. Yeah, and at some point I'll probably just start reading out on the Ottoman Empire, because some people are happy that I've discovered that the Ottoman Empire was actually kind of based in some ways, and then a lot of people are really upset if they email me a bunch of stuff saying, actually in the Ottoman Empire there were tons of like massacres and slaughters and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but also I think there's probably like back in those days, everybody did a little bit of massacring and slaughtering, so I don't know what's like exceptional versus what's like expected, and yeah, I don't know. I'll probably do it at some point.
Well, I studied it quite extensively. I also went to school in Turkey for a while where I learned about the Ottoman Empire. Was also a big thing in my home when I grew up. But I can say that in comparison to the early Islamic empires, they were certainly more, I don't know how you say that. They were less extreme,
Yeah.
less problematic. But they did have, so one issue with the Ottoman Empire is they cared a lot about conquest. They were obsessed with the idea of becoming the world rulers, ruling over everybody and ruling justly over everybody. They emphasized that. They always called it the world empire, the world state. But upon that path, of course, they did commit atrocities here and there. Did do ethnic cleansing, genocides, things like that, where it was deemed necessary. In Serbia, in Greece, the Armenians at the very end of the empire, of course. But yeah, so and they had slavery too. They liked taking slaves and adding them to the harem of the emperor.
Yeah.
And
Although I need to do more reading on like historical slavery. It does seem like maybe I'm incorrect or whatever. This was a surprise to me. And I think I initially fought against this, but it does seem like the United States was like relatively unique in how bad we did slavery. That while other empires did slavery, there was either A, like kind of some kind of path to redemption, or B, like the slaves were treated in different ways, like they had like their own societies or ways that they could integrate or engage with society. That it seems like the United States was pretty uniquely bad in terms of how we did chattel slavery, that like your skin color, you're abducted, you're brought to this country, and from birth to death, you will work as a slave on a farm, and there's nothing like, yeah. But I could be wrong on that, because I've seen different people will push back in different ways of that, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, I guess I would also need to have some different perspectives on that, but I agree to an extent, which is in that way, that in America the treatment of slaves as a different race and dehumanization was very severe.
Yeah, like hereditary chattel slavery. Somebody pointed out. Yeah, it was like really, really fucked. Yeah, racially. Yeah. But
yeah. So whereas in the Ottoman Empire, for example, they just regarded them as okay, you are my property, you belong to me. I will treat you accordingly. You are my subject. You do what I say. But there was not, there wasn't an excessive treatment of the slaves as lower beings, as animals, and this dehumanizing way. That is indeed a point that you can make.
Yeah.
Although you can say that in the Ottoman Empire and throughout Islamic history, they did engage in something that is abhorrent, which is castration. So lots of the Muslim rulers or authorities didn't necessarily do it themselves, but they made sure they buy only castrated slaves. But castration was a very big issue. They wanted their slaves to be castrated so they don't procreate or don't have don't rape and have babies with their wives and things like that.
Yeah, this is like,
was a very big issue.
It's a really fucked up question, but I'm wondering like what's worse, like castrated slaves or slaves that have children and then their children are slaves? I don't actually know what the answer to that is. Both of those are obviously really bad, but damn. Imagine being born a fucking slave. That's insane. And then you're like a slave forever. Yeah, I don't know. That's wild, but yeah.
That is true, but imagine you get abducted or taken over in war and then
you're castrated. Is also pretty.
They actually do
bad,
that to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they cut into your balls and.
Not good.
Yeah, not good at all.
If having different rules for different people is an issue under a Muslim system, wouldn't that also apply to Jewish laws from the Talmud, i.e. no legal penalty when a Jew kills a non-Jew? I don't believe that Israel runs itself with the laws of the Talmud. I'm pretty sure my understanding is that Arabic people in Israel have all the same legal rights and everything. Now, effectively, maybe it doesn't play out that way, like they're more impoverished or something, but I don't believe there are separate systems of laws for Arabic Jews versus like whatever other Jews. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Israel is a secular state. It was established as a secular state. They explicitly made sure, despite demands from the religious people who were also part of the founding of Israel, they made sure not to mention God in the Declaration of Independence in the Constitution. They only mentioned, they only did one vague reference, which was the Rock of Israel or something like that, which could be a reference to God or also just to the value of Israel as a land. But so it is meant to be a secular state where there is not supposed to be any discrimination by religion, and they don't abide by religious rules. Yeah.
All right. Well, anything else?
That's all. That's all.
Do you have any? What do you think is? What's your opinion on like the path forward for like Israel Palestine? Like if it's to ever be resolved, what do you think the resolution is?
I mean, to be very honest, before the current war that is ongoing now, before October 7, I was kind of still vague, and I thought, you know, maybe there will be a two-state solution and all that. But I don't know, diving into everything, seeing how things unfold, how both sides think, once again, it looks to me like there simply is no realistic two-state solution, unless really a Palestinian state can be established alongside Israel that is entirely demilitarized. With the military, it simply will not work.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you get constant terrorism with no military. Imagine how it will go. How it would go if they had a military. But I would say, I don't know. I would say in the long run. So first, Hamas needs to be eradicated. Something else needs to be put in place, and I think it would be healthier for everybody to have one Israeli state where people live equally. Just ask the people ask the Arabs who are living in Israel. They are happy. After October 7, 70% of Arab Israelis say they identify with Israel and its problems, whereas the Palestinian side is extremely hostile toward Israel. So obviously, the Arabs inside Israel don't have that big of a problem with their lives, right? So, I don't know. This is just my current preliminary opinion on the issue, but I think what first needs to happen is to take out Hamas entirely, no ceasefire until that is done, and then move forward, I guess. I don't know. But I'm just an observer. So, just like you.
Okay. All right.
What do you think?
One thing that I've kind of changed my perspective on this recently, something that I actually feel is actually more important here, is as I start to like kind of get a feel for like the macro trends. It's kind of funny because in the past it feels like the Arab world doesn't care much about the Palestinians. They're just kind of like a tool to kind of like attack Israel. And I feel like that's been borne out like even stronger as time has gone on. That eventually Egypt is like, you know what, fuck this. Like, we're going to do peace. Jordan is like, yeah, fuck this. We're going to do peace. And then under the Abraham Accords, you've got other Arab countries. Obviously, you've got Saudi Arabia pushing for peace. It really does feel like right now, more than ever, like the Palestinian people only exist to be weaponized by Iran. That's it. Exactly. And that I don't know how it would happen, because I need to do like a history of Iran. I don't know why we hate Iran so fucking much. I need to get a better understanding of that. But if we could come to an agreement with Iran, it feels like that is the most important thing to figure out Israel-Palestine. Because like the biggest supporters of Palestinian violence are Iranian shipments to Palestinian extremists. It's Hezbollah, which is supported by Iran, and it's the Houthis that are supported by Iran. So I don't know, like it's as long as Iran exists, and then also because of Iran, because of Hezbollah, because of the Houthis, and then the Palestinian extremists, all of the moderate Arab factions are like, we're done with this. The Gulf states just increasingly seem like they don't give a fuck, except for Qatar. I don't know why they are so invested in shipping money to Gaza. So the Gulf states seem like they don't care. And then a lot of the other surrounding Arab states in Egypt seem like they don't care. So it's like, yeah, the only allies that the Palestinians have left are like increasingly radicalized. And it's like, yeah, well, how the fuck is anything going to get solved here?
You know, I was recently thinking, it kind of seems like it's an odd comparison, but if you're familiar with the story of Jesus in the New Testament, where they want Jesus, you know, if you believe this is a true story or a myth, whatever, they want Jesus, you know, punished or crucified so much that when they are offered to free Jesus or a criminal named Barabbas, they all still unwillingly, with disgust, they say, okay, let's free Barabbas, just not Jesus. And that's kind of what it looks like to me. In the Muslim world, in the Arab world, people hate Israel and the Jewish people so much that they use the Palestinians, you know, whenever they need to unite to hate the Jews, but they actually don't want to be directly involved in helping the Jews. They don't want to take them as refugees. They don't want to go in and...
You mean helping the Palestinians, right?
Did I just say
Yeah,
something different?
you said helping the Jews, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay, no, I mean Palestinians. Yes, Palestinians. They want to use them. They want to weaponize them. They want to. They act like it's a FIFA World Cup whenever there is a new erupting conflict where they have to root for the Palestinian side. But then they move on, and nobody actually wants to take them in. Nobody actually wants to give them their stuff.
Yeah.
It's that's how it goes forever. And you are right, especially with the Abraham Accords. Things have changed a lot. Middle Eastern nations are coming together and are trying to normalize relations with Israel. And Iran, by the way, Iran is holding on to a very, very thin hope for their future. So their government is turned from a theocracy into an oligarchy. It is the majority of Iranians just don't want the Islamic regime anymore.
Yeah.
The majority want to get rid of it. This is a tiny force. They are bullies who are still trying to, pull the strings. And once that Islamic regime is gone, there can be peace with Iran. Until then, this will go on. But once that is done, I would say there would be chances for a proper resolution and for Arab nations to finally come together and stop supporting terrorist organizations in Israel. I think that would be a good solution, because one thing to remember is it's not just Hamas that is violent. It's not just Hamas that is hateful, that says we want to eradicate the Jews. There are other groups like Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, even the PLO, the Fatah, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. They are not much better. They also
one of the craziest, I don't know how much you've watched me in terms of researching it, is because I've even said this on my stream as much. They're like, oh yeah, there's like the super moderate people like Fatah are pushed out by the horrible people like Hamas and like the PLO and the PA. These are all these like super moderate. I didn't realize that basically every single Palestinian governmental group started off as terrorists, like all of them.
Yes.
I didn't know that initially. So it's pretty crazy, like doing like Black September and like seeing Arafat and his whole history through everything. And I kind of like, I just said like so often, like, oh yeah, Fatah are like super moderate and chill. And like, oh yeah, the PLO are like super chill. Like we just got to get rid of Hamas. Yeah. Which is another huge problem.
Just several weeks ago, the Palestinian Authority, under the leadership of Fatah, these are supposed to be the moderate, peaceful, reasonable ones. They, their religious affairs ministry sent an order to their local mosques to preach to the worshippers the prophecy that the day will come soon, before the last hour, when they will fight the Jews and kill them all, and they will hide behind stones and trees. And the stones and trees will say, there is a Jew behind me, come and kill him. This happened just a few weeks ago under the Palestinian Authority, the supposedly reasonable ones.
Yeah.
So they still tell this kind of stuff to their worshippers in the mosques.
Yeah, and I'm getting it's difficult and annoying to fight too, because people are like, oh well, look at the situation the Palestinians have to live in, so of course it's going to radicalize them. And it's like, well, there is truth to that for sure. Like they also have an organization that's literally showing like propaganda cartoons and videos to like all of their like it's not just because of their conditions. It's not. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one.
It is a very, very difficult conflict. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Are you supposed to still have a debate with Norman Finkelstein?
No, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if I ever even exchanged words with him ever. He's got like a weird social media team, and that whole conversation was ultra autistic. I don't know if we're ever talking. I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, the guy's a lunatic and a revisionist, so it would be very interesting to see. He also celebrated October 7th, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. His excuse was he thought initially it was only 50 Israelis dead, which still seems really fucking weird to say, but yeah, I don't know. The Finkelstein guy is, yeah, I'm not sure. One thing I kind of thought we could do on stream, I have to be careful because the direction I'm taking my content on medication is like so much different now, because I've got like such a better mind for studying. I've thought about like we should do like full book reviews where we chase down every footnote, and then we rate like how well do we feel like this particular scholar was representing the underlying material. Because going through a lot of Finkelstein's footnotes, especially in other stuff he sent me, the scholarship itself seems really bad, like stuff that I think I would have failed in high school for doing. But I don't know how boring it would be on stream to actually like just start reading history books and chasing down footnotes. But yeah,
lots of people have said that about Finkelstein, that his scholarship is an atrocity.
Yeah. Do you know who David Irving is?
You mean the conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, well, yeah. But David Irving was the same. And it's interesting because Finkelstein seems to have a great respect for Irving. But Irving was the same, where he would brag about, like, I have over 2,000 footnotes in this, but I've got so many footnotes and blah, blah, blah. But the downfall of Irving, when he finally went to court on his anti-Semitic, on his pro-Hitler conspiracy shit, basically, was that when people started to critically evaluate his work and go through the footnotes, people started to realize, like, hold on, the sourcing on this is, like, poor at best, and for a lot of times was just completely dishonest. Yeah, and now I'm wondering on a lot of these books, like, do people ever actually check the underlying sources, or it's very irritating? I don't know.
Yeah, there's something weird that Norman Finkelstein said just recently when he was talking about these things again, which is that that you should always trust a humanitarian organization when they say something, as opposed to trusting the Israeli sources and all of that, for example. And he was referencing Amnesty International, for example, referring to Israel's treatment as apartheid, which is very funny because if you look at the Amnesty International publications about Israel over the years, you can also find them often say that Hamas is actually using hospitals.
Oh, yeah, that was true, because I hear people will cite Amnesty International. I had a friend do this, and then I've seen Finkelstein do this, like, oh, well, if you read Amnesty International, I have. And even them, who I will say are heavily pro-Palestinian in, like, terms of methodology, like, to an embarrassing amount, like, pro-Palestinian, even they contend that, yes, Hamas moves among the civilian population. Yes, Hamas fires rockets not from inside hospitals, but next to them, and it's like, okay. And these are, like, the very pro-Palestinian people, so yeah, I don't know, it's kind of bizarre. Everything related to, like, that UNHRC is also, like, very, very, very bizarre, but I'm not sure. We'll start diving more into this now that I'm, like, actually reading the commissions and reading that, although it's a lot of reading, but, like, it's incredibly eye-opening. It's incredibly eye-opening reading through some of the reports and then going from, here's, like, the initial claim, and then here's, like, what the report actually said. Is like, holy shit, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched any of my stream covering that. Did you see any, or have you ever heard anything about, like, the big flotilla incident where... Yeah, that's...
Which flotilla? You mean the one in early 2010s?
I think so, yeah. I should know the date. I think it was early 2010s, yeah. That's one where, like, when you read there's, like, one UNHRC write-up about it where basically Israel, like, commandos take over a ship for no reason, board it, summarily execute, like, 6 or 7 people, 9 people die for no reason. And then when you start to dig into the multiple UN reports, the ICC write-up, and then the Turkel Commission, like what Israel said about it, then it's a totally different story. And then you, like, see the videos and you're like, hold up. This is way different than, like, people getting summarily executed. This is, like, an extremist, like, borderline terrorist group that was, like, ready to fight to the death the whole fucking time. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, fuck.
You even have the organizer of the flotillas. There was in the Gaza flotilla. Yeah, there was also a Turkish boat involved. I know because I lived in Turkey at that time, and Turkish diplomacy with Israel got really bad.
Oh yeah.
But the organizer of on one of those boats actually directly admitted that that the Israeli soldiers only began shooting.
Oh, I saw
once,
that.
The activists attacked the Israeli soldiers.
Yes, I think it was a woman. Was it a woman who was the organizer? But yeah, she explicitly said that. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so that's very, very significant.
But.
Yeah. Lots of stuff to learn here. Lots of interesting stuff. Very deep conflict. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay, I love everybody. Bad Dog just joined. Apparently, this guy's a history dude. I'm gonna go blow my nose again. I feel like I have something I need to get on my nose, but it's not coming out. 1 second, right back.
Okay, see.
I don't know why. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'll be right back. 1 second.
Test. Hey, stream. Hopefully, my mic isn't totally terrible.
Okay. Who are you? Introduce yourself. What's up?
Hey, dude. Well, so first of all, is my mic cooperating okay? Or...
Yeah, you sound fine.
Perfect. So hi, everybody. My name's Bad Dog. So I have an MA from Tel Aviv University. I'm an archaeologist, anthropologist. I've got about 7 years fieldwork experience doing all that stuff. And I just kind of wanted to touch base with everybody about a few of. So know a lot about the ancient history stuff, but I also know quite a bit
Wait,
about
hold on real quick, just because we have different ideas of what ancient history means, being an American and doing Europe and shit. For me, ancient history is like 0 to 1500. When you say ancient history for Israel, you're talking like early 1900s, late 1800s, or what does that mean?
So my knowledge is especially deep in like the Bronze Ages, Iron Ages.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, but I also know a lot about the more recent stuff as well, because that kind of, so especially in like the Cold War, when you start talking about like Palestinian national identity and stuff like that, that Bronze Age history actually matters a lot, because that's when people connect it to like the Canaanites and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So like Apostate Prophet, who's just here, he's actually touching on some really, really, really good points, because like in this conflict especially, language is a weapon. And the meaning of like different stances actually changes over time. So like example would be the Nakba, which is nowadays this usually means like the tragedy that befell on the Palestinians, and it's mainly focused on Palestinian plight.
Yeah.
But if you go back to like 1948 and how that term was originally used, the Nakba, the tragedy, is the failing of pan-Arab nationalism to really destroy the state of Israel.
Can you, okay. Fuck, I love you, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but when for a statement like that, yeah, where would can you source me that, or what would that, yeah.
So the guy who first used the phrase Nakba is a guy named Konstantin Zurak, and I think his book is actually, let me actually go find it.
Konstantin Zurak, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, he's a Syrian Christian Arab.
Okay, he's credited with coining the term Nakba to refer to the flight and expulsion of the Palestinians from their land in 1948 and Palestinian catastrophe in 48. Damn, you got authors and books. You're like a real college guy. All right, I just have Wikipedia links. Okay.
My problem is that like, because I had to brush up on all this stuff. Like I learned it a while ago, and so like I've been so dissociated from the sources for a long time that I've just been like spending the last couple days refreshing.
Gotcha. And you're telling me that when he used Nakba originally, his feeling was that it was a failure of the Arab states to expel the Israelis?
Basically, yeah. And that's, so what's important to understand with all that is that the competing ideologies that were, so the quote, this is really difficult because Palestinians are not like one thing, the Arabs aren't either, but like the dominant ideology that's kind of fighting has changed over time. And when Israel was being founded, especially in like the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, into the Cold War, the big one was pan-Arabism or pan-Arab nationalism.
Yeah.
And that was, and Zionism was kind of like the black fly in the champagne, of sort of destroying this idea of a united Arab Middle East.
Sure.
And this, the Nakba really was considered sort of the failing of that, because like if you think just where Israel is located geopolitically, strategically, and stuff like that, it's a land bridge between 3 continents.
Yeah.
And it's right in between, any trade routes that you'd have with Egypt to Saudi Arabia, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's right next to the Sinai where the Suez Canal is. It's connecting arguably like Africa to the Middle East, basically, right? Yeah, sure.
So that's like that's the big sort of thing there. And then over time, what starts to happen is that you get these kind of, so there's these secular Arab leaders that are kind of competing with each other to represent the Arab world. It's kind of be the heads of like pan-Arabism.
Yeah.
And that's, Nasser and
I think Saddam Hussein eventually. I think those are the two ones that I'm familiar with. I'm curious, what other big leader people besides, because I'm familiar with Nasser,
I'm familiar with Saddam Hussein, that these are two people that I think all the Arab states were kind of looking to as being like potential leaders. Yeah. Were there any other big names here that I maybe should be familiar with? Or
Gaddafi is a big one.
Gaddafi from
Sadat.
Okay, Libya. Sadat, yes, although he was the one that eventually signed up with peace with Israel and everything after Yom Kippur and everything. So,
yeah, 100%. Like
Gotcha.
he's more of a realist in
Mhm.
terms of like his political relations. He's not like he mainly was trying to win back honor for the Egyptian. So this is actually an important point to. So one of the things to understand about Arab society is that there are these very strong connotations of what are called honor and shame dynamics.
Yeah.
And like probably for us, the most familiar example we have of this stuff would be like Japanese Bushido, where it's honor's kind of this concept that you have until you lose it.
Mhm.
And then you have to kind of fight to reclaim it. And Arab society has a lot of that, and that's a big part of the reason why the Palestinians were not absorbed into other Arab groups, is because they were kept in sort of a state of shame until they reclaimed the land.
Yeah. The
And
just on that real quick, I don't know if you agree or disagree. I'm sorry, because I've read so much random shit. It's hard to know like what's true or what's not true. I've heard that as I've read, so despite what it looks like on paper, and despite even what some of my Jewish friends have said, Yom Kippur was considered one of the greatest failings, I think, in Israeli military history. And part of what I've read as a response to that, or in terms of some Jewish people trying to figure out what went wrong, part of that, there was a thing I read that relates to, I think, what you just said, which was the idea that the Yom Kippur War should have never happened because the Arab countries probably weren't going to win if they tried to launch that attack, but that Jewish people never considered that for the conquest of honor, they might launch an unwinnable war just to show that they can defeat like Jewish military, given the opportunity to. And that Yom Kippur, that was one of like a big, I wish I could remember what I read for this, but it was a big failure in the Jewish understanding of the surrounding Arab people, that they might actually launch an unwinnable war just to show that they can actually carve out some kind of like military victory somewhere. I don't know if you're familiar with this concept, ever heard of this at all, if you completely disagree or agree, but fuck, I wish I could remember where I read this at.
completely agree. That's 100%. Yeah. So like that's a pretty common stance among especially sort of the secular, centrist, left-leaning, security-oriented people in Israel. And there's a lot of people internationally you'll find like a lot of American military advisors that are familiar with the conflict. They find that as well. And sort of to prove to this point, that's a big part of the reason why Sadat was willing to go and have peace, is because this is in the pivot where, so it's sort of the beginning of the death of pan-Arabism as an idea.
Yeah.
When you start to see these different Arab nations become their own local identities,
Yeah.
if that makes any sense. So, because Sadat was like, okay, we need to re-win, this is about us getting back what we can, and then he finishes up Yom Kippur on sort of a positive note, more or less, for Egypt, in that he's reclaimed its honor.
Kind of, yeah, a little bit. Although the ending of that war was a little bit scary because I'm pretty sure by the end of Yom Kippur, for the first time, I think Jews were pushing like the west side, over the west bank of the Suez towards Cairo. But yeah. Okay. Any other? I've talked about this a lot. Is there anything you think I like misunderstand or I'm not grasping or an important part or something? Yeah, I'm always updating my knowledge or things.
I think something you want to really look into, especially for the direction that you're approaching studying the conflict, is you need to understand the USSR's influence, especially in the narratives that are being talked about nowadays, and on the kind of pro-Palestinian side, if we're gonna call them that, because like a lot of the stuff that's going on. So 67 war happened.
Are you the one that emailed me about this specifically before you came on to talk, or no?
I don't think so. I haven't emailed you anything.
Okay, somebody emailed me. I'm not gonna be able to find it now. Fuck. Somebody emailed me very specifically that terminology that's being used today relating to
like apartheid and stuff like that that's being used. That this is like very easily traced back to different types of Soviet propaganda. And I didn't have time to read through that whole email and everything that was going through. Yeah, but go ahead, tell me more about this, I guess. But somebody else has contacted me saying the same thing, so I'm curious.
So basically, 67 happens. Pan-Arabism is a big idea, and for them, it's a nationalistic thing. And if you go back and really you start reading into the way that the other Arab leaders talk about the Palestinians, they will flat out deny any sort of Palestinian identity. They'll say that they're just Arabs. They're one of us. This is actually, so if I do this right, I'm going to piss off everybody. There actually is some truth to sort of Palestinian people, but that gets into the genetics and the archaeology and that stuff, because they're actually very related to the Jews. It's that's off topic, but it's something to keep a mind as you go forward, which is that both sides are kind of all or nothing in some ways, and that's not helpful. So 67 happens, the Israelis win. The United States had sort of been giving some support to Israel, but not really at a high military level. And that was because we were particularly afraid of entering into a Vietnam in the Middle East.
Yeah. Wait, can you give me years for this? What are you talking about? What year
so this is
Because I know that prior to 67, for the Six-Day War, I think it was in 66 that France stopped selling weapons to Israel, and we kind of stepped up in terms of we'll sell weapons to you guys. But I think on 73, when the Yom Kippur War happened, I think at that point the United States was we will replace literally every single thing you lose. So by 73, I think we were providing a significant amount of military assistance. But I think starting from 66 onwards is when we started selling them stuff. But then prior to 66, I don't think we had much support for Israel at all militarily, despite the fact that you brought this up. The Soviets from 55 onwards, maybe even earlier than that, was heavily supporting a lot of the Arab nations in the region.
Yeah, that's correct. So we didn't really. So basically, there was some talk between the JFK administration and the Israelis in 66, 67, but it wasn't at a super high. It wasn't a lot of funding. Things were not connected yet.
Yeah.
But after the 67 war, that's kind of where things start to change a lot.
Sure.
And what you start to see is a ton more support from the Soviets to the Arab cause, and you start to see the United States get interested in the Israel. You start to see them getting more interested in supporting Israel, but not ready to commit fully, because they're basically afraid of getting into a second sort of Vietnam situation, but this time just in the Middle East.
Sure.
And so the Soviets in 67, 68, they start this propaganda campaign, which is that they're trying to sort of turn some of the Israeli talking points against them, and they do that by doing things like equating Zionism to racism, and then later Zionism to fascism.
Sure.
And they do that because they argue, this is. It comes back to basically Lenin's whole anti-nationalism stance, which is that nationalism is inherently chauvinistic and internally group focused. And so they leverage that there, and they combine that with the military chauvinist elements that the IDF had, because they just fought all these wars successfully, and they're able to turn that into an argument that the Israelis are fascists. And so what they start to do is they disseminate this all throughout both the Middle East, but also through different Marxist-leaning groups all around the world. So if you look at the PLO and PLFP, there are some sort of there are actually Marxist starts to these organizations.
Yeah, I think a lot of these started explicitly as communist organizations. Yeah.
Right. And so what happens is that over the next couple years, at first, the Soviets were kind of skeptical of the PLO because they weren't sure where things were going. But then you get Yasser Arafat in, I think, 1969, and he straight up gets recruited as a KGB asset.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that. Not to say it's true or not, but I'm not. But it wouldn't surprise me. But okay.
So yeah, and basically this is where you get Black September era. You have these camps in Jordan where you have the IRA, from Ireland, training right alongside Black September, PLO, particularly famous example of this is Carlos. I can't remember his damn name. It's Carlos the Jackal, kind of that famous assassin terrorist guy in like the 1970s. You know, he's like one of the bad guys in the original Bourne, like the books. But he's a Venezuelan assassin terrorist that ended up training with the PLO in Jordan, and he knew a lot of these things. And that's
Wait, what's the name of this guy, real quick? Sorry.
It's you want to look up Carlos the Jackal.
Interesting. Okay.
And so this is kind of the link in here why, you know, when you see like the 1972 Munich massacre, why it's these communist German terrorists right alongside people from Black September from, you know, the Palestinian side. So yeah, and so that's really important there, and it continues on, and sort of the final kind of big thing of Zionism as fascism is really in 1975 with UN Resolution 3379, and that's when basically the USSR and the Arab states spearhead a resolution in the UN to have Zionism labeled as racism.
In 1975, by a vote of 72 to 35, Zionism is a form of racism or racial discrimination. Interesting, gotcha. Revoked in 91 by UN General Assembly Resolution 4686. Huh, okay. Interesting.
So yeah, that's a big one to keep in mind, which is because
again,
this is...
And for UN General Assembly stuff, how many votes do you need to pass a resolution?
I'm not actually sure, and that's a good question. I don't know if it's like a simple majority. Probably not, though.
It's a resolution, UN General Assembly. Oh, it is. It's 50% plus one. Simple majority.
Is it really?
Is it a majority of all of the members? It is a majority of just like who votes. Like let's say that 5 vote in favor and then 4 vote against and like 100 abstain or whatever. Does that count as like, does that pass or? Oh, it says adopted. So, maybe. No, that can't be the case. But maybe. I don't know. I'll look more into this.
No, it's a great point. I have no idea. But it's like this gets into the whole thing about why the Israelis totally distrust the UN and all that. Is because it's they see it basically as like all the Arab bloc and everybody who's kind of like USSR leaning. They all vote together to go and condemn them, and they see it's totally unfair. So sorry.
Member states have veto power. That means that a single member state. When you say member states, does that only refer to a Security Council member, or does that refer to something different? Somebody in chat says that. It later says it was revoked. Yeah, I see. I need to learn more about like structure of UN and what the fuck, how this shit works. Yeah, but sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. But yeah, so like that's a big one. It's the next one, the next point I guess I have written down here is the apartheid state. So this is another argument that's tied in again with kind of the Soviet. Let me find it. So this is another one that kind of really gets popular with the Soviet propaganda influence. It's like the origin of the apartheid accusation. It starts in 1961, and it's really a beef between South African Prime Minister Hendrik Verwoerd and Israel after they basically. So Israel voted to sort of condemn South African apartheid in the UN because there was a lot of UN talk then about trying to get rid of apartheid, and Israel actually sided against South Africa on this point. And this was really humiliating for the South Africans because they had been working very, very closely with the Israelis as sort of like, we're these kind of Western outlying countries that nobody's helping out, we need to survive. And so Hendrik Verwoerd, he goes out and he starts calling out the Israelis saying, well, you're apartheid too, because you took the land from the Arabs. They've been there for thousands of years. And the Israelis, of course, don't like that. And, most people, most
to be
countries
fair,
around,
real quick, hundreds of years, right? To be fair, but.
Yeah. Well, yeah, right. So actually, so that's again, if you have time, we could talk about how the Arab identity, because it's actually very important, and the Palestinians really. Well, let's finish with this.
Yeah, go for it, yeah.
So in the 1970s, basically, this term starts to get picked up by the PLO and PLFP, and it's also tied in sort of with the Soviet stance of being anti-colonial, and it gets spread more throughout there. And then it becomes kind of an international term post 1990s with Oslo, and people can turn to, things like Area ABC and all that as being, an apartheid state.
Gotcha. Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm looking at some of the IDF is starting to release more and more footage of the Shifa hospital stuff.
Oh, geez.
It's going to be really bad if it does. So from what I've read, I believe I think it was even in an Amnesty International thing that the Shifa hospital has been used as basically an area to torture people that are brought in, that they've built like a little section out of it where they do that. If it's been the case that like people are even like Hamas is using it like within proper, like in the hospital, like coming in, and that doctors have seen it, it's going to be very, 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 very bad, because a lot of the quotes that a lot of these third party, like the Amnesty International, everything have relied on are like, oh, well, they're actual doctors that work, and they're not part of Hamas, they're just part of the Gazan Health Authority. Doctors that work in Al-Shifa Hospital are constantly saying, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't see any of these tunnels. All of this is fake bullshit. Well, now if we start to get, one, there's video footage coming out of the tunnels, which is pretty crazy. Two, we had that unedited video of like the guns and everything in there, which maybe it was planted. But now if we're getting security footage of doctors seeing Hamas using the hospital, it arguably should call into question whether we can trust any of the statements that they've made about Hamas acting in there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Sorry, this is like modern stuff that's being released. This is like 40 minutes ago. Oof. Yeah.
It's totally crucial. And that's like I mean, that's the nastiness of this whole thing, which is that Hamas really sees basically your average Palestinian, every one of their deaths is more or less a sacrifice to the cause and martyrdom. Like it's sick, and it's part of a lot of people don't understand is that the Palestinian public, it's not a monolith. Like, yes, there's a lot of elements that are definitely radicalized, but there are also elements that understand that stuff is wrong, but you can't like speak out, because if you do, you're gonna get killed.
Sure, yeah. And also this might be one of my more controversial takes. Because, and I'm not even saying this as an argument to like kill all the Palestinians or genocide or whatever, right? Okay, that was 3 months ago, that's not right. But like, I think we have to dispel with this idea that it's like 5% of Palestinians are radicalized and like 95% are just unfortunately being carried on for the ride. It seems like there's a good chunk of Palestinians, and by good chunk, I mean like 50% plus, that are in favor of this sort of like armed quasi-terrorist, well, not quasi, or like actual terrorist resistance to the state of Israel. I think that has to be reckoned with at some point, that we can't keep pretending it's just a few, like 5% are just like radicalized. Like it seems like a lot of them are committed to this sort of, at least the support of this kind of like terrorist attacking stuff. But
I agree. So like, and there's a couple things here, which is, we're going to have to look at ourselves in the West, which is that a part of us, this is kind of like the white savior and noble savage thing. And we project sort of a lot of our stances on revolution and fighting for freedom onto other people when it's not always, accurate. It also gets into the kind of USSR propaganda stuff, which has been, intimately tied into the Palestinian message, especially, post 1960s. And then finally, and what's really important to understand is that moderate elements within the Palestinian side have basically been killed off, because the money that was going into their side for many, many years, from like the Sunni Arab groups and all that kind of stuff. If you're a Palestinian moderate or like an intellectual who wants peace and is trying for that, you're probably going to be silenced or killed, because you're standing out against the broader sort of honor shame thing and just where the simple money's going.
Something that was really surprising to me, even on Wikipedia, is that if you look at like if you look at the first Intifada on Wikipedia and you look at where they list the deaths on the right, they have casualties and losses. On the Israeli side, they've got 179, and then they've got 179 to 200 on the Israeli side, and they've got about like 2,000 on the Palestinian side. They don't actually include it on this like front part, but when you read deeper into it, even in the first Intifada, which I believe was the peaceful one, about 1,000 Palestinians were killed because they were suspected collaborators with the IDF.
which is insane to me. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah.
And that, by the way, is something to keep in mind. So, like, whenever you watch interviews coming out of, like, the West Bank or, you know, with these polls and stuff like that, you got to be really careful about who's talking, and you can kind of see it. Like, so somebody will get interviewed, and then they'll, if you, like, I don't know if you watch the Ask Project, that's a good one for sort of, like, getting an anthropologist's kind of qualitative feeling of what it feels like on the ground. But you'll find, like, you know, a lot of people, maybe like 2/3, half, are sort of very anti-Israel, and, you know, they want to reclaim it by force. But then they'll interview somebody, and they'll be like, "No, I don't want to talk about this. The politics is too much," and you know, they'll ask not to be on. And, like, once in a blue moon, you'll hear people saying, you know, "No, it's bad. You know, all this stuff needs to stop." But, like, and it's really basically the kind of the brilliance of the Abraham Accords, just from, like, a geopolitical stance, is that it cuts the funding for the radicalized Palestinian elements. So it cuts that off as coming from the Sunni world.
Well, except for Qatar, which is apparently still sending a lot of money over now.
Right. Like, and
I feel like the thing that here, actually, give me your macro view on this. Actually, I'm curious. I feel like the Abrahamic Accords were weak, and that these are basically countries that are kind of like moving toward, like, I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia and these other countries are basically friendly towards Israel anyway. Like, the citizens might have negative opinions, but the governments and the trade, they're really, they're like, fuck it. But it seems like the Abraham Accords are another way to kind of like cut the Palestinians out of the conversation. And the more countries you have signing on to these like bilateral peace agreements with Israel, the less Palestinians have for support in the Arab world, except for Iran, right, which isn't even Arab, and the terrorist groups. Like it feels like right now, basically the only people supporting Palestinians are terrorists, like the Houthis and Hezbollah in Iran. Like, so that's my Or go ahead, yeah.
Well, so that's precisely correct. So basically, the idea, if you go back to 60s and 70s, the idea is called land for peace, and this is pushed. So a lot of Israelis thought this, a lot of international people, the British, really felt that Israel could basically trade land to the Arabs in order to achieve peace. And the other thing on top of that was that peace in the Middle East would happen if the Israelis and the Palestinians themselves, like the two groups, came together and were able to have peace, and then all the other Arabs would follow.
Sure.
The Abraham, and that's again tied to that whole honor shame thing, because everybody's like, oh, okay, this is, this whole war ends and now we can have all that shit. So the Abraham Accords strategically are a reverse of that, which is that if you take a look at, moving from the 60s, 70s into the 80s, 90s, and you have sort of the death of pan-Arab nationalism and more of a local identity that starts to get formed, you get the rise of Islamism, which sort of replaces pan-Arabism. The Abraham Accords are trying to say, okay, well, maybe Israel can have peace if they make friends with their surrounding Arab nations first, before they go and talk with the Palestinians. And the thinking there is that if they have peace with, Saudi Arabia and Egypt and all that kind of stuff, that will defund a lot of it's like cutting the fuel for the fire.
Sure, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, but I still feel like the most important party that has to get drawn in here is Iran. Like, I feel like if Iran falls on this issue, then I feel like it's literally peace in the Middle East. That, like, that's it. Like, if Iran is somehow brought into the fold of American influence or whatever, that, like, all the other big problems in the Middle East essentially kind of get solved. I could be wrong on that, but, like, because Iran obviously and Saudi Arabia fucking hate each other, and I'm pretty sure Iran still, like, mines and bombs their shit. I know that Iran is a big funder of all the shit going on in Israel. But, like, if somehow, I just don't know. I don't know why Iran and everybody hate each other so much, but I don't have any Iranian history, so.
Well, you're like 70% right. So the problem basically is that, so most of the Arabs are Sunni, whereas Iran is Shia, and the Palestinians themselves are Sunni as well. And so then this gets into, like, part of why Hamas may have launched this attack, which is that, like, the Palestinians can't rely on Iran long term, because the only ones that really will be interested in that partnership for a long time are going to be the radicalized elements who, want to keep fighting, and they're just going to take money from whoever's going to be committed to their cause. But the average Palestinian on the street isn't really actually a big fan of Iran, in large part because they're a different branch of Islam. And the Saudis, so that's another part of the reason why this attack was launched, is because Hamas wants to put the Israel-Palestine conflict front and center in front of the Arab world, which they feel are sort of abandoning the cause. It's a way to get, so the average Arab on the street across the Middle East, who's a Sunni, most of them don't like Israel. Most of them don't like the Jews. But the people, as you go higher and higher up in the politics, you start to see more sort of a, I wouldn't say secular stance, but more of an idea that cooperation with Israel is good for them.
Yeah, this is the when I was watching this Al Arabiya channel interview with the Saudi ambassador to America, that the feeling that I get sometimes from these Arab states is that like the people, the Arabic people in these countries, so like in Saudi Arabia, are still like, yeah, we support Palestine and blah blah blah, but that the leadership and the government are like, listen, Israel's a good trading partner. We just want to like do our economic shit. Like this Palestinian shit is cringe. So like the government is trying to walk this fine line of like, we support the Palestinians, but like really they're like, we just want to like trade with Israel. This is like cringe. That's the feeling that I get. Like I think Saudi Arabia even said that like, oh, we're gonna put our peace talks with Israel on hold, but it looked like it was like a temporary thing, and it's not actually gonna like pull out of like bilateral communications with Israel over the Palestinian stuff. That's what it feels like when I look at this, but I could be wrong. Yeah.
No, you're correct. And it even goes deeper than that, which is that like, so the Jordanians and the Israelis have some, I don't know if they have security relations, but there's some
I think
pretty
Israel
deep
and Jordan are full on bilateral, because following the 91, I think it was the Madrid conference, in 94, I think it was when Israel and Jordan fully signed on with like bilateral peace. I think Israel and Jordan are super cool now. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, it's because like so the Jordanian government sort of has, they are, Jordan's now mostly Palestinian. It's like I think a 60% Palestinian, 40% previous Arab groups that are in there. But the Jordanian king himself is from the more, this is gonna sound so cringe, but the more indigenous stock, and so they sort of see, they have some common interest with Israel in that they don't really want like a big Palestinian uprising because it's bad for them.
Yeah, and historically, right, in 1970, they literally tried to toss the prior king in the country, right, over that Black September stuff, the PLO and everything. And I think it was Arafat was leading them at the time, right?
Yep. To this other stuff, there's also the big war between, so Shia and Sunni is a big deal, and it's really being pushed by Iran, and they're using these other elements as proxy groups. So everybody talks, Hezbollah and that stuff, but it's also that like, so even in like the U.S. in the Iraq wars that the U.S. was involved with, Iran was sort of stoking the fire of the Sunni Shia civil war in Iraq, and they killed, their proxy elements killed like hundreds of U.S. troops.
Yeah, this is why we hated like Soleimani, right, and the Quds Force from the IRGC, was because they probably caused more American deaths in Iraq than any other individual organization or entity, right?
Right, and it's also a big thing of why Iraq continued to spiral out more and more out of control as opposed to being, pacified. But like the Saudis actually are pretty keen on this stuff, and they actually gave the Israelis permission to go and fly their fighter jets over if it comes to like bombing an Iranian nuclear facility or something.
Sure. Can you tell me so when we talk about like Sunni Shia divide, okay, because this is something that I used to talk about a lot, is this actually as big a deal as people say it is? Or because so for instance, when we look at like Hezbollah and the Houthis, I'm pretty sure both of these are Shia organizations, and they're both funded by Iran, right, which is a Shia or Shiite. I don't know if is there a difference between Shia and Shiite, or are they?
Shiite is like the singular.
Okay, gotcha. Like a Shia country. However, isn't Iraq a majority Shia population as well?
Yes.
How do you explain then, because I have no concept of the history here, right? How do you explain like the Iraq-Iran war, when this was like one of the most insanely violent, crazy conflicts like in the Middle East, when these guys are supposed to be like on the same religious team? Like what was this? Is it because the Ba'ath Party was not explicitly Shia, or the ruling party was Sunni? I think I heard that with some noise. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but like, yeah, can you give me a brief rundown of this or explain? Yeah.
You're actually kind of on the money, which is basically Saddam is a Sunni Arab, and most of his supporters were Sunnis. And on top of that, Saddam was more of a secular dictator,
Okay.
whereas Iran was pushing. So this is really important because basically, okay, so there's an ideological thing here, which is the death. When Pan-Arabism dies, it's replaced by Islamization all across the Middle East.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because these secular Arab dictators, actually, I take that back. It's not even Arab dictators. You know, you also see this with like the Shah and other groups.
Okay.
What they would do is they would basically crack down on freedom of speech and freedom, right to assemble in every area they could, except for the mosque. And the mosque ends up becoming sort of a staging ground for these kind of revolutionary groups to go and rise up. And that's what you see with like the Muslim Brotherhood or the theocratic revolutions in Iran. So, and when Pan-Arabism starts to fail, that's the sort of the international unifying force that takes over.
Gotcha. I'm curious, what would you mark as the biggest like downturn, or like when is like Pan-Arabism essentially coming to an end?
67 war.
Okay, gotcha. 67
That's
war.
that's
Okay.
the huge humiliation for the Arab world.
Okay.
And then they give it like one more kind of, I wouldn't say half-hearted stab, but like that's Yom Kippur Wars. That's the attempt to reclaim their honor, and they realize, okay, this is just impossible. And that's sort of when you start to see different groups split off more in favor of a national identity.
Yeah. Okay. It does seem to be, it's interesting because like when I read a lot of modern stuff, I'll see a lot of like religious, like Islamist shit, especially when you look at like groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda and shit. But it is interesting to me that in doing the history from like the 1900 to I guess like 1970s or whatever, it does seem to be way more nationalistic in origin. That like, and this is a take I give a lot. You can agree or disagree, but like for instance, like a lot of people will historically represent the conflict in Israel as a religious one between the Jews and the Muslims. But it feels like one of the big factors that was fucking up all of the Arab states all the time was that they weren't actually like a unified Muslim people fighting against Israel, but they were all like obsessively trying to balance out their own nationalistic power at the same time. That Jordan was like making moves, Abdullah and Hussein were making these moves to maintain like their good standing in the Arab world. That part of what drew Nasser into the 6 Day War, I think was it Abdullah at the time in Jordan? I think who was making fun of him for having UNEF troops in the Sinai. Like, wow, you're not going to do shit about Israel attacking us because the UN, you're a dog to the UN. And like all of these guys fighting over like their individual nation states and their national honor was more important than any sort of like religious war. But then I guess you mentioned that at the fall of like kind of this Pan-Arabism, that this more kind of like overall Islamist or religious stuff kind of spread throughout the lands, and that was like more of a focus than the individual nation stuff. I don't know how you feel about any of that. Yeah, just talk.
That basically agree on pretty much everything, which is that like, and by the way, this is something to really, really understand about the conflict, which is that it's sort of a multi-layered thing where yes, you have a religious element, of sort of Muslim versus Jew, but then there's also a Shia versus Sunni element to all this as well. And on top and underneath that, then you have a tribalist split. So like the Bedouin are not, okay, so then you have like actual individual Arab tribes that'll go and fight with each other. You also get like, so, and this is kind of if you start reading about like the Bedouin, this is why they sometimes are in support of the Israelis, especially in the very early stages of, so the Bedouin were like the first people to start going and fighting the Jewish settlers. And like the first Aliyah, but then the Bedouin themselves have issues with city-dwelling Arabs, the city-dwelling Arabs the Bedouin maintain a lot of like sort of pagan, pre-Islamic traditions, and so a lot of the city-dwelling Arabs will say, you guys are heretical, you're not true followers of Islam, and the Bedouin will be like, well, we're the first ones that teamed up with Muhammad. We're the cavalry, we're the Arab nobility. Who are you? You're just the city dwelling. The serfs.
Okay.
And so as the Israel versus Arab stuff starts to move forward, you actually see different Arab groups signing on with the Israelis because they sort of see the tribal element as more important than the larger religious or nationalistic one.
Okay.
And that's also really important with like trying to understand the Druze, who are like an ethnic minority in the north of Israel, kind of southwest of Syria, south of Lebanon. So So Arab identity, you got to understand, Arab identity is really complex.
Yeah.
And everybody argues. The deeper you dive into this, you're going to see that there are issues with Arab identity, also with Jewish identity. And they kind of they change it over time depending on what fits, on what different leaders want.
Yeah, or what the particular narrative you're trying to sell is, yeah.
Right. And so like for the Arabs, it's an ethno-linguistic identity. So it's the languages that they're speaking. And then the ethno aspect is shared culture, but also it's it's through what are called kin relations. So like when the peninsular Arabs started moving out of, the Arabian Peninsula with the Islamic conquests, they'd go through and they would marry local people. And so then as you start to see the spread of Islam, they would also start to teach everybody Arabic and rope them in as a shared common linguistic identity. And then you have these kin things where, a big part of the family has roots to like Saudi Arabia or wherever. But then when you dive deeper beyond that, you realize that the local ethnic populations, there's, at least from both a genetic and even a cultural standpoint, there's still some lineage there.
Yeah.
So that's when you get to like, the difference between the Lebanese versus peninsular Arabs, which is that a lot of the Lebanese maintain sort of the older cultural and ethnic identity underneath the Arab stuff. And so they're kind of grappling with this whole thing of, are we a united Arab thing tied to the Islamic conquest, or are we more related to the indigenous stuff, pre-Islamic conquest?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is why I get really irritated when I see like flashes of all the complicated Arab identities and the identities of people here. It's why I get kind of frustrated. And maybe you can think I'm overplaying the other side of the yard, but I get really frustrated now when people are retroactively applying strong national identities to Palestinians, where it's like, oh no, like in the area of Palestine, like these were one people with a coherent like language, ethnicity, and blah blah blah. When that doesn't seem to be the case with any of the people in this region at all. Like all of them were a smattering of Arab like villages, farmers, family lines, and everything throughout like this entire region, not just Palestine, but like Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, the peninsula, Egypt, like all of these were like smatterings of different groups of people. With actually the Confederate of Egypt might have had a stronger identity, and like the Turkish people in that area might have had a stronger identity, but in this like Middle East region, especially in the Gulf, and then in the Northeast, it seems to be way more tenuous. Yeah, that like the collections of people there are not like a coherent identity or anything. Yeah.
So that's all true, but to be fair, so to the Palestinian element is that these aspects are also seized on by the Zionist, people who are, sort of pushing the Israeli side, the super pro-Zionist people saying that, there is no Palestinian thing. And you got to understand that the Palestinians have really gotten screwed, not just by, the Israeli side, but also by the Arabs themselves.
Yeah, of course.
So like I think with the UN partition plan, I don't think the local Palestinians even got a voice in terms of accepting that. I think they were actually, like the other Arab states just immediately declared war and didn't even give them a chance to voice their own thing.
That would be interesting. I'd be curious. I need to, I guess, read on the particular votes for that. That would be interesting. In some ways, I could almost see that as being true. In other ways, I could see that as being not true. Because I know there were revolts from local Arabs from the influx of European Jewish people. I know that irritated them. But then also, this is a question that I've always asked, and I've never gotten a great answer to it. Like, Egypt occupied Gaza militarily from 48 to 67. Jordan occupied the West Bank militarily from 48 to 67. And I haven't seen like strong evidence of them being like, okay, well here, now that we've got you, we're going to give you guys an Arab country, and then you guys can go fight Israel from your Arab country. It felt more like both countries, Egypt and Jordan, were just trying to expand their own territorial claims. And there wasn't like a huge issue from the people there about that like the people in the Gaza Strip and the people in the West Bank weren't like, oh, but we're our own Palestinian people, give us a country now. It seemed like neither side really cared that much about it. Yeah. Although Irk, I think,
that's
linked
actually
something.
Correct.
Irk, you can
link
me that article. Sorry. Okay, yeah,
good. So basically what happens, so that's actually totally correct, which is that a lot of the Arab they were because so most of these leaders were interested in a pan-Arabism, and it was sort of a race to kind of like be who could be the international king of the Middle East, to really overly simplify it. But there's another thing going on here, which is that the Arab identity. So you have the Mamluk period. So you have the first caliphate, moves in, they conquer the Levant. Then you get the Crusader period, where they take over Jerusalem. That gets reconquered by Salahuddin, who's actually a Kurd, who is leading Arab armies, takes back the region. Then you get the Mongols that invade, believe it or not, and the Mongols basically destroy huge parts of the Middle East. They wipe out Baghdad. They totally collapse sort of a united Arab power base all across the Middle East, and that's really the big. So like when the United States, when we went and invaded Iraq, for example, we get compared to the Mongols because we're this kind of international, multi-ethnic horde of marauders. So and then after the Mongols get defeated, they're beaten by the Mamluks, which is an Egyptian Arab group that goes and starts to they take over the Levant, and they hold it for like 300 years, and then you get the Ottomans, who are a Turkic group. They actually followed the Mongols into the region and were allies of them. And so what happens is basically this kind of Arab identity is more or less suppressed underneath these imperial groups, especially the Ottomans. And so you sort of get an Arab versus Ottoman mentality, and local regional identities don't really have the chance to develop their own nationalistic leanings.
Sure. Okay.
Because it's like, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, okay, yeah.
Because like those kind of local things are developing in response to the Ottomans as sort of like an occupying force. And where you see this not happening, like where you start to see sort of local nationalistic things are on the outskirts of all this stuff. So like you see, the Persians going and developing a nationalistic identity. You see you see some parts of Iraq start to develop their own thing. The Chaldeans, stuff like that. But like once so then you get into World War I, and the whole thing here was that the British wanted to destroy the Ottoman Empire, which had been collapsing. It was starting to go bankrupt, and the Ottomans were trying to get money into the region. That's how the British ended up in like Egypt, for example. Is the Ottomans were like, well, you guys are good with factories, and we've got a lot of this cotton, in the Nile. So hey, do your whole factory thing. So then, of course, the British do their thing and take over the region with some military force. It's how the French ended up in Lebanon. They kind of tried to act as like the protectors of the Maronite Christian population there. And it's also the beginning of how the Zionists and the Jews were able to start going back into the Israel region, is because the Ottomans are like, all right, we'll take some of this money. We want to develop the region. So then you get World War I, and the British want to destroy the Ottoman Empire. And one of the ways they do it is by basically trying to unite all of the Arabs as a force to go and rebel against the Ottomans.
Yeah.
And that's really what seizes on this idea of pan-Arabism and, as sort of a thing.
Yeah, because it seems like the British start making promises to all of these people to form. And even in the Vox video, I don't know if they mean to let this slip, it kind of damages the Palestinian narrative. It seems like the narrative was more that there would be like a pan-Arab state that would emerge out of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire if they helped them defeat the Ottomans, if they backstab and basically help them defeat the Ottomans during World War I, yeah?
Yeah, that's precisely correct. And that's the whole Lawrence of Arabia, that whole thing. It's also how the Hashemites, so this is the kings of Jordan. I think they actually started as like the inheritors of Mecca and Medina, but then they're forced out by uprisings there, especially after the failing at Sykes-Picot, so after the war, and then they end up going to Jordan.
Yeah. Have you watched the movie Lawrence of Arabia?
What's up?
Have you watched the movie Lawrence of Arabia?
Years ago.
Do you think it's a good film? I tried to watch this once, but man, I'm gonna be honest, okay? Movies made before 2000, they just don't hit the same. Is this movie largely, is it historically accurate, do you think? Is it worth...
I think it's mostly historically accurate. There are definitely parts that are overly dramatic. Lawrence of Arabia, he may have been gay. Like if you go and read his diaries, he actually talks about, going and being with one of the Bedouin guys.
Okay.
So they it's not 100% historically accurate, but it's I liked it. I don't know.
Okay. Damn, maybe I will watch this. Maybe I should.
But yeah, it goes on and on. I guess so the other thing, like the Palestinians, when you look at, and this is, I'll just give you the genetic thing, because they never, so their whole idea of a nationalistic identity didn't emerge until, the 70s and into the 80s. And there are people that are going to link that in with like a Soviet thing as just pure realpolitik and strategy. But the thing is, when you actually take a look at their genetics, what you find is that they have a lot of DNA from in addition to the Arabs, people moving in from the Arabian Peninsula, they also do have a lot of regional DNA as well that you see in a lot of Levantine populations that's shared actually with the Jews and other local groups from the region. And this makes a lot of sense because when the Romans kicked out everybody, when the Romans kicked a lot of the Jews out, they didn't kick everyone out.
When the Romans kicked a lot of the Jews out, they didn't kick everyone out. Sorry, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the Roman expulsions, the usual narrative that's given in, in school or whatever, is that there's 3 Roman Jewish wars. So there's the first rebellion, then there's the Kaitos War, and then there's the Bar Kokhba revolt.
Yeah.
They're very, very dangerous. The second one, the Kaitos War, actually nearly destroyed the Roman Empire. It's really fascinating.
Okay, wasn't aware of that, but go ahead.
And so the third one happens, and the Romans are like, fuck this, we're sick of this. And they basically go and kick out all of the influential Jews in the region. And it's debated as to how many they kicked out. Some people say 70%, some people say 50%. Usually the narrative is, portrayed as 100%. But there were people that are still there. And so when you start to get, and so then the region goes to the Byzantines, but when you get the Arabic conquest, the Islamic conquest moving in, a lot of those people who were there would have converted or even married in. So the Palestinian identity, yes, there's a lot of it that's coming in from the Arabian Peninsula. And this is, if you turn on, there's a crazy interview from 2012 with one of the Hamas commanders who's saying, half the population of Gaza is Egyptian and the other half is Saudi Arabian. And so there is that element, of tribal connections to the peninsula, but there also is a genetic link that a lot of them have with people who are in the region.
Sure.
So, and then, then we'd have to go and talk about Arabs in the Levant and how far back that goes, because what you really start to find is that both groups are pretty deeply tied into the region, even from an archaeological perspective. So here's an example. If you just talk about mythologically, the story of Noah's Ark and how there's a rainbow at the end.
I'm familiar with it, yeah.
So that rainbow is actually, the Bible is really, in a lot of ways, has all these super pagan elements in it. That rainbow comes from the weapon, sort of the sacred weapon of the pagan Arab god Qos, which is literally a bow made out of, a rainbow.
Okay.
And so
it's basically all the Christian traditions and everything. Nothing. I don't think there's much at all that's unique in the Christian religion, other than maybe some of the names. But don't most of these traditions end up being inherited from pagan religions, like a winter solstice celebration and all that shit? I could be wrong, but isn't that pretty common for all the newer religions, formed from zero onwards? Or
yeah, that's 100% right. Yeah. And so, but the point of this example is just it's showing you how. So there's Koraya painted ware. So that's pieces of pottery moving up from the Arabian Peninsula. You find that in the south of Israel, that they're trading with the Edomians and the Israelites and the Judeans, pre-Judeans. So this would be 1000 BC. A lot of it goes into the Bronze Ages. And so this part of the reason why the Arab identity is so complicated is because you have to there's all these desert dwelling tribes. There's an East Semitic speaking component of it, but it's not really a unified thing in the way that we think about it as until you get into like the Islamic conquest period. But you do yet have these kind of Arabic tribes coming from the desert that will identify as such, in like the Byzantine period. The whole Nabatean Empire that Jordan's based off more or less is.
When you say Byzantine period, what time span is this referring to? From when to when? Sorry, I have this in my head.
Post 300 AD until the Islamic conquests in 636, I think.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, it's a lot. I hope
I'm just osmosising stuff. Yeah. Do you have any other thoughts, feelings?
I hope it ends. Like the Hamas has got to go. Obviously, they basically have set back any hope for a Palestinian state by at minimum 20 years. They hold the Palestinians hostage. It's disgusting what they're doing. I do hope that the Palestinians end up with a state. Like, I also hope that there's peace. I hope people chill out.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, you've got perms for this. If you ever hear me giving a take that you think is ahistorical or wrong, or somebody else you want to fight with, feel free to jump in and give a little argument. So, yeah.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
No problem. Do you live in Israel now, or?
No, I moved back to the States. Definitely miss it, though.
Wait. Hold on, I think I have a question in chat for you. Do you know about the blogger Stone Age herbalist, and how is he received within the archaeological community if discussed at all? He's a reactionary such right-wing type, but I'm wondering how much traction he has. Have you ever heard of this guy, the blogger Stone Age herbalist? Or how do you feel about the online current of reactionary archaeology that exists among a network of blogs and Twitters like Stone Age herbalist? You haven't heard of these guys?
So I haven't heard of this guy specifically. This sounds like the whole paleo diet and kind of how nationalistic groups will use archaeology to justify their causes. Let's put it like this. The paleo diet is, when you go back in time and you look at how ancient people ate, they were just eating whatever was common in their region. There wasn't like everybody eats meat. That's ridiculous. There weren't cows in South America.
Sure.
20,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So like,
I think the only people I've ever seen that naturally do like paleo related diets, I think, were the Inuits. I think are the
yeah. So it wouldn't necessarily be the Inuits, but it's who they're related to, like the Chukchi people and Siberian hunters.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, like same sort of thing. They're very closely related.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. All right, cool. I'll let you get to it. Peace.
Yeah, sure. Wait, did you have questions for this guy, Kelly, or what?
No, for you, but I mean, if he wants to reply, I mean, I wanted to know, when you say the Ottoman Empire was kind of based, what do you mean?
That it feels to me, just like on a whatever reading, that the Ottoman Empire was able to incorporate like a large multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire under a lot of different like territories, and for the most part, comparatively speaking, they did this pretty well for a long period of time, is what the feeling was.
Okay, so at what point would you say you don't think that's accurate too? Like, for example, does your opinion of the Ottomans change at any point in history as you read it? Or maybe you said you didn't know.
I haven't done a deep dive. I'm just saying as a general feeling, it seems to be the case that they were able to incorporate like a really, really large multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire, and they did it relatively decently, yeah. But I mean, I'm sure there have been like smatterings of like massacres and blah, blah, blah as well.
Not smatterings, there were genocides. It was a Greek genocide, Armenian genocides. These were genocides. The Turkish deny their genocides, but everybody else agrees they're genocides.
Was the Armenian genocide done at the behest of the Ottoman Empire, or was that like more specifically?
Ottoman Empire that's now like Turkey and Syria and stuff.
Turkey and Syria and stuff. Wait, what?
Turkey, Syria, maybe Iraq. Yes. Greek genocide was Turkey. These were genocides because they were killing them based off their ethnicity and religion, right?
Yeah, I guess, but
they were treated as second-class citizens. There's a reason why the Greeks are really like hostile to the Turks.
Okay.
And this was all happening, like the period of World War I-ish. So this was not like hundreds of years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just a bit concerned when I hear someone say Ottoman Empire based. I'm like,
Well, I don't think
maybe
it
they
was
just-
like
yeah,
I don't
maybe
think the
just didn't
Ottoman
know.
Empire's goal was to like genocide like a whole bunch of fucking people. I don't think, but I think as the Ottoman Empire started to collapse, especially leading up to World War One, there were definitely groups of people that did it. Like and again, my history reading here is very light, but I don't believe anybody would say that like the Ottoman Empire genocided the Armenians. I don't think that's what people would say. I think you would say the Turkish people genocided the Armenians. But
I mean, it's categorized under the Ottoman Empire. Turkey didn't have independence at that point, so you couldn't
but
really
no,
say
but the
it wasn't
Turkish people,
Turkish.
but the Turkish people were incredibly like I think you can make an argument that the Turkish people did have an incredibly strong individual identity because the Turks it was either post or during World War I, they literally fought a war of independence, right? In around 1920. Like the Turkish people were like, fuck you, we want a country, fuck the mandate, fuck all this shit, we're gonna have a country. I think the Turkish people did have a really strong identity amongst themselves, and they were the ones that like genocided the Armenians pretty explicitly. What was like 2 million of them? But yeah, I don't think you would
But
say
then how would you separate the Ottomans from the Turkish at that point in time?
Well,
Like
I'm like, you're talking about like the very end of like the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, right? The Ottoman Empire existed for some 600 years, right? And you're talking about like the last like 5 years of its existence?
Not 5. There were genocides prior to this, but yeah.
What other genocides did the Ottoman Empire conduct?
There was one before. Yeah, no, there was. So the Armenian the massacres were like the end of the 1800s. Because there's the Greek genocide, then there's the Syrian genocide, then there's another Armenian genocide.
Did any of these happen
That's
like?
a lot of genocides. Holy shit. Fuck me.
Did
Even
any
I
of these
wasn't
happen?
aware it was that bad.
Does any of these happens before like 1910 or 1915 or?
First massacres of Armenians started in 1894, according to this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. It's cool. I was just like, I don't know about calling the Ottomans base, but...
Okay.
Alright, I'm out. Bye.
Have fun. Okay. I just heard this guy about when Pan represented Sadat's deal with Israel and the U.S. is usually considered the death knell because Sadat was the hero of the YK war and Egypt was now removed from the Arab alliance, the biggest country in the region by population. Iraq invaded Iran soon after, which split the Arab world even farther. Okay. There's a good docu about the mandate involving Prof. Mustafa Kaba and Professor Mahdi Golani and others with a bunch of recently uncovered British archives found at Cumberland's website. Want a link? Maybe. Okay, let me go through, Oh, it's the daily time for Mindwaves to drop one link in chat and then to run back off to Discord to talk shit. Nice. Very brave. Okay, let me read, like, the stuff I've got pulled up. Hold on. I sent you an email with all the links you asked for. Wow, thanks, Iman. Did you send it to my personal email or to the contact one? Because if it's to the contact one, it's going to be a day or so until I get it. All right. Thanks to Dark Device for gifting 10 memberships. Calling them Ottomans when you like what they do and Turks when you don't like what they do, it makes you brain dead. I don't care. Okay, thank you, Kelly. Okay. Oh, wait, so is there more footage coming out of this stuff?
Did you turn off donos forever? The people that did the dono thing they stopped doing it, so yeah, it's not on forever. Scroll down. A couple days ago, you said rebel and terrorist are the same thing or interchangeable. I disagree. We never called the Confederacy terrorists. I think terrorists are a group that uses civilian casualties to shoot political game. I don't think we... Okay, I don't want to get into huge arguments about this, but I feel like terrorist and rebel and all of that, these are concepts and perspectives that are amorphous. I don't think in general we ever consider nation states to be terrorists in general. But I think I gave you the same thing where I was like, it's hard to call Hamas terrorists without like the government, right? That's what I'm saying. It's just like, it's a weird thing. I don't think we consider the Confederates terrorists, but it's because they represented like actual, like a nation state, right, of the South that they wanted to rebel and be blah, blah, blah. So I think generally it's hard for us to say like, oh, these are like, for instance, I would argue, it seems to be pretty obvious that Russia engages in like terrorist activities, but I don't know if we would ever call Russia like a terrorist state or say like, oh, the Russian military are terrorists, right? Like, I don't think we generally do that. Didn't we consider ISIS terrorists when they had a state? Well, but they didn't really have a real state, right? Did they? I think they had some territory carved out, but not really. But like I said, I'm not like super married to either of these terms because like I feel like it's all like very nebulous, so yeah. Would you call Pakistan a terrorist state when they literally fund terrorists? I mean, like, I don't know enough about Pakistan to really say. But yeah, so I don't think I would necessarily, but then also like the United States designates like parts of state governments. Like we designate the IRGC as terrorist, don't we, in Iran, when that's like part of the government kind of, so yeah, I don't know. Don't we have state-sponsored terrorism? Maybe, arguably, I don't know. Like the word terrorist is like very much like, terrorist, just like when you use it, you're kind of like explaining something like broad concepts, but I don't ever think that you would like hardcore like say like this is terrorist and here's an exact definition and we're gonna like, yeah, that just is cringe to me. I think that yeah, terrorism is like a very, very, very nebulous concept, I think. Scroll down more. Have there been more videos released, or because supposedly now we've gotten somebody schizo posting. What do these clips expose? Oh, okay. So if these clips are as what they're purported to be, the big deal about these clips are that it's showing that doctors from the Al-Shifa hospital have seen Hamas using these hospitals to like bring in like hostages and stuff. And they've been using these hospitals to like, because these are citizens that were abducted from Israel. And if it is the case that doctors have seen, you know, Hamas utilizing these hospitals for hostages and everything, then it kind of hurts the idea that the doctors didn't know anything at all about Hamas or anything like that. Destiny, they're not just treating an injured person there who happens to be a hostage. I mean, that's a perspective that you can take, but I don't know. Could Hamas not lie to the doctors about who the patients were? If you want to believe that, you can believe that. Would you call the Boston Tea Party a terrorist attack? I mean, like, if it failed, right, and if we never got a separate country, yeah, that probably would be reading our British history books that it was a group of terrorists that were trying to, you know, coup the colonies and start their own thing, right? Bro, why do I draw so many schizo fans? Actually, schizophrenic people. Desi, when you say all the Palestinian government started as terrorists, what's your point? The ANC and Sinn Féin were both terrorist orgs or had military wings. I've said this in the past, and I regret saying it. Again, this is a low conviction. Okay, my history is not as good here when it comes to South Africa. But when we talk about the ANC and we talk about apartheid, I think I've characterized these people as like, oh, well, they committed terrorist acts in the past. I don't think that was a fair or accurate characterization. I think that
I think that the ANC actually like very explicitly tried in their attacks against the government to fight against apartheid. They explicitly tried to attack like infrastructure, or they tried to attack like uninhabited things. Like their goal wasn't to just kill civilians. That these people really did go pretty far out of their way to try not to like terrorize local populations. I've given the opposite impression in the past, but done a little bit of reading on the ANC now. It seems like that wasn't a fair characterization that I've given before. So, Rosalind Carter died, and it's your fault. Wait, no shot. She didn't die. Fuck you. Has entered hospice care after dementia diagnosis. She's still there. I didn't get a high enough score for her though. So. Oh wait, did she just die? Oh, she did die. Oh, this was tweeted like 1 minute ago. Fuck. It's because I only got a 920. I'm so sorry. And I got like that 960 for Carter. Hold on. If we can get... Okay, we need to send Carter to his grave. Don't watch my stream, FBI. That sounded way worse than it was, okay? We need a 950 for Carter to join his wife in heaven, okay? Hold on. Oh, good luck. One more. Hold on. What? I'm sorry. I think I cursed Jimmy Carter to roam the planet forever. I think I fucked up. I think we fucked up. Carlos the Jackal is a Venezuelan who conducted a series of assassination terrorist bombings from 73 to 85. He lived until he was 74. Oh, he's still alive. Committed Marxist-Leninist Ramirez Sanchez was one of the most notorious political terrorists of the era, protected and supported by the Stasi and the KGB. He led the 75 raid on the Organization for Joint Countries, headquarters in Vienna, where 3 people were killed. He and 5 others manned a plane and flew with a number of hostages to Libya. How does bringing in injured hostages for treatment mean Hamas is using the hospital such that doctors are complicit? It doesn't. Chances are you will never see anything that ever convinces you otherwise, so I don't care. It doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. Everybody is blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Expulsion. Why did he get expelled? A large sum of money for the safe release of the apostasy that kept it for personal use. Oh no. If you get a 100% on this map, then it'll be saved. Oh, Sinn Féin was the political wing of the IRA. They nominally claimed that they were a separatist organization, but no one believes that. And the IRA just declared it. Okay, gotcha. Oceans, seas, and lakes. Oof. This would be a good one to know. The Persian Gulf. It's this. It has to be this. Yes. The Red Sea. Oh, God. It's not. Oh, fuck. Seriously? I thought this was the, Al-Kababa? Fuck, what was Aqababa? Or maybe that's like further up. Hold on. Aqaba. No. What am I thinking of? Oh, the Gulf of Aqaba. Oh, but that's probably just this here. That's what I'm thinking of. And then this is considered the Red Sea. Okay. Wait, how do they determine, like, what is the difference between, like, a sea and a strait? Because is this really a sea? Why wouldn't this be, like, a strait? Why wouldn't this be called, like, the Red Strait? $30. Hey, Destiny, would love to get your thoughts on my recent video on Break the Rules called Hassan Piker vs. the West. Lev Polakov. Hassan Piker vs. the West. It's all arbitrary? 1 day ago.
Hassan Piker.
Hassan Piker! Bro, I've already reacted to so much Hassan shit, okay? We're not beating the obsessed allegations. Maybe I'll watch this, okay? Okay. No. Okay. The Baltic Sea. Well, these are the Baltics. This is the Black Sea, right? This is the Mediterranean. This is not... Oh, no, fuck. These are the Balkans. These are the Baltics. Fuck. Stop clicking shit. I'm not clicking anything. Okay, this has to be the Tasman Sea. No, this is Lake Victoria. But this is Tasmania? I know this is like... Oh, my God. The fuck is this? The Tasman Sea. Okay. Okay, the Gulf of Guinea. Okay, Guinea was here? Would this be the Gulf of Guinea? And French Guinea? No, that's Guyana. Guinea is here. This must be the Gulf of Guinea. Yes, okay. The Beaufort Sea. I have no fucking idea. The Beaufort? Maybe this? The Bay of Biscay? Bro, I don't fucking know. What the fuck? Is there even something over there? Oh, Christ. Why would you even name this particular sea anything? Beaufort? Oh, is it Beaufort? Alaska. The Caribbean. Yes. The South China Sea. Oh, God. Yes. The Southern Ocean. Look, we're in the south. It must be this. The North Sea. Oh, my God, yeah. Just kidding. Seriously? This itty-bitty thing? Okay. The Bering Sea. Bro, I don't fucking know. The fuck is this? Oh, up here? Okay. Oh, because the Bering Strait, probably, right? Okay, this is the Arctic. The Caspian, bro, I don't fucking know. Caspian is here. Black Sea is here. Arabian. Here. Gulf of Mexico is here. The Sea of Japan. Oh, yeah, I got this one. The Great Lakes. I don't know why I clicked that. Mediterranean. Hudson Bay is up here. Baffin. Who are we baffin at, boys? Sargasso. Java. Okay. Pacific Ocean is over here. Lake Victoria is here. Bay of Bengal. Okay. Indian Ocean is here. Bay of Biscay, because I've clicked it like 30 times. The Atlantic. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Arabian Sea is this. No. No, that's the Persian one. Wait. Arabian. Okay. No, hold on. Restart. Bullshit. Okay. That's the Arabian Sea. Okay. Indian Ocean. Easy. Okay. Bering Sea. Yes. Pacific. Yes. Red Sea. Okay. Tasman was like here in Indonesia? No, that was Java. Oh no, it's down here between New Zealand and Australia. Why would you even call this its own thing? Like, what are you even drawing borders around here for? Okay, Baltic, Black, Beaufort, the Great Lakes, Hudson, Arabian, the Arctic? No. Yes. No. Yes. The Atlantic, the Gulf of Guinea. Wait, this was a dumb one. It wasn't this, was it? Oh, it was this. Okay. Tasmania, Australia. Who cares? Okay, Bay of Bengal. I don't remember this at all. It's a bay. It's one of these stupid things. Oh, Bay of Bengal. Oh, like Bangladesh, maybe? Maybe? North Sea. Was like an incredibly small, irrelevant fuck. Was it this? Yeah. Java, right here. Persian Gulf is here. Sea of Japan. The Mediterranean is here. Lake Victoria is down here. The Bay of Biscay was here. Gulf of Mexico. The Caspian Sea. Who knows? Who cares? Caspian was, no. It was this. Fuck! Sargasso. Who cares? South China is this. Caribbean is, here. Baffin Bay. All right, hold on. We got it. 1 second. You can save her. Do it for your country. Oh, okay. Hold on. Play again. All right. We've got it now, okay? Bayfort, Caspian, Pacific Ocean. Yes. Okay. Sargasso. Fuck. This is a weird one. I'm never going to remember this. Was it this? Oh, I did remember it. Atlantic. South China. The Red Sea. The Red Sea. Okay. The Arctic. It's Antarctica and Arctic. Okay. Arabian. Not that one. It was this one. Caribbean. The Black Sea. Here. Tasman Sea for Australia. The Hudson. Gulf of Mexico. Bay of Bengal. Was this weird Spain-France shit, right? No! Biscayne. Fuck. Bay of Bengal. Bay of Bengal. Oh, Bangladesh! I don't know if that's what's rated. Fuck, we even had this. This is the Bay of Biscay. Japan, Baltics, Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, Lake Victoria, Indian Ocean, North Sea, Gulf of Guinea, Southern Ocean, Great Lakes, Java, Baffin Bay. Is this weird thing? And then there's the Bering. Okay, one more. Sorry, fuck. The Atlantic, Arabian, Java. It's not this. I want to click this, but it's not that. I want it. It is that. I'm so smart. Okay. The Red Sea. This is the Caspian, though. This is the red one. It's not even really a sea, though. Why do they call it that? The Bay of Biscay was this. Yes. The Caribbean. The Black Sea. The Hudson. Bay of Bengal. Bangladesh, maybe? I don't actually even know this. What's it called? Okay. Arctic. Antarctic. Yes. Persian. Great Lakes. 100%. Indian. Boom. We got it. Baffin. This guy up here. Lake Victoria. The North Sea. South China Sea. Sargasso was this weird guy here. The Pacific. Mediterranean. Beaufort. Gulf of Mexico. Sea of Japan. The Caspian. Tasman. Baltic. Bering Sea. The Bering, yes. Gulf. Boom. Easy. Destiny, you need to check out Palestine. Tale of Land by New Media. Okay, alright, cool. It's Beaufort, okay. I like to do these so Nick Fuentes can make more clips of me on his Twitter, because apparently he's my #1 fan now. Okay, what is this?
Man of the people, voice of a generation. And thanks to you, Hassan, this can finally be the generation to destroy everything we've built here in the West just so they can feel better about themselves. You excuse terroristic acts of war while portraying anything civilized as oppressive, all the while reigning like a sultan at the intersection of social justice and radical Islam. What unites these two seemingly opposite ideologies is the same reason why over 2 million people watch Hassan in the first place. And after revealing this unifying factor behind Hassan's massive following, we'll uncover a shocking truth that not only explains his rise to fame, but also sheds light on a broader cultural phenomenon tossing our achievements into the dustbin of history. Unless we can stop it, of course. But in order to stop something, you must first understand its nature and first principles. Which brings us to this passage from Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. Now the mass of mankind are evidently quite slavish in their tastes, preferring a life suitable to beasts. But they get some ground for their view from the fact that many of those in high places share the tastes of Sardanapalus. Historical accuracy aside, Aristotle refers
Okay, listen. Tune down the anime music. This is a great video, I'm sure. Okay, but listen. Okay, we've covered a lot of Hassan content right now. I can't watch anymore. Okay, but listen. I gave you a minute. Here, I'll link it if anybody else wants to watch it in my chat. Boom, boom, boom. What Palestinian leader went to meet Hitler? What Palestinian leader went to meet Hitler? I have no idea. Should I know this? Was there a Palestinian leader that went to meet Hitler? Wait, when did Hitler die? 45 or 44? Were there Palestinian leaders? 45. I don't think any did, no? Is this a joke? Oh, the Al-Husseini.
He was like the crazy general dude. This guy was, whoo. But he was the one that was like in charge of most of like the pretty militant activities when they were fighting against the Jews coming by in early Palestine during the Mandate, right? I think. Son of the movie that prominent. Oh, I didn't know this guy actually met Hitler. Control F, Hitler. Saying he was a great influence on Hitler and that his rejection was, ironically, the real causal factor of the establishment of the State of Israel. Oh, based. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. The Nazis generally regarded Arabs with contempt. Hitler himself, in 1937, spoke of them as half-apes. However, throughout the interwar period, Arab nationalists bore Germany no ill will. Many Arab countries Germany was perceived as a victim of the post-War I settlement. Hitler himself also spoke of the infamy of Versailles. Wow, Noctorium, thanks for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Netanyahu said that al-Husseini made Hitler kill Jews in the Holocaust. I think I remember reading that. That was a pretty wild Netanyahu statement, if I remember that correctly. But okay, wait, we need to catch up on our tabs, okay? Oh, shit. Okay, we will watch this one thing, I'm sorry, because this was pretty unhinged. Okay, and then we're done. Okay, we got to chill on our Hassan coverage.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong.
If we hadn't covered Hassan so much, I would tweet this out. I'm a little bit upset that I'm allowing, like, anybody even claiming, like, Obsessed is allowing me to dictate what I do for my content, but I guess I have to, like, do the optics dance, but it is a little annoying. Because, like, there are a lot of funny I think Hassan is, like, worth criticizing quite a bit, right? He's essentially what I would consider, like, a radical commentator that is the largest internet politics streamer at the moment, like, basically radicalizing audiences and, like, pushing them towards, like, terrorism. So I think it's worth covering a lot. But, yeah, obviously, if you look obsessed, it's just annoying to deal with. But, yeah, I saw his likes on Twitter, too. He's, like, pretty obsessed with me right now, which is good. I like it. But this is a good streamable.
If I make a prediction or a speculation, it can sometimes be wrong. IDF didn't bomb the hospital? Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. Fuck you. Fuck you. Genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? If I make a prediction or a speculation.
Is this Attack on Titan music or is something different? Okay, this is my last song clip I'm tweeting, okay? Guys. Is it AOT? God, AOT has some good-ass music, okay? It does have some good-ass music. Oh, god damn. Carlos the Jackal. This guy, I wonder if I would need to find this guy's book. That is pretty interesting if Al-Aqba, or the Al-Nakba, initially referred to the Arabs failing to defend the Arab Palestinians. But I think I would have to actually go into his book here to figure out how he coins the term. I don't think it's going to be... We're probably not going to find this on the internet. Does it matter much? Not necessarily. It would just be interesting if that was the case. Any comment on your 54k likes on that Hassan bin Laden tweet? That was a good-ass tweet, okay? Oh, the Pact of Umar. No special treaty so with the Jews, but we must assume that all conquered peoples, including the Jews, had ascribed to it. Thus, the laws cited below and directed against churches apply to synagogues too. The pact was probably originated about 637 by Umar I after the conquest of Christian Syria and Palestine. By accretions from established practice precedents, the pact was extended, yet despite these additions, the whole pact was ascribed to Umar. There are many variants of the text. The pact of Umar trying to govern relations with Muslim, the people of the book, such as Jews, Christians, and the like, down to the present day. In addition, in the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, it's writing to Umar from the Christians. This is a writing to Umar from the Christians of such a city. When you, the Muslims, marched against us, the Christians, we asked of you protection for ourselves, our posterity, our possessions, and our co-religionists. We made the stipulation with you that we will not erect in our city or the suburbs any new monastery, church, cell, or hermitage, and that we will not repair any such building
buildings that may fall into ruins or renew those that may be situated in the Muslim quarters now. We will refuse the Muslims entering our churches either by day or night, and then we will open the gates wide to pasture, will not receive any, teach our children of the Quran. Some nationalist Arab feared the infidels would ridicule the Quran, and others would not want infidels even to learn the language. They will not make show of the Christian religion or inviting churches. All is promised to observing half of our receive protection for you in exchange. Huh. Okay. Have you seen the new Lex Friedman podcast? Nope. Destiny, that guy's book in English here. Can I read this with a browser, or is this just going to be a download of it? I'm downloading this book. Or can you peruse this book and tell me if he mentions that? I'm just curious. It would be interesting. Oh, we have an archive of the book. Just a casual 200 upvotes and misinformation claiming Anne Frank was a Zionist. Was she? Anne was a member of a Zionist youth org and wrote about Zionism in her diary, which none of these people appropriating her memory has bothered to actually read. She also could have survived the Holocaust if Israel existed back then, but these people only want Jews to be weak, dying, and other white, blah, blah, blah. Was she a Zionist? Is that true? Okay, wait, stop giving me more links to click on. We gotta work through what I've already clicked on. The defeat of the Arabs in Palestine is no simple setback or light passing evil. It is a disaster in every sense of the word, one of the harshest of the trials and tribulations with which the Arabs have been afflicted throughout their long history, a history marked by numerous trials and tribulations. 7 Arab states declared war on Zionism in Palestine, stop impotent before it, and then turn on their heels. The representatives of the Arabs deliver fiery speeches in the highest international forums, warning that the Arab states and people will do if this or that decision be enacted. Declarations fall like bombs from the mouths of officials at the meetings of the Arab League, but when action becomes necessary, the fire is still and quiet. The steel and iron are rusted and twisted, quick to bend and disintegrate. The bombs are hollow and empty. They cause no damage and kill no one. 7 states seek the abolition of partition and the subduing of Zionism, but they leave the battle having lost a not inconsiderable portion of the soil of Palestine, even of the part given to the Arabs in the partition. They are forced to accept a truce in which there is neither advantage nor gain for them. History has not known a case more just or more obviously flawless than this. A country is snatched from its people to be made into a national home for remnants of mankind who settle on it from the various regions of the world and who erect a state in it despite its inhabitants and the millions of their brethren in the neighboring regions. Despite the pure rights of the Arab cause, of the Arabs' case, the potentialities of their land and the interests that other nations have in it, the Arabs stand alone in this international arena. The great powers are hostile towards them. The world public opinion opposed them. They have no strong ally prepared to support them in such a circumstance. 400,000 or more Arabs are forced to flee pell-mell from their homes. They have their wealth, over 700,000, right, by the end. They have their wealth and property stripped from them and wander like madmen in what is left of Palestine and the Arab countries. They do not know what fate has in store for them, nor what means of livelihood they should seek. They wonder whether they will be forced to return to their homes where they there to live under the Zionist shadow and to bear whatever abuse or scorn, assimilation, or extinction the Zionists may impose on them. The in fact, the situation is even worse than this. Dispersion has become a lot of the Arabs rather than of the Jews. Formerly, the Arabs refused to recognize the right of the dispersed Jews, and Jewish communities went before international organizations trying to obtain a solution to their problem through the establishment of the Zionist state in Palestine. Now the Arab states are employing these same organizations to return the dispersed Arabs to their own land, now Zionist rule, and are making the fulfillment of that demand a condition for changing the ceasefire into a truce. In short, the Zionist state in Palestine is close to the realization of before, and the other side. It's classic. Fuck. I don't want to read this whole fucking book right now, okay? Fuck. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, but it's not probably... Oh, I see. What do you think in this book? Oh, can I search here? No, I don't think I can. Is there a way to control F, like, all of these pages? Did anyone tell Destiny that Grace was trying to get Lonerbox to team up with Destiny Debate and Lab, but revealed too early that she's a psycho? Oh, Grace messaged me like some big apology thing, kind of. But I still feel like too weird about that. I don't know. We'll see about Grace in the future. Lav, you know, I'm considering, okay? We chatted for a bit, I think a week ago, you know? We'll see. The problem with Lav is just... Lav is really good content, you know? No results were found. What? Defects. Wait, does he not say the word in here? Oh, or is the whole book just about the Nakba? The meaning of the disaster. Oh, shit. I'd bring back Mr. Girl too? Nah. Mr. Girl's crazy. Lav is just a piece of shit. I see. So because this whole book is translated, Nakba probably gets translated. I think I'm just going to read this whole thing because it's just 90 pages. It seems like a historical object interest. Yeah, it looks like you could probably read this whole book in probably less than 2 hours. Maybe less than an hour. It's not very long. It seems like this guy is very much like an Arab nationalist type dude, though, or at least in reading this. Wait, was it? Or wait, he might have actually explicitly been. What was the name of this author again? Konstantin Zurek. Prominent, influential Syrian Arab intellectuals, one of the first to pioneer expressing the importance of Arab nationalism. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I'll put Parker here in my notes. Have you seen Ben Shapiro's talk at University of Wisconsin yet? The Q&A portion starts at 10:54 in his video. Ben Shapiro, University of Wisconsin. Was this like, when you say recent, do you mean like in the past couple of days or? Oh, 2 hours ago. 10:54.
Please help me give a warm Wisconsin welcome.
Fuck, this is also probably why he's putting off our debate. I'm pretty sure when these schools bring him in here, I could be wrong, don't quote me on this, but I think Ben Shapiro charges a $50,000 speaking fee when he does these events.
50 baby, or go to preborn.com/ as you make that life-saving spend. And if you have a lot more to give, then give a lot more. Go to preborn.com/Ben right now. It's preborn.com/Ben.
Mr. Shapiro will be happy to take your questions now. If you have a question, please use the aisle closest to you to file to the back of the room where my colleague is. When you are ready for your question, you can come down the aisle, but only when it's your turn. You'll stand on this mark, and I will hold the microphone for you.
And as always, if you disagree, you go to the front of the line.
Based.
I don't think I should be at the front of the line. Sorry. What would you say to young Americans who are afraid of negative social and academic repercussions if they speak out about what they believe to be true?
So I think that there is a new, more muscular business community that is beginning to actually awaken from its stupor. So the business community has been taken over by a lot of people in the recent past who are deeply afraid of diversity lawsuits. They're deeply afraid of legal liability. They're afraid of HR issues. I think you're starting to see.
How much did you
a
get
lot of
paid for
businesses
Iowa?
emerge.
I don't know if I would say publicly. I don't know if it's disrespectful to them. I don't know if it's. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Ask me in the future. I should have a public rate that I would post for doing like things at colleges. It used to be, okay, here's what I'll say. Listen, here's what I will say, okay? I used to do, when I would do events at colleges, I wouldn't charge fees because I feel bad charging like student orgs and college bodies like fees to speak because it's like students, right? Do I really want to like take money from, you know, students and stuff? I feel kind of bad doing it. But there's two things. One is I don't have the time a lot to do a lot of these talks anymore, which means I either don't do it or I start charging money to do it. So that's like my choice. Because like I said, you guys have seen this year. I'm traveling like 3 times a month. It's too much. I can't do it. So right now, I would say that probably my speaking fee, and you can have me for as long as you want. I'll do it for an hour, for 5 hours if you want. Okay, ads is probably $5,000. I'd probably do it for about that. Yeah. The second thing that was irritating me was that I would agree to do some of these debates for free at some of these schools, but then I would notice that even though I'm doing it for free, the people that I'm debating are getting paid by the student body, which is weird, right? So like when I did the debate against Elijah Schaffer, he got paid and I didn't take a fee. When I did the debate against Milo Yiannopoulos, he got paid, I didn't take a fee. So I'm noticing like the people that I'm debating are getting paid over $1,000 in both of those cases, and then I'm doing it like pro bono, and I'm like, okay, this is dumb, yeah. But then also I've heard that like student orgs, yeah, somebody mentioned me this. Student orgs do have money set aside for events like this, so you know, fuck it, yeah. But yeah, if you want me to, yeah, if you want me to speak, I'll do it. But yeah, there has to be like probably has to be some money attached to it. Yeah.
Awaken from that, and I think a lot of businesses are perfectly willing to hire people who are reasonable, and I think that that's going to continue in the near future. That's
wait, hold on. We are making negative progress on getting through things. Let me just. Oh. Wait, can somebody, the tunnel stuff too. Is this, so for a lot of the time, people were saying that where are the tunnels, where are the tunnels, where are the tunnels? Israel kept saying there are tunnels under the hospital. We haven't seen any, but supposedly now footage of that is being posted. One-shot footage of the entrance and movement in terrorist tunnel. I don't know if there's supposed to be volume on this, but apparently this is outside Al-Shifa Hospital. Within the compound, close to the secondary fence or something. Okay. How do they dig the tunnels? Unironically, they're gonna have hand tools like an iron pick and some shovels. They do a lot of the digging like manually. It is a lot of work, okay? We actually watched a video of this. Hold on. Hamas digging tunnels. Was it a Russia Today clip?
To the border, realizing the futility of their attempts to curb the tunnel building in 20.
I've watched a couple of India Today clips.
I believe it's India Today, and they're reporting on international stuff. If I'm remembering the correct Indian channel, actually is generally pretty good. Yeah, I like it when like news orgs. I feel like it used to be this way in the U.S. or maybe not. I like it when news orgs like report shit and it doesn't feel like they're making stuff for retards. I feel like a lot of American media. You're thinking of Why on News? Am I? Oh, I think I am thinking of this. Yeah. It feels like a lot of U.S. News stuff is like made for retards. Like, we know that you're retarded, and we're gonna assuage your American sensibilities and stupid mind, and we're gonna make like good media. It feels like that's what a lot of American media is like, which is very, very, very frustrating. I also watched that John Oliver last week tonight or whatever on their Israel-Palestine stuff, and I was actually surprised. I thought that it was actually decent. I think I might have only watched like 60-70% of it because I was picking a friend up from the airport, but anyways, yeah. U.S. News is like by retards for retards. Yeah, I guess. What happened to you trying to refrain from using the R word? I've just fully embraced it. Fuck it, dude. Let's all be retarded. Is there a point in posting these videos when most people are going to believe they are fake since they haven't been verified by third party? I mean, if you think like one-shot videos like this are fake, what are you saying that like Israel went and built this whole tunnel right now? I guess like Hamas has given interviews to other journalists where they've gone through their tunnels before. Like, if you think it's fake, like what? I mean, like at that point, nothing will convince you. We watched some of this. This basically goes up to the, I think there's like a blast door down here, and then this video stops, but looks like a normal tunnel for emergency to carry patients in and out. True. The claim that pro-Palestinian people defend is that this doesn't show that the hospital's Hamas HQ like they claim. Oh, sure, I guess. I don't know. Can you explain the bombed hospital situation? I don't know which one you're talking about. What they'll say is that these are the facilities Israel built under the hospital in the 1980s, which they did. This is also why Israel's comment that this is a Hamas command center. It was partially reusing Israeli construction. Okay. Did you see the original video that IDF sent of the command center? I saw the video of them walking through the hospital, but for decades, historians believe the Roman Emperor Hadrian vengefully erased the name Judea in 135 CE and replaced it with the name Palestine after crushing the Bar Kokhba revolt. This is a Zionist myth. Bernard Lewis first propagated this theory in the 70s. The evidence for this theory is that inscriptions to refer to the land of Syria, Palestina. First point, Hadrian didn't replace Judea with Palestine. Syria, Palestina came into use, not Palestine. But wait, wasn't that the point that it was replaced with Syria, Palestina? Not Palestine, no? Oh, this, I haven't heard this particular quote before, I think. But why did this name start to appear in inscriptions? Was it because of eventual erasure? Or perhaps Hadrian changed the name for the same reason he changed Antigonia to Mantinea or something like that? He revered Greece and revived many Greek customs, traditions, and names. Or perhaps Hadrian changed the name to Syria Palestina because the province was now larger, and Syria Palestina was simply a better term to describe what was now a larger administrative district. Or perhaps there was no official name change at all. Perhaps it was a process of dynamic evolution. Oh, okay. I don't know. Partisan girl being unhinged as per usual. It's Hadrian. Hadrian. Okay. We're gonna watch the Saudi and report. Yeah, we'll get there.
forgot what this said about. Maybe they don't mention it specifically in here, but okay. Hold on. What people? I've got other links open here that I haven't clicked on yet.
Back to the big idea things, and you know how we need to think about these problems. When I used to travel through the Middle East, it was a routine travel pattern. You hit the Israelis, and then you'd run yourself through the Sunni states. So maybe it'd be Israel, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, or Israel, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates. Okay, it's just kind of the rhythm. I will tell you, in all the stops, I'm talking Israel and the Sunni states, right? And all the stops, we would talk for about 5 minutes at the beginning of our conversation about the Arab-Israeli dispute. And whatever time we had left, and generally it's 55 minutes or the rest of the day, okay, we talked about the Iranians. We talked about the Sunni-Shia divide. The Israelis, obvious views towards the Iranians. The Sunnis, maybe less obvious, but no less deeply felt. I would sit in the room with King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia, who very graciously allowed CIA directors to come talk to him directly. I think he appreciated the help and felt we were fairly straightforward in our conversation.
King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. Bro, why don't these guys have more names? King Abdullah was also the first king of Jordan as well, right? Or was it Hussein? Fuck, these guys need like way different names. Oh, it's the same guy? Wait. No, shut the fuck up. Because Jordan is all like the Hashemite people, right? Hussein, I think Hussein might have been the first one. No, it was just Hussein, right? Jordan leadership. Yeah, thanks.
Off the.
Okay, fuck, I don't care. Okay. I'm mixing up the early Jordanian kings. I should go back and refresh on this, but.
His Majesty would give me 5 minutes on the Palestinians and then immediately shift to what was really on his mind. And when he started, he was talking about the Iranians and the kingdom. And as he got really warmed up, he started calling them the Persians. And then when he was really good and loose, he made no pretense, the Shia. So in this great discussion of big ideas, all right, and what are the tectonics out there that are moving around that should shape how we think about the war on terror, I would suggest to you that the new fracture line in the Islamic world, particularly in North Africa, the Levant, and the Gulf, is far and away not Arab-Israeli. It is absolutely the organizing principle for all of the contention and conflict in the area, absolutely, is Sunni Shia. And our policies are going to have to take cognizance of that and be aware of it. I was actually asked by the Al Jazeera reporter, he said, you know, I actually think you Americans now have the best of all possible worlds. Oh, okay. What do you mean by that? He said, well, you have cleverly arranged for Sunni fanatics to kill Shia fanatics and vice versa for the indefinite future in Syria. I congratulate you. He's actually right. I mean, there's some merit to that, if one can divorce oneself from one's conscience, and you know, in one sense of humanity, and in one sense of the horrific human.
Yet the message the Arab world is hearing is loud and clear. Palestinians' lives matter less than Israeli ones. Our lives.
Is it, so was the first king Abdullah, then the next king was Hussein, and then the next king is Abdullah II? Is he the son of the first king, or what?
Matter less than our lives. The application of international law is optional, and human rights have
Look up the Queen of Jordan, easily the hottest queen in the world. Shut up.
boundaries. They stop at borders, they stop at races, and they stop at religions. That is a very, very dangerous message, as the consequences of continued international apathy and inaction will be catastrophic on us all.
The second always means the second of the name in all dynasties. It doesn't mean son of. Oh, that's true, I guess, right? Like King... I can't even think of any British kings or whatever. Or like Queen Elizabeth or whatever. Is like Queen Elizabeth II wouldn't necessarily be like the daughter of Queen Elizabeth, or like King whatever, the first or second wouldn't necessarily be the king of like... Right. The Pope works this way, I think. Sure. Sargon II, yeah. Okay, so yes, so it was Abdullah I. And then we have Talal, 51 to 52. I don't even remember reading anything about this guy, but okay. That's because
Hussein was the next big one, and then Abdullah II. Okay, these are basically the only 3 kings I know of. Who the fuck was this Talal loser? He abdicated in 52? What happened? Born in Mecca as the eldest child of Hussein. He was assassinated in 51. Oh, no. Okay, that was... Okay, and then Talal became king. Rio de Janeiro kings. He established Jordan's modern constitution. Oh, that's cute, I guess. He ruled for less than 13 months. He was forced to abdicate by parliament because he was experiencing a mental illness reported as schizophrenia. Oh, no. That's not funny. I'm sorry. And then he was succeeded by his oldest son, Hussein. Okay, so Hussein was this guy's... Okay, all right. Gotcha. What is the population of Mecca? 1.6 million people. Damn. How do Shia people feel? If you're like a Shia Muslim, do you get a right to do like pilgrimage to Mecca and all that, or do they like basically axe you out because you're part of the wrong DLC or whatever? Because Shia are like a minority religious people, right? How many Shia Muslims in the world? 154 to 200 million people. 10% of all Muslims. Yes, you can. Oh. Shia visits Mecca. However, there's been some funky stuff happening with Iranians visiting. Gotcha. Okay.
Catastrophe that is taking place in Syria right now. I'm going to stop in a minute to let you ask questions, but let me just check to make sure. Oh, yeah. I need to do this. So The Economist, back in October, has a wonderful article. It has a map of this part of the world, and it shows where Al-Qaeda is. And in the article, The Economist points out that Al-Qaeda at this moment controls more territory and has more adherents than at any time in its history.
Wait, what year is this from? February 2014.
This part of the world, and it shows where Al-Qaeda is. And in the article, The Economist map taking place in Syria right now. I'm going to stop in a minute to let you ask questions, but let me just check to make sure. Oh, yeah. I need to do this. So The Economist, back in October, has a wonderful article. It has a map of this part of the world, and it shows where Al-Qaeda is. And in the article, The Economist points out that Al-Qaeda at this moment controls more territory and has more adherents than at any time in its history. Even though I told you we did pretty well against those guys in Pakistan, and we did. So they're less capable of the mass casualty attack, but they actually control more territory and have more adherents. And then they had a map in The Economist that showed where they were. And you know where they are. Okay, it's in Yemen, it's in Syria, it's in Somalia, it's in Libya, it's in the Maghreb, it's in northern Mali, it's in northern Nigeria, and so on. The Economist is right. More adherents, more territory. But there are subtleties. Again, can we get the big ideas right before we start applying?
Does Al-Qaeda like exist in any meaningful form today? I think they took part in 2013 and onwards in that Syrian civil war. I don't know how much they exist like today though. Fuck it. I don't know. Fuck. They have affiliated groups all across Africa? Cringe.
Blast and fragmentation somewhere in the world. If I had a map up here, and I did Pakistan, Afghanistan, all the way out to Mali and Nigeria, and my army buddies would say, do the big hand, little map briefing, the big sweep. As my hand went from east to west, the flavor of Al-Qaeda would change. With still Al-Qaeda, okay? But with Al-Qaeda in Pakistan, in that first group I told you about, they're already coming to kill you. Okay? They're committed. It's about global jihad. It's about the resurrection of the caliphate. They had the chance to do you harm. They're going to do you harm. The further west you go, though, the more local considerations become stronger in the calculation of the local movement. Okay? Somalia, clearly Al-Qaeda, no question about it. All right? But frankly, they hate Ethiopians a lot more than they hate Americans or Brits. All right? It's driven by that. Until finally you get way out here in northern Nigeria with Boko Haram, and it's far more about memories, besides bad Nigerian governance, far more about memories of a 17th or 18th century black Islamic empire in what is now northern Nigeria than it is about the global jihad. So the question my government has, yours a little bit, mine certainly, is how much of an American face, if you truly understand the nature of Al Qaeda now, how much of an American face do you put on suppressing, I couldn't think of a better word, but bear with me, suppressing those movements as you go from Pakistan out to northern Nigeria? No downside killing the people in Pakistan. They're already committed to killing you. You're not going to make it worse. But the further west you go, a premature action to interrupt or to interdict, a premature action to suppress with an American face may actually accelerate that local group's definition of the United States.
Okay, don't care. Hamas leadership hiding in basement of Israel-built hospital in Gaza. Shin Bet chief says militants hiding in Shifa hospital because they know it will not be targeted by Israel. This was, when is this article written? Subscribe, bro. Why are all the news sites doing this? Archive that takes less than 2 seconds. I don't care. Too late. Don't care. No, I don't care. National Guard.
So the craziest thing happened just now. We witnessed probably around 50 migrants just break into our country. More than that. You think more than 50? More than that. I'm with Carlos. Probably about 200, he says. Wow. It was hard because they were coming in waves. So that was the most interesting part of my entire trip here so far. And it was interesting because I actually got into it with one of the National Guard members. And I wasn't even talking to them. I was filming the migrants going in. And I said, because it's true, I said, wow, enjoy your free cell phones. I hope none of these children will be sex trafficked, but we obviously know they will be. And one of the National Guard members goes, that's kind of harsh. Okay, faggot, well, you're committing treason by allowing these people into our
what the Jesus Christ? Okay.
country. So maybe you should have thought about that. Maybe that's kind of harsh to be destroying America. That footage we do have on Ryan's GoPro. So
What year is this from?
we will be releasing that soon. But yep, that's our America.
Okay. Jesus. March 1955 outbursts in the Gaza Strip. That's interesting. I'll add that. I had people. I had one person emailed me about this, and somebody just posted this in chat. Unless there's somebody that emailed me about it. That apparently Egypt had a plan before the Six-Day War called the Assad Plan, or the Lion Plan. In Egypt, the leadership approved a plan to attack Israel with the aim of capturing Eilat and attacking other strategic targets in the Negev. The plan, codenamed Assad, was known to Israeli intelligence on May 25th, and a encrypted telegram was sent to the Israeli Foreign Minister Abba Ivan. I think this is misspelled. Or no, Abba Iban? Wait, is that a real Hold on. Even? Wait, oh god, am I mixing my names? No, it is Iban. Okay, sorry. Maybe a different translation. He was in the U.S. at the time, informing him that Egypt was going to attack Israel on May 27th. Oh, and then they spelled everything here. Forwarded the content of the telegram to the American government, President Lyndon Johnson. The next day, contacted authorities of the Soviet Union, warned that Egypt was going to attack Israel the next day. The ambassador of the Soviet Union at Cairo came to the president. 3 o'clock in the morning, gave him strong Soviet opposition to starting a war on Egyptian initiative. Following the conversation, Nazar. Bro, the translations here are wild. I don't know anything about this, and apparently it only exists on the Arabic Wikipedia or something. This didn't exist in the English version, so I don't know if this is even real or not. Because if it's not made in English, who knows if it's real or not? Oh, the Hebrew wiki. Oh, so who knows, you know? Hold on 1 second. I'll grab a sippy, sorry. 73 seconds.
I'm aware of like secondary infections following like primary infections, where like I think you can develop like bronchitis or pneumonia like after like a bad bout of the flu or whatever. But can you ever get infected by 2 viruses at the same time? Like get like a cold and the flu simultaneously? Why does it feel like I never hear about this happening? It's just unlikely. Scroll down and you can see something else. The footage shows Hamas vehicles outside of Shifa and terrorists inside the hospital. Further footage also shows stolen IDF vehicles brought to Shifa by Hamas. That happened in house for sure. Oh, okay.
במרחב של בית חולים שיפה. זה בית חולים שיפה. אני רוצה לתאר לכם איפה
Destiny, can you steelman why this might not be bad? No, I don't think I'm going to. We need to I need to get... Norman was going to be our one guy. I really need to get some like pro-Palestinian voices on here that aren't unhinged, because I really do feel like most of the pro-Palestinian voices in the media are unhinged. There's got to be some out there that aren't, but it's hard to find them. Lonerbox? Lonerbox is... He's not the unhinged pro-Palestinian I'm looking for. Lonerbox seems to have like a pretty measured take on things, but I don't even know if we disagree that much. I'm trying to find like the crazy, like from the river to the sea pro-Palestinian people. Like I don't think, yeah.
My great hope. I think the business community is starting to turn. They've had enough of this stuff. It turns out that when the money is free and easy, it's very easy to spend millions of dollars on DEI seminars that teach you to hate white people or whatever. But it turns out that when the money gets tight, then people don't want to do that as much, and they'd rather just hire, you know, a productive employee who might believe that the American flag is decent.
Didn't Syrian girl want to talk? We had something said. I don't think we ever agreed to a time. But also, she's going to be like unhinged. That's just going to be like a rhetorical, like screaming back and forth, because she's like, she just like tweets out like fake shit constantly. She has like zero obligation whatsoever to being truthful. What about Kyle Kalinske? Well, I was trying to rebuild bridges with these people. I don't know if, The thing is, for like Kalinske and the people on the far left, like these guys don't, I feel like they just don't know much about any of the conflict. So I don't even know how strong their opinions are. What is Kyle Kalinske saying about this stuff? Kyle Kalinske, okay, bridge building mode, bridge building mode, bridge building mode. Whew. Let's see if we can do this, okay? Oh, where is Palestine's MLK? That's a good question.
Welcome to the returning champion, I guess you can say, Abby Martin. We've had you on previously. You remember when we, and we should actually start on this as well. So Abby did a great documentary, and I think it was released in 2019, Gaza Fights for Freedom. And so you probably have more experience, like on the ground in Gaza and in Israel too, than a lot of people watching this. So just tell everybody, like, what was it like being in Gaza, being in Israel? I wonder if do you have any experience in the West Bank too? Have you been to the West Bank?
Yeah, well, actually, I was banned from getting into Gaza. So I had to work around the blockade with the whole team of journalists. I feel like I have been there because of how much I've seen. But yeah, I was in the West Bank for a month in 2016. Subsequently was banned from entering Gaza. I was called an Iranian agent. I thought I was a Russian agent, so that was like very new to me from the Israeli government. Or a Venezuelan agent. I was like, oh, where's this coming from? But you know, and I think that's like part of the propaganda control and the control of the narrative is they simply don't allow a lot of people on the ground, especially Israeli or Jewish journalists. And it's all kind of within that idea that it's very dangerous for you to go. Like even when you're entering the West Bank, there's huge red signs that's like, do not enter at your own risk. Like you could die. And it's like, wow, this is very strong projection coming from the Israeli government, because I felt nothing but like gracious hospitality from all Palestinians. But entering in
I get really bad vibes immediately. Who is this person? What was their name?
To Jerusalem for just a couple hours, the visceral racism that I encountered, and essentially just genocide.
Abby Martin. The media won't tell you Gaza is a warehouse of millions of ethnically cleansed Palestinian refugees that live trapped under brutal Israeli blockade. Here's the forbidden historical context. The forbidden historical context. Genocide. A reminder, Israel killed many, possibly hundreds or more of its own people on the 7th of October and is trying to blame it on Hamas. This is something you can learn from Israeli media, but not from U.S. corporate/government press. On top of the massacring hundreds of sheltering Palestinians at a school last night, Israeli forces also bombed multiple residential buildings, killing hundreds more. Death would be 1,000 overnight. Okay, we understand the perspective. Let's see if she says anything insightful, I guess.
Aspirations from Jewish Israelis was quite shocking and quite stark of a difference.
Could you talk a little bit about the Great March of Return, which you documented in Gaza Fights for Freedom, and the reaction of the Israeli government and how that perhaps shaped some of the mentality of Palestinians living in Gaza?
Yeah, I think, just to give some context to Gaza, because a lot of the corporate media frames what's going on as this kind of ancient eternal conflict over religion and frames Gaza as essentially a sovereign area run by Hamas, which is the government that they elected in 2007 and has been reigning over the Gaza Strip ever since. When you look at the West Bank, it's under control of the Palestinian Authority, which is a different political party, Fatah, and it is under military occupation, essentially like martial law. You can't be a member of a political party, you can't have weapons, you can't even hold a Palestinian flag. All of that is deemed illegal. So it's a completely...
Wait, hold on. None of that is true, is it? Doesn't the Palestinian Authority have some of its own internal security in the West Bank? They can have guns, I'm pretty sure. Also, I'm pretty sure you can have Palestinian flags. I think that Israel, though, if you use a Palestinian flag as part of a protest, I think that they can, lock you up for it or some weird shit. But I don't think it's illegal to have a Palestinian flag in the West Bank. Illegal Palestinian flag, West Bank. I don't believe that's true. Israeli security minister bans Palestinian flag flying in public against Palestinian hardline government. Let me check this out. Hold on. Wait, is this in Israel or is this in the West Bank? I think this might be... I can't tell. Hold on. Palestinians aren't illegal in Israel. They still get torn down. They might be illegal in Israel now, although I'm not sure. I don't think so. But I'm almost positive that claim is not true, that it's illegal to have a Palestinian flag in the West Bank. I'm almost positive that's not true. But if can source anything proving that, I'd be interested in seeing that.
Be a member of a political party, you can't have weapons, you can't even hold a Palestinian flag. All of that is deemed...
Also, I'm pretty sure the Palestinian Authority is allowed to have weapons to enforce like police and shit. I'm pretty sure that's the case. How do they have a police force and everything, right? That was part of the Oslo Accords, I think, was handing security over in different areas as part of the Palestinian Authority, no?
Illegal. So it's a completely different kind of totalitarian control and is...
Palestinian security services are the armed force intelligence agencies of the state of Palestine, the critical institutions, but has no land army, no air force or navy. They do not dispose of heavy weapons. This is true. Yeah, because, Oslo Accord shall also a strong police force. Budget and strength. Control of weapons? She means civilians, no? Does she?
Strip ever since. When you look at the West Bank, it's under control of the Palestinian Authority, which is a different political party, Fatah, and it is under military occupation, essentially like martial law. You can't be a member of a political party, you can't have weapons, you can't even hold a Palestinian flag. All of that is deemed illegal. So it's a completely different kind of totalitarian control, and Israel doesn't really like to talk about that. They just kind of like to create this eternal boogeyman of Hamas. And, before...
Wait, is she talking about when she says occupation, military dictatorship, she's talking about Israel on the West Bank, right? Or is she talking about the Palestinian Authority on the West Bank? Which one is she talking about? I can't tell which one she's referring to right now.
The Great March of Return sparked off in 2017, already the UN was saying in a couple of years, Gaza is going to be uninhabitable because of lack of potable water, all of these different things that were...
Oh, if somebody wants to make an effort post, I would love if you could do this on my subreddit, because I was going to go researching this. This 97% potable water, this 97% undrinkable water, I try to figure out, where does this claim come from? Is it really true that 97% of the water in the Gaza Strip is undrinkable? Every single time I try to find where it comes from, it all seems to come back to this one commission thing or whatever. I'm so curious if this is actually true or not. If somebody could find, the actual commission or source for this 97%, all of it is cited, and it comes back to one thing that was done in
2017, 2018, I think, in front of the UN or something. I'm so curious if somebody can find me this. I would be really want to know. Yeah. This lady worked for RT America and is a 9/11 truther. Wait, no shot. Wait, hold on. Abby Martin uncovers 9/11. I don't even know what her position is on this. It shouldn't matter that much. Okay. She was a 9/11 truther. Oh, okay. She denounced it in 2014. Well, that's good. Oh, in 2014 she abandoned that. But before that she believed it was an inside job. Okay.
Becoming more and more apparent was going to make it rendered completely uninhabitable. And so all of these things culminated with, especially just the increasing amount of brutality and bombardment every couple of years in this caged population, where 2.3 million people are essentially caged in an open warehouse where 75% are refugees and half are children. And all of this was becoming completely untenable. And so over the course of a couple months, Palestinians got together of all political stripes and they decided, why don't we engage in a mass resistance, civil disobedience that's completely peaceful. And that's what they did, led by a man named Ahmed Abu Artema. He's an incredible poet. And he said, why don't we just have this symbolic action to kind of draw attention to our plight as refugees and stage tents on the border, this artificial border fence that's preventing us from getting to our ancestral lands. And what happened was absolutely...
All of this is like so unimaginably stupid. Like this whole thing is just like, let me give you like the most one-sided idealized version of...
Absolutely barbaric. Israeli snipers perched on top of hills around this artificial border fence. In what traditionally is a no-go zone, like they do shoot and kill Palestinians who kind of veer too close to the zone regularly. But Palestinians thought, this is a peaceful march. What could they possibly do if 10,000 of us came and just kind of chanted and marched and held these flags? And they mowed down 62 people with sniper rifles and killed 60 people in one day. And that was just one Friday. Over the course of several months, they killed over 200 Palestinians with sniper fire. And this was, again, putting Palestinians in the scope of their sniper rifles and pulling the trigger. And this is medics, journalists, children, disabled people. Tens of thousands of people were rendered disabled, weren't able to go get help and medical treatment. And I think what's amazing about this instance is it really is just the most egregious example of what happens to Palestinians no matter what, because they engaged in mass nonviolent resistance and they were mowed down like animals.
So this was the March of Return, especially this was happening near the walls. My understanding is that this was not nonviolent resistance. That is not true. There were a lot of marchers that were peacefully there just to march, but there were a lot of people involved in this later on that were not there peacefully, that were throwing Molotov cocktails, doing the incendiary balloons, doing the slings and rocks and everything. But yeah.
And so when you hear today, like, where's the Palestinian Gandhi? Why don't they practice nonviolent resistance? It's like they do. There's a rich...
That is absolutely not true. To characterize the history of Palestinians as nonviolence is an unbelievably ahistorical and even modern day stupid take.
Vibrant history of nonviolence.
It's extremely rare that you're almost the only streamer actively fighting the Russian disinformation apparatus. Abby Martin was a RT person like that Dan Cohen you spoke to. She certainly has a higher profile. A few other people you spoke to before regarding war in Ukraine were also associated with RT. Oh, maybe, yeah.
Resistance to the Palestinian movement, and it doesn't matter either way. They're treated like animals, they're called animals, and they're shot down like dogs. And I just want to finish this rant really quickly by bringing it back to today, you guys, because every single person involved in that documentary has been impacted. And I'm going to try not to cry because it feels like my brothers when I'm talking about what has happened to them. Ahmed Artema, his home was targeted and
there haven't been periods of peace in Gaza since 2006. No, my understanding is no. Since 2006, 2007, no, even prior to that. Since maybe you could even say since 2000, actually. No, I don't believe there's ever been a period of peace in Gaza since 2000 onwards, since the Second Intifada onwards. It's basically been like a steady stream of violence coming from that region for the past 23 years. I'm pretty sure, consistently. There might have been months of ceasefire or truce, but even at that, there's been small conflicts and fighting. But yeah,
son was murdered, and his 10-year-old boy is gone, and he is now in the hospital with second-degree burns. Him and his other 2 surviving children. 5 other family members were massacred in the home, and my other 2 friends, journalists who worked on the film, rendered homeless. 2 of their brothers have died, and every day I just check in hoping that they're alive, and they're just aimlessly trying to find shelter day to day. The water's run out a long time ago, and it's just horror after horror. It's unfathomable what is happening right now.
It's really important for you to get out these stories because oftentimes with a lot of people, when you bring up numbers, it's very abstract. It's not it doesn't hit home. And so for you to speak out about, look, I know these people, they're on the ground, People are dying. People have lost, their apartment building was bombed. Literally over 50% of Gaza is now totally uninhabitable. It's been destroyed by Israeli bombardment. For you to bring it home for people, it makes it so that it's no longer just a number. Because one of the things I've been doing on my show, and I know you have too, Crystal, on your show, is that when I'm doing my long segments breaking down all the updates, I usually start with the numbers coming out of the Euromed Monitor, the human rights group that they're on the ground. And, now it's over 16,000 killed, over 13,000 of them.
There was a 2008 ceasefire where Hamas stopped sending rockets. Yeah, but that was 6 months, which was a decent length of time, but they weren't able to extend it afterwards, right? Like that 6 month ceasefire, and even at that, I think weren't there still smallish skirmishes that happened a couple times? But there was that for 6 months. But
our civilians, over 6,000 children are now killed, and you bring those up, and it almost doesn't feel real. Because the numbers are so large that it's like, is this really happening? But, you're describing, yeah, and I know some of these people, and I know what's going on. And I just want to underscore one of the points that you made there, because you hear this argument all the time from people who are defending the Israeli government. I've heard it before where they say, look, if Israelis put down their guns, they'd be killed. If Palestinians put down their guns, they'd have a state. This is what you hear. And like you said, oh, where's the Palestinian MLK or Gandhi? If they were peaceful, they'd already have their freedom. This is something you hear all the time. But to your point, there have been many Palestinian MLKs. There have been many Palestinian Gandhis.
I don't know who these people are. I would love to hear these names. Who are all of the Palestinian MLKs and all the Palestinian Gandhis? I would love to hear a couple of these names. Who are we talking about?
This is what you hear. And like you said, oh, where's
Isn't Arafat one? No. Stop.
Palestinian MLK or Gandhi? If they were peaceful, they'd already have their freedom. This is something you hear all the time. But to your point, there have been many Palestinian MLKs. There have been many Palestinian Gandhis. And they're either dead or locked up as political prisoners. And so what do you do when you're in that situation? If you react violently, you're immediately called a terrorist. If you react with peaceful, nonviolent resistance, you're shot or locked up. And it's just an absolute no-win situation. And so do you think like what we're witnessing now is sort of waking up a younger generation? Because I've seen, this is more direct action than I've seen in a long, long time, where you have people who are blocking ships that have weapons that are bound for Israel on board. You have people who are, protesting a Joe Biden speech when he was talking to the UAW. You have people who are confronting Elizabeth Warren in public. You have people who are blocking the entrance to the DNC, demanding a ceasefire. I haven't seen, the pro-Palestine march was bigger than the pro-Israel march, where you had psychos like John Hagee mixed in with Democratic politicians and Republican politicians. Is this something that you think is like this generation's, like what the Iraq war was for us, where that sort of woke us up, like, holy shit, are we witnessing the same kind of awakening among the younger generation on this issue?
100%. It's actually incredibly hopeful and inspiring to see that gap.
Does this person even go? I feel like, oh my God. All right, I don't care. Never mind.
Generational gap of believability of the corporate media, distrust in our political establishment.
Hassan is popular.
Oh, okay. This was the water statistics in Palestine. Main indicators for water statistics: daily allocation per capita for consumed water for 60% use an improved drinking water source piped into dwelling. 90% of the West Bank limits in the Gaza Strip. More than 97% of the water pumped from the coastal aquifer in the Gaza Strip does not meet the water quality standards of the World Health Organization. Is this the? I want to know so much more. Every time I hear this 97% thing said, it sounds like they're saying basically, because I feel like I heard this quote directly, that 97% of the water that comes out of taps in the Gaza Strip is undrinkable, which would be, that's a really extreme statement. That's a horrible thing, and it's presented as such. But like, is that actually true? And it all sources back to this, like, I think it was in 2017 or 2019, like this presentation. I'm just curious where that number comes from. I just want to know where that number comes from, because I probably did maybe 5 or 10 minutes of Googling around to try to figure it out, and I couldn't find a good source of that, but I hear it repeated all the time. I'd just be curious. Empire Files, Abby Martin in Venezuela.
Wide coverage in the Western press. So I wanted to see the demonstrations that get virtually no coverage, those by government supporters. The atmosphere was quite different.
Told us that their fridges are empty, they can't buy anything, they live in a dictatorship. I mean, is that true?
Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah, what's up?
Hey, it's not 97% of the water is undrinkable. 97% of groundwater is poisoned. That's the 97%.
Wait, where is it? Can you show me where that number comes from?
I can't. I'm in the kitchen. Ask someone in chat. They can get it for you. It's probably in the Wikipedia page. There's a whole page. But the issues for Palestine's water comes from, one, that 97% of the groundwater is non-potable. Or I'm sorry, it's toxic, not non-potable. Two is they get nothing from the Jordan River. Like, Jordan gets it. Israel routes stuff to them. Nothing gets routed to Gaza. Three, the only surface water source is the Wadi Gaza, I think.
Wait, I'm curious, when we say poisoned, I'm just curious what that means. That's why I just wanted
The
to
word toxic is used, so I assume it's not just, oh, we can boil it and it's going to be fine. Because if it's just a matter of boiling, I mean, then maybe the argument could be made, well, yeah, but they don't have enough fuel to boil the amount of water they need. But
well, I mean, having to boil the water, even that would be kind of shitty. But I'm just curious what that means. Like when we say 97% poison, that's
toxic is the word I see. So
I've heard people say all sorts of things. I'm just curious what.
Yeah. Well, let me give you the points because then I got to get back to cooking turkey. So it's that 97% of the groundwater is toxic. The Wadi Gaza is the only surface water source, and that water may be getting routed to Israeli agriculture before it ever makes its way to anyone in Gaza. The power restrictions on the desalination plants make it so they can't run enough to properly desalinate. And then people wanted to bring up the pipes, but it wasn't until like 2021 that Hamas was digging up like any new pipe infrastructure. And I've been trying to find whether or not that pipe infrastructure has been was actually running water, was ready to run water when they started grabbing pipes from it, and then how much of that infrastructure has been destroyed. So I can't find anything on that, but there are way too many other issues with their water system for people to be like, yeah, well, maybe if Hamas didn't do that and just completely hand wave the whole situation. There is, right now they're getting 3 liters a day per person. The World Health Organization says that people need 50 to 100 liters a day for food consumption, and
okay, can you help me? Can you sell this one for me? Because I just don't understand. Okay, if they're so fucked on water and they're so fucked on calories, how is it that like the population has exploded, and how is it that, like 20 to 30% of them are obese? Like what is the? Can you make this math work for me?
I mean, look at areas in India where their water is absolute ass, and they're drinking like sewage water and shit. They're still reproducing. They're still having kids. A lot of them die young, but their population's still growing.
I don't know what the conditions across all of India or in parts of India are like. Are they?
I'm just making the point that just because there's dirty, fucked up water doesn't mean that the society can't continue forward. That doesn't mean that it's a good situation for them. It's just like you said yesterday yourself. You know, like you hear about the food insecurity. It doesn't necessarily mean they're not getting enough calories, but it does mean that their nutrition might be fucked.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what India's population growth looks like. Hold on. Oof, pretty big. Okay.
That's all. Just anyone that says that probably either misspeaking or fucking stupid, but it's 97% of the groundwater is toxic. That's where the 97% comes from.
Jesus. Okay. All right. Anything else?
All right, buddy. See you later.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
How is the life expectancy so high? How is the obesity rate so high? I don't understand. If like, because I'm getting one story here that like the water is undrinkable, they don't get enough food to sustain their people, blah 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 blah. But then, where are the healthcare or the health indicators of this? Is this even accurate? Yeah, actually, where does this number even come from? 75 is not high. What is the life expectancy in America? Isn't it like 77? Wait, who just said that in chat? Life expectancy is of 75.7 years is not high. The United States is 77.28 years. Is this 2 years? Like, does that represent like a significant difference? What if we look at like life expectancy in like Sudan is 65? What about like, oh, we can do all the Ivory Coast is 59. Oh, now we know all these countries. We just look them up. What about like Tanzania is 66. Rwanda is 67. That life expectancy includes both West Bank and Gaza. No. This says Gaza is 75.7. The West Bank is 76.6. Look up how to pronounce Tanzania. Is it Tanzania? Oh God, is it Tanzania? It might be Tanzania, not Tanzania. Sorry. What about life expectancy in North Macedonia? Is lower than the Gaza. What about it? In Bosnia is 76. Montenegro is 75.93.
Estonia is 78. Moldova is 70. Bulgaria is 74. Where is this coming out in the... I feel like I'm hearing all the time. Oh. Bro, okay, after this arc, we have to research something that's like super anti-Jew or anti-USA. I feel like I'm getting dangerously fucking Jew-pilled, okay? In like the opposite direction. Because I'd heard so many times from like Nazis and Fuentes that like the whole world is like pro-Jew and the whole world is pro-Zionist and blah, 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 blah. But I feel like the more and more and more I've dug in and read and blah, 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 why does it always seem like this shit is... I don't understand it. I'm having so much trouble understanding this. I'm having so much trouble understanding a lot of this. Your population point doesn't make sense. Nigeria has 56 clean water and their population is rising. Here's the number that I've heard. It might have been Finkelstein himself that said it. 97% of water coming out of Gaza taps undrinkable. I feel like this is the thing that I heard. So many times. I think Finkelstein himself said it below. Oh, click this link. Okay. Do unnatural deaths count towards life expectancy? I think all deaths do, right? That's why like child mortality, infant mortality is one of the biggest like things of predicting like the death or the life expectancy or whatever, right? The aquifer is polluted by salt as well as nitrate from wastewater infiltration and fertilizers. Only 5% to 10% of the aquifer yields drinking water destiny. Okay. Life and death before the war. Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank by the numbers. You keep destroying stuff from the Saudi Prince review. Yeah, I do. Yeah, because if like, let's say for instance, because here's something, okay? Like here's like two different things. This is what I'm saying, all right? Hold on. One thing I've been thinking about is to what extent can lead poisoning can explain part of the antisocial behavior we saw on October 7th? There may have been studies showing, maybe. I mean, even the lead poisoning thing in the Western world is still like a hypothesis, right? That's not like a proven thing. But like, for instance, when here's what I have heard, and this is what I thought. 97% of the drinking water is poisoned means that 97% of the taps in the Gaza Strip are putting out like bad water that should be undrinkable, right? But what if it is the case that it's just like 97% of the aquifer water is unusable, in which case they, they get their water from other sources, and like this is a potential problem, which is fair. That's like a potential problem. But that the takeaway there feels quite a bit different, right? Does that make sense? Like if it just means that like, oh, they get all their water from this one spot in the aquifer. Yeah, I don't know. I have a hard time. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Y ahorita actualmente un poco la comida si ya se ha puesto escasa es por la guerra económica que nos están haciendo los opositarios, las empresas privadas no colaboran en nada. Si hay comida en Venezuela, solo es a alto costo.
Que vengan a tierra venezolana, que vean cómo aquí la gente come las 3 comidas, almuerzo, cena y desayuno. ¿Ves? Aquí se garantizan las 3 comidas. Los niños en la escuela tienen garantizada la comida totalmente gratis.
Oh, she's like a hardcore propagandist. Was this back when people were trying to pretend like Venezuela wasn't having any actual problems? Hassan was on this shit. Like, oh no, Venezuela's actually fine. They don't have any serious problems before their entire fucking economy and like all the savings and everything of the people like completely fucking collapsed.
Gratis, escuelas gratis, educación gratis, universidades gratis, salud gratis.
Bueno, realmente el que vive aquí en Venezuela es el que ve esa situación, y yo como un habitante de este país digo que es totalmente falso, porque puedes ver que en los restaurantes de las Mercedes, en los restaurantes de mayor lujo aquí, están llenos, y si realmente estuviera pasando esa situación, estuvieran esos restaurantes vacíos, la gente estuviera pidiendo comida en las calles, y no está ocurriendo eso realmente. Los medios lo que han hecho es tergiversar toda la información que han dado.
pero no todo es lo que se refleja en los medios de comunicación. Yo tengo familia en Colombia y mi familia prácticamente a diario me escribe angustiada, que mira, que vente, que... Y no, yo digo, no, mira, pero no es como lo pintan allá. O sea, aquí no nos estamos muriendo de hambre, pero ciertamente tenemos una guerra económica. Porque, ¿cómo es posible que tú vas a un supermercado del este y tú consigues de todo, pero tú vienes a un supermercado que está hacia el oeste de estas grandes cadenas y no tienen nada?
Venezuelans.
Pero tú vienes a un... ¿Cómo es posible que...
How is it possible you can go to a small market in the east and you can get anything?
Tú vas a un supermercado del este y tú consigues de todo, pero tú vienes a
But when you go to a supermarket in the west, to the bigger grocery
un
chains,
supermercado que está hacia el oeste de estas grandes cadenas y no tienen
they don't have anything.
nada.
Venezuelans are experiencing food shortages, with the majority of people saying they eat less and worse now than in recent years. The lines that people wait hours in are not simply to buy food in general. They're mostly to buy bread, due to the scarcity of flour. But with so many claims of empty shelves, I went to several supermarkets around the city with a hidden camera.
So we just went to...
This is the one. So if you guys remember way back in the day, I remember I was arguing with Hassan about this, and Hassan said all of this was bullshit propaganda. And then that's when we got that one guy to call in who was like crying, talking about how like his entire family's life savings had been wiped out, that he'd heard stories of like people eating rats on the street or whatever. While Hassan was trying to claim that like, no, bro, it's actually just Western propaganda that that Venezuela's having problems right now. The country's actually doing perfectly fine. I don't know if that ever got uploaded to my YouTube, but holy shit, that was a fucking awkward conversation.
About 5 different supermarkets, and the shelves were fully stocked. And this is all types of neighborhoods, all types of classes. The shelves were stocked with everything from Nestle chocolate, all Coca-Cola products, fish, meat, vegetables, fruit. Although it is true, I did not find toilet paper at any of the stores. There's a multitude of other paper products, from Kleenex to paper towels to napkins.
She's talking about the east and west of Caracas, where the west is considered the rich part of the capital and the east is the poorest. Gotcha.
So while it is true that there are shortages, it seems like you're very able to find things for everyday life, no problem.
I sat down with economist Pascalina Curzio to understand the issue of scarcity and other economic problems.
Sí, bueno, en primer lugar, nosotros hablamos más que de una crisis económica generalizada, hablamos de una guerra económica, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque si hubiese una crisis económica generalizada, pues Venezuela no estuviese registrando los niveles de producción que actualmente registra. Venezuela, los últimos 4 años, ubicándonos desde el año 2013, tiene un PIB, un Producto Interno Bruto, per cápita, 9% por encima de los últimos 30 años, y una tasa de desempleo del 6,6%.
I'm here in Peru right now, and all the friends I make are from Venezuela. They've all told me the same thing. They left because things are going to shit. They send money back to their families. I didn't do as deep a dive into the Venezuela stuff, so this is a low level of confidence, okay, admitting that. But my understanding is one of the biggest things that drove a lot of the businesses out of Venezuela, like one of the big contributors to the starvation, everything getting fucked, was that the Venezuelan government tried really, really, really hard to enact insanely strict price controls on a lot of goods and services, and essentially, like, companies were just like, we can't compete here, and they left. I don't know how true that is or not. I know people like to point to the oil stuff, that the cost of oil being driven down in the markets globally, that was the reason why Venezuela's economy collapsed. But my understanding is that if you follow the collapse of the Venezuelan economy, it actually happened quite a bit after the oil prices had fallen, and you really couldn't link those two things together, that it wasn't really fair to say that. I could be wrong on that, but yeah.
Entonces no pudiésemos hablar de una crisis económica generalizada. Lo que hablamos es que hay algunas agresiones muy focalizadas que afectan al pueblo en general y que tienen que ver con manipulación de los mercados y manipulación de la economía en general, ¿no? Sobre todo a través de la moneda.
So there seems to be an abundance of all types of food, paper products like napkins, Kleenex, yet of course there's main staples that are a huge shortages, right? Toilet paper namely, things like oil, flour. How is that possible? How could there be such an abundance of paper products, yet no toilet paper?
Sí, es justamente parte de lo que decía de la diferencia entre una crisis económica y una guerra económica. Son productos muy puntuales con unas características muy particulares los que han estado escaseando, los que generan esas colas, esas filas, incluso la proliferación.
Wait, hold on.
How is that possible? How could there be such an abundance of paper products, yet no toilet paper?
Sí, es justamente parte de lo que decía de la diferencia entre una crisis económica y una guerra económica. Son productos muy puntuales con unas características muy particulares los que han estado escaseando, los que generan esas colas, esas filas, incluso la proliferación de mercados ilegales, ¿no? Ante una escasez, digamos, causada. Primero, son productos de muy alto consumo, ¿no? Por parte del venezolano. Son algunos alimentos, por ejemplo, el caso de la harina de maíz precocida es el primero en la lista de los que más consumimos los venezolanos. Son productos muy asociados a la vida, a la cotidianidad, a la salud, en el caso de los medicamentos, por ejemplo. Pero además, tienen una característica adicional, que son productos cuya producción y distribución, e incluso importación en algunos casos, son responsabilidad de grandes empresas que se constituyen como oligopolios.
So I believe this was the Venezuelan propaganda line, that Venezuela, It was who? What was the name of the leader? It was after Chavez, right? What was the I'm trying to remember the years that this happened. It was like in 20. When was the huge Venezuelan like fuck up collapse and everything? Was it 2018? 2017? Oh, it might have been Maduro. That might have been it. That like the propaganda line was that it was it might have been 2016. The propaganda line is like, oh, well, it's the companies that are trying to destroy Venezuela. The private companies are trying to blah, 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 blah. Because it was like the big socialism versus the private firm fight or whatever. But, yeah. Venezuela GDP per capita and current prices from 85 to 2024. Jesus. 2013, yeah. Oof. Oof. The true beginning of the end was 2001 when they nationalized the oil company. Literally half the people in my family got fired and the ones left slowly lost their... Yeah, I'd also heard... Now, this could be capitalist propaganda. Again, I'm giving you low confidence takes, okay? Because it's been a while since I dug into this, and I haven't dug into this super hard. But I also heard that the nationalization of the oil companies was a huge mistake. Not just because of like, oh, capitalists can run companies better than the government, but because there was a lot of corruption involved with the government running the oil shit. That the oil refineries and the rigs and everything, they were ran far less efficiently than they could have been. Because I believe that around when they got nationalized and shit, we were starting to run into, or in some of the years afterwards, you started to run into these huge spikes in oil prices. So rather than people present this idea that, well, Venezuela only failed because the oil prices fell, what was more likely happening was the only reason Venezuela was doing okay was because global oil was so high, but all of the corruption and everything that was endemic to the nationalization of the oil company running it, that once the oil prices started to tip off a bit, like, that combined with like the horrible price controls that the government was trying to set and the other socialist policies, like, not to do like the meme thing of like socialism caused Venezuela to fail, but I think it was literally that. I think it literally was like people pushing socialist policies literally caused Venezuela to fail. The idea of price controls, command economy stuff, the idea of nationalizing certain industries like their oil company. It might have been called National Oil. I don't remember. They were just like horrible decisions, but... Bolivia did the same shit, right? I don't remember. Don't know as much. You're not entirely correct. The 2014 enactment of law of fair prices made it hard for companies to stay afloat because of cost structures that were subject to central control. If they shut down or cut losses, companies risked being designated as boycotters or saboteurs of local economy because they relied on them so much. They were subject to confiscation of goods, criminal fines, and jail time for shit like that. Okay.
Que se constituyen como oligopolios. Es por eso, por ejemplo, las naranjas, el plátano es muy consumido por el venezolano, pero no han faltado en la mesa del venezolano. Ahora, esos productos, las verduras, las hortalizas, las frutas, son producidos por muchos productores, trabajadores del campo, que no tienen capacidad.
It's so crazy to me. I mean, I guess good for them that Russia is able to get so many of these Russian-funded like media people into so many different parts of the YouTube sphere. That like this Abby Martin person was somebody said that Telesur is a Venezuelan propaganda channel. I don't know if that's true or not, or if it's just like Venezuelan media or whatever. But the fact that she is doing a thing on, does she do a lot of things for this channel?
Firsthand made me realize how.
That she does this. That she was on Kyle Kulinski. That she talks about the Israeli thing. Like, good for Russia. Okay. If you heard about Venezuelans farming video game currency because it's legit worth more than their own national... maybe at RuneScape shit a long time ago? I don't remember, though. I might just be making that up now that you said it. What is this? Wait, we should do like 5 more minutes of this guy. We're gonna watch him for a bit. Sorry, fuck you. I hate when people say this made me realize when they're hearing exactly what their confirmation bias expects them to. Hey, listen, if you think I'm getting anything wrong, I will say this over and over and over and over again, okay? Can you, August, put a clip on this somewhere on my fucking YouTube, okay? I think it is very peculiar. And I think it's worth noting that every single person on Twitter, on YouTube, on streams, on every other media platform that's saying things like, Destiny has confirmation bias. He's only listening, blah, blah, blah. When people say things like this, they never actually provide like a thing that I'm incorrect about or a fact or something to counter any of the things I'm saying, okay? It's a very peculiar thing that you should take note of. Destiny, I was talking about the woman, not you. Okay, well, I love you, buddy. But I see that a lot on Twitter, like, oh, Destiny's like, his wiki research or the videos he's watching or all of this is like wrong or he's biased. Okay, what am I wrong about? Just tell me, educate me. I want to be educated, right? The best I'll get from these people is we'll just go read these 7 books, okay?
طبعا امير نايف رحمه الله عليهم كلهم واخرين عاشروا هكل.
Okay, our guy. Footage of Hamas abducted Israelis in Shifa. Yeah, we already saw this, but okay.
الفترة من المسؤولين السعوديين وكذلك سمعتها مباشرة من خادم الحرمين الملك سلمان سلمه الله اللي كان له علاقة حميمة مع كل المسؤولين الفلسطينيين. ليه؟ لأن كلنا متعلقين بهالقضية اللي نعتبرها قضية وطنية وقضية عادلة. بس كمقدمة أحب أقول بعض الأشياء اللي يمكن
Something I will say as we watch this is because somebody mentioned that Al Arabiya English, that this channel is like a state-ran Saudi Arabian channel and they engage in like quote unquote propaganda, right? That if they do propaganda, then this type of interview that they're giving also seems to reinforce the idea that like Saudi Arabia wants to make its citizens aware that like, listen, we support the Palestinians and blah, 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 but look at all the times they fucked up. That's why we're not like helping them anymore. That like this interview would kind of like further that kind of like narrative, that direction. Yeah. Honestly, it's far more fair than Al Jazeera. Maybe, like I said, for Al Jazeera English, I feel like for Al Jazeera English, I haven't seen much bad stuff from that. I the reporting generally seems pretty good, just from what I've seen though. Yeah. People in the Arab world call it Al-Ibria, which means the Hebrew, because they're easy in Israel. Gemzar is getting brigaded in the replies. Oh, let's retweet him and give him a help. Give him a help, yeah. Okay, sorry. All right.
اللي بقوله قضية فلسطين قضية عادلة لكن محامينها فاشلين والقضية الإسرائيلية قضية غير عادلة بس محامينها ناجحين وهذا يختصر لك الأحداث اللي صارت في 75 سنة الماضية. كذلك في شيء يربط القيادات الفلسطينية تاريخيا وهو أنهم دائما يراهنون على الطرف الخسران وهذا له ثمن. الأمين الحسيني في الثلاثينات كان يراهن على النازية في ألمانيا وكلنا نعرف وش حصل لهتلر والمانيا وش جاه مردود لموقفه مع المانيا ومع هتلر والنازيه ضد الحلفاء انهم صاروا يذيعون له تسجيلات من صوت برلين بالعربي وغير كذا ما جاب خير القضيه. اذا قفزنا الى الامام فما يمكن احد مننا ينسى في دول الخليج بالذات صوره ابو عمار وهو زاير لصدام حسين عام 90 بعد احتلال الكويت. شعب عربي محتل والكويت دول الخليج كلها كانت تحت ظل الفلسطينيين ولكن الكويت بالذات كانت تحتوي القيادات الفلسطينية. ونشوف ابو عمار في بغداد يقبل ويضحك ويمزح مع صدام.
Here is what I don't understand. Oh, I don't get this. How on earth was Arafat still like the leader of the Palestinian world after the first Gulf War? I don't understand what happened there. I don't understand how he wasn't pressured out or how he wasn't pushed. Yeah, I don't understand how somebody else didn't come up after that, right? If it truly was the case that some 300,000 Palestinians left Kuwait and was like ass mad as fuck over his supporting of Saddam Hussein, how are there no other leaders chosen? Was it just because he had all the money? Because he was like getting rich as fuck from everything? Or... Hold on. Wasn't he shunned until the 2000s by the West because of it? I don't know. He killed them. He was over-leveled.
وهنيه بما حصل. هذا كان الواقع مؤلم على كل شعوب الخليج وبالذات على الاخوان الكويتيين والاخوات الكويتيين وبالذات على الكويتيين اللي بقيوا في الكويت وكانوا وقاوموا الاحتلال. كمثال اخر على
Isn't this around the time Hamas came to power because of that? He felt like he was losing power and needed to make a deal with Israel before he was ousted. I don't know about that in particular, but
عدم التوفيق. بعدها بأشهر يبدأ معركة تحرير الكويت ويضرب صدام حسين عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية بالصواريخ.
Fuck, I didn't even know about this. Fuck. He shot missiles at Saudi Arabia too? I know he shot missiles at Israel. What was the point of this? Bro, Saddam Hussein was on some wild shit. Here's a question that I need to look at the end of the first Gulf War. Why didn't the United States depose Saddam Hussein after the end of the first Gulf War? I super don't understand that. What was the rationale given? Saddam was going for the insanity claim because Bush 1 felt he'd learned from losing all of his fucking tanks. While the coalition itself did not include Israel, the Iraqi leadership had launched the campaign. Oh, so Iraq began to fire missiles at Israel. They launched the campaign under the expectation that the missile barrage would provoke an independent Israeli military response and hope that such a response would prompt the coalition's Muslim-majority countries to withdraw. However, the jeopardization attempt was ultimately unsuccessful as Israel did not respond to any Iraqi attacks, and Iraq continued to remain at odds with Muslim-majority countries. Then, Iraqi missile barrages aimed at coalition targets stationed in Saudi Arabia were also unsuccessful. And on the 20th of February 1981, the coalition launched a major ground assault into Iraq-occupied Kuwait. The offensive was a decisive victory for American-led coalition forces, who liberated Kuwait and promptly began to advance past the Iraq-Kuwait border into Iraqi territory. H.W. Bush didn't think the UN resolution gave him the power to depose Saddam? Cringe, but okay. You already know about why Saddam wasn't overthrown. It's because the USA didn't want to overthrow a Soviet satellite right after the Soviet collapse. Oh, shit. I think that was a huge... Because the first Gulf War, I don't think, ended until after the Soviet collapse, right? That might have actually been a big concern. I don't know how big that was a factor was, but I think I remember reading that. Yeah, that's right. That, like... Wait, let me... Hold on. Let me 100% get our dates right here. Soviet Union collapse... This was at the end of 91. Was our complete conflict over by the beginning of 91? Maybe that wasn't a reason. I feel like I read that at one point, that the United States was worried that overthrowing Saddam Hussein in Iraq post-dissolution of the Soviet Union would make it look like that the United States was taking advantage of a unipolar world and trying to just like topple every single... But the dates don't line up for that, though. So I don't know why I... Where I read that, or that doesn't seem to make sense. Maybe not, I'm not sure.
Jesus. 47 Scud missiles were fired at Saudi Arabia, and 1 missile was fired at Bahrain and another at Qatar. The missiles were fired at both military and civilian targets. 1 Saudi civilian was killed and 70 others were injured. What the fuck? Saddam Hussein was a crazy fucking guy. I still remember the video of oh my god, of what is it? It was this when Saddam Hussein started to purge members of the he started to purge members that he considered unloyal to, would it have been the Ba'ath Party at the time, Iraq at the time? And people, I believe other politicians in the crowd were getting so fucking worried that they were about to be put up against a wall and shot, that like people in the audience started to get up and be like, long live Saddam Hussein. Because they were worried that they were going to be like executed next, basically. Was that in this one? I don't know if that's what the guy said. I don't speak fucking. There's a video of it happening. Yeah, it might not have been this video. Was it this first one?
He says. He's very calm, very cool.
Maybe that was the same video. Wow, Swagam, thanks for the 10 gifted subs.
Ecstasy of the whole hall exploding in long live Saddam, long live the Ba'ath.
In total, 66 alleged traitors are removed. A third are executed by firing squad, including Mashhadi.
The purge of 1979 is a watershed. From now on, everybody is on notice. You don't antagonize Saddam under any circumstances. Don't even try it. That's 1979. That's when Iraq is becoming a real dictatorship.
In just a couple of hours, Saddam Hussein eliminates any traces of political opposition. He has achieved total power.
Good for you, buddy.
Themselves. Do you think that the U.S. or UN forces should have moved into Baghdad?
No.
Why not?
Because if we'd gone to Baghdad, we would have been all alone. There wouldn't have been anybody else with us. It would have been a U.S. occupation of Iraq. None of the Arab forces that were willing to fight with us in Kuwait were willing to invade Iraq. Once you got to Iraq and took it over and took down Saddam Hussein's government, then what are you going to put in its place? That's a very volatile part of the world, and if you take down the central government in Iraq, you can easily end up seeing pieces of Iraq fly off. Part of it the Syrians would like to have to the west. Part of eastern Iraq, the Iranians would like to claim. Fought over for 8 years. In the north, you've got the Kurds. And
Hold on. Am I crazy, or has government changed this much? Or I can't tell if I'm like nostalgia looking through fucking Cheney. Since Barack Obama, have we had the same level of like very frank conversation or stuff about like foreign affairs? Does what I'm saying make any sense?
Years. Then what are you gonna
like
put
this
in
is like
place?
a very sober, honest analysis of like a situation going on like in the Middle East. This sounds like an intelligent conversation by a man who's knowledgeable with the affairs in the region, like giving an interview to American press about what's going on. Has there I feel like even under Obama and later, I'm not sure. Was Dick Cheney in power during that interview? Oh, that's true too, actually. I don't know what his position was at this point, actually.
Very volatile part of the world, and if you take down the central government in Iraq, you can easily end up seeing pieces of Iraq fly off. Part of it the Syrians would like to have to the west. Part of eastern Iraq, the Iranians would like to claim. Fought over for 8 years. In the north, you've got the Kurds, and if the Kurds spin loose and join with the Kurds in Turkey, then
this is absolutely true, right? If Iraq were to dissolve into a shithole, and you've got Syria capturing territory, you've got Iran, who just had a huge fucking war with Iraq, where none of the borders were changed, started capturing territory. You've got the KRG, the Kurdistan Regional Government, with other Kurds in the region. If they got a country, yeah, you're looking at like a whole potential clusterfuck. This makes sense. This explanation, I don't know if it's correct, but it makes sense. This explanation makes sense.
The territorial integrity of Turkey. It's a quagmire if you go that far and try to take over Iraq. The other thing was casualties. Everyone was impressed with the fact that we were able to do our job with as few casualties as we had. But for the 146 Americans killed in action and for their families, it wasn't a cheap war.
Blinken has a lot of good interviews. Okay, maybe I need to look at some of his stuff.
We had. But for the 146 Americans killed in action and for their families, it wasn't a cheap war.
He would have been Secretary of Defense at this point. Okay.
And the question for the president in terms of whether or not we went on to Baghdad and took additional casualties in an effort to get Saddam Hussein was how many additional dead Americans is Saddam worth? And our judgment was not very many, and I think we got it right.
Huh. This is after he left office as Secretary of Defense. Gotcha.
These Kurdish leaders who...
Also, this is major survivorship bias. It's a super rare to see in mainstream media while the person is in office. Obama's recent interview on PSA is pretty similar in tone and content to this. Oh, okay. That might be interesting here, too. What does... Yeah, I'm curious. What does Hillary Clinton have to say on Israel-Palestine? Huh, we're going to watch a skit. Stay mad. 10 days ago. 5 minutes.
I think you...
Wait.
Oh my gosh, are y'all even on my team?
Yo, all you do is complain. Maybe we would do better if you would shut the
Who
hell
said
up
that?
half of the time,
Hold
bro.
on.
Shut up.
You're at the bottom of the leaderboard. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you speak. Shut up.
Playing objective and
Shut
not
up.
just
You're
running
literal
around
trash.
shooting, not just running
You're
around
literal
shooting.
garbage. Shut up.
Oh yeah, sorry I have a life. Sorry this isn't all I do all day like you.
Gosh.
You just sit at home and just stare at the TV
Bro,
all
I have
day
less hours in this game than you. Guaranteed. You're just literal garbage.
and
You're
do
just
nothing else. Sorry.
Wow, Sproutcam, thanks for gifting 25 subs.
garbage.
Yeah, alright. You're literally...
Shut up.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, keep talking.
I will keep talking.
Yeah, keep talking.
I will. Because what are you going to do? You're not going to do anything.
No, you're right.
Shut
yeah,
up.
You're right.
Dang.
Just keep talking.
This is so annoying. Oh my god. Why am I playing? Why am I carrying y'all? I'm gone, bro. You're dirt. You're doo-doo butter. I'm out. Good luck. Good luck without me.
6354 Boardfish Road. That's your address? That's your address? Oh, we quiet now. That's crazy. We finally got a moment of silence, y'all. That's your address? Huh?
I was foolish. Perhaps I did go a little too far.
Nah, you good. Answer the question. This not your address? Huh? This not you?
That's not my...
So this not your door we knocking on right now? This not your bedroom door? Yeah. Yeah, all that action. This not you? Open up. Unlock
That's
the door.
not my address.
This not your door? Unlock it.
That's not my address.
Unlock the door right now.
Good job, guys.
You are in favor of a humanitarian pause or pauses, but you're against the ceasefire, which many people in this region are asking for. You know, the numbers of dead are rising rapidly, 10,000 according to Hamas, admittedly. But you still got like 89 dead at the UN, which is a gigantic number for the United Nations, the Red Crescent and so on. Can you perhaps explain why you don't want a ceasefire?
Well, I think there is a difference between a ceasefire, which would, in effect, freeze the situation in Hamas's favor. I negotiated a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in November of 2012. And at that point, both parties did not want to go any further. The breaching of a pre-existing ceasefire by Hamas with rockets being sent into Israel had not caused a lot of damage. There had not been the horrific massacre that we saw on October 7th. And there also had not been the development of the infrastructure of terror that Hamas has built in Gaza. I don't know any nation represented at the New Economy Forum faced with the kind of assault that Israel was faced with by Hamas that would not be, number one, defending itself, and number two, trying to prevent it from happening again. Because with every other ceasefire, it did happen again until finally we got to the breach of a ceasefire, which was in existence on October 7th with the terrible attack by Hamas. So a ceasefire, if it were possible, which frankly I don't think is possible. I don't think Israel is interested in a ceasefire at this point, but they are perhaps willing to have what we do call humanitarian pauses for the purpose of both getting aid in to try to assist the civilians in Gaza, but also getting the more than
Yes, Ignelius, I see. Yes, I don't know why you want me to click a clip. We've watched it many times. I see. I've got a clip. They got a lot of views. Thank you. Please.
240 hostages out. You know, these hostages are not just Israeli. One of the biggest groups of hostages are workers from Thailand who are working on farms in Israel. So there is a global dimension to the hostages that a pause could perhaps inspire some willingness on the part of Hamas to let the hostages go. But a ceasefire that would freeze the situation at this point is not something that is going to, you know, really undermine Hamas's capacity, especially with 200 miles of tunnels that they have constructed over the last decade to launch yet another attack on Israel. And that would be intolerable. And I think it would be intolerable for, you know, any nation represented at the forum.
Well, there seem to be kind of two big theories going on about this war. One is that this is the end of the peace process. The other, which you champion, the other is that this is, if nothing else, this will prompt finally some move towards a two-state solution. Which side of that do you fit on?
Well, I actually try to fit on both. And I'll tell you, John, I think it's important to have some aspiration, some goal that we can look toward. Many of us, my husband particularly, worked very hard on trying to get a two-state solution, and it frankly, in retrospect, is heartbreaking that Yasser Arafat walked away from the deal that Bill had brokered between Israel and the Palestinian Authority back in 2000. There could have been a Palestinian state on up to 97% of the land from the 1948 division that would have been in existence for 23 years now. So I think you have to create the environment in which there is a chance to revitalize the peace process and a potential for a two-state solution. Hamas is not interested in a two-state solution. They are dedicated to the destruction of Israel. That is in their charter. If you've been watching lots of different outlets over the last month, that is what the leaders of Hamas say. You know, they want to destroy Israel. So Hamas is not a partner for any kind of peace or two-state solution, but the Palestinian Authority might one time again be. New leadership in Gaza might again be. So if they get to a point where that's possible.
Very quickly, do you think that Benjamin Netanyahu is a partner for a two-state solution?
I don't think there's any evidence of that. I think the Israeli people will have to decide.
That's a good answer, yeah.
About his leadership. I think there will be investigations about what led up to and what happened on October the 7th. But I think there needs to be new leadership of the Israelis and the Palestinians in order to have any chance at some kind of peace deal, especially a two-state solution.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and start, please, now. And my name is Gillian Tett. I'm with the Financial Times. And it is my very great pleasure today to have a chance to have a question and answer session with President George Bush, 43rd President of America. A man who needs absolutely no introduction.
Wow, Swagcam, thanks for gifting 50 subs.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I cannot be in Ukraine today with you all. But I thought it would be better and more helpful to everybody if I did this interview with President Bush, and I want to thank President Bush for doing this. We are at the Bush Institute in Dallas now, joining the campus of SMU, and a university that Laura Bush, President Bush's wife, attended. So President Bush, let me start by asking you about a famous quote that you made years ago when you were president. You said you saw Mr. Putin, you looked into his soul, and you didn't seem that concerned. What were you talking about at the time, and are you more concerned about his soul now?
Dave, this was in Slovenia. And at one of Tito's summer houses early in 2001, and Vladimir Putin and I met for the first time. And we sat down. First of all, I dismissed all the delegation. It was just me, Condi, Putin's Condi, and two interpreters. And I want to get to know the guy. You know, I think the best kind of diplomacy is personal diplomacy. And so he wants to talk about this, that, the Soviet era debt, and he had a huge stack of cards and kind of reading them. And it frankly, it interested me, but I wasn't that interested in a huge stack of cards. And I said to him, is it true your mother gave you a cross you had blessed in Jerusalem? This was a fact that the CIA had dropped on him as part of a background, and his whole countenance changed. He went from tense to relaxed and started talking about his mother and the cross and what it meant to him, that it had been rescued. And I asked him about his daughters. He and Ludmilla had two daughters, and he was talking about their interests, and I told him about our daughters. And so we established a really good rapport. And we began a working relationship. And so this comment came at a press conference. The question was asked by an AP reporter. Do you trust Putin? Now keep in mind, I'm kind of trying to get a personal relationship with him, and if the answer was no, I don't trust him, it would be hard to have a personal relationship. But trust but verify had already been used by Ronald Reagan, and I didn't want to be viewed as a plagiarist, right? And so I said, yes, and kind of hoped the reporter moved on. I said, why? And I said, because I looked in his eyes and saw his soul. It was such a befuddling answer, they went on to another question. But it was really referring to the fact that he had this great kind of emotions about something as significant as the cross. And had I looked in his eyes at the end of my presidency, I would have seen a different soul. In my judgment, it darkened up. He became infected with power and money and, perhaps sex. And he was a different guy. So, all right, in light of what you've...
Did he say money, power, perhaps sex? Did I mishear that?
Darkened up. He became infected with power and money and, perhaps sex.
Okay.
And he was a different guy.
So, in light of what you saw during the whole of your presidency, are you surprised that he decided to try to invade Ukraine?
I'm not surprised that he would view weakness as an opportunity to reestablish a Russian empire. And I think he saw weakness, frankly, as a result of U.S. and allied reaction in Afghanistan. We needlessly pulled out, and the world goes, what the hell is America all about? You know, is it not willing to honor its commitment to girls and women, for example? And I think Putin saw that as an opportunity, as did, by the way, Chinese and Iranians and everybody else who is not on the same side of freedom as we are. And
that sounds wild to me. I have a hard time accepting that the rest of the world was looking favorably upon U.S. strength supporting whatever we had in Afghanistan. I wonder if this is him like trying to hold on to his legacy of like starting that conflict there or not. But like that seems, I don't know, that's a hard one. But
so he's got a chip on his shoulder. So you got to ask why. I mean, I just discovered it when I introduced him to my little dog Barney, who's a Scottish Terrier, and he kind of dissed him, you know, like call that thing a dog. Anyway, a year later, Laura and I go visit him outside of Moscow, and he said, "You want to meet my dog?" I'd forgotten about the Barney diss, of course. And I said, "Yeah." And outbound's a huge Russian hound. And he looks at me and goes, "Bigger, stronger, and faster than Barney." I tell this Canadian Prime Minister, he goes, "At least he only showed you his dog." Oh. Yeah. Anyway, so it's a. So here's the thing. It was, I think, an interesting insight because it says, you know, I've got a chip on my shoulder, and so you got to ask why. And in his mind, the demise of the Soviet was a terrible moment for the Russian people. And what you're watching is try to reinstate Russian glory, not necessarily in the communist mode, but in the empire mode.
So you visited Ukraine when you were president?
Destiny, hospital shot in Gaza by the IDF. Listen, you've linked this clip 50 million times to KickChat. I don't care. I'm not clicking random links of like, Israel does this, Hamas does this. That's not what I'm interested in, okay? I don't know why I don't care, okay? I don't care about any of this. Please stop spamming this link. Holy shit.
Yeah, I did.
And your impression then was it was operating okay as an independent country?
Yeah, I mean, as far as, when you're the president, they put you on the Quds tour. You don't. So, yes, I went to the war graves of the people slaughtered by the Soviets and I met the young leaders, opposition as well as those in power. It seemed to me there was a vibrant democracy going on, but I'm also aware that young democracies take time. And it takes the support of older democracies to give them a chance to develop the civil society necessary to be peaceful.
Now, during your presidency...
Okay, fuck Bush. I don't care. This is not interesting. Netanyahu, firing line with William F. Buckley Jr. Terrorism, viewed from abroad. Is Netanyahu on this program?
Entebbe raid of 1976, in which a secret terrorism politique.
Oh, is this a younger Netanyahu? This is recorded in 86. Oh, it is him, I think.
He was with the Minister of the Interior.
Or is there somebody else on here?
Liberation. Then, as
no, this is Netanyahu. Never mind. This is him. This other guy is Claude de Camuria.
Let me define, or let me try to give an instance of what terrorism is not. In 1944, the British...
In 1986, permanent representative of Israel to the UN. What were the political... Was this the first political position that he held in Israel?
British Royal Air Force sets out on a bombing mission. The target is the Gestapo headquarters in Copenhagen. Perfect target. The planes loose the bombs, drop the bombs, and they miss. Instead of the Gestapo headquarters, they hit a children's hospital, and scores of children are horribly killed. This is an accidental, tragic outcome of war. This can happen, but it is not terrorism. Because what terrorists do is target the innocent deliberately. And therefore, my definition of terrorism is the systematic and deliberate attack, the murder, maiming, and menacing of innocents, of civilians.
Sram Cheetah, €5. Thanks. Micah Hawkins, $20. Hey, Destiny, off-topic question. What's your go-to meal you'd get from McDonald's? I don't know. Probably chicken nuggets.
For political goals.
Destiny, how is it permanent if he's not the representative anymore? True.
Now, was under that definition terrorism committed in Israel between, say, 1945 and 1948?
Well, then on that basis, you can check anyone, including Israel. And it matters not the identity of the perpetrator or the cause that he professes, but whether that definition sticks. Now, there are basically two celebrated instances that are mentioned in this case. One is Deir Yassin, the other is King David, which happened to be the military encampment headquarters of the British in the Middle East. And these are basically the two instances. In neither one of those conditions, if you look at the historical fact, was the object of the attack of innocents, of civilians, for political goals.
Well, now, was under that definition terrorism committed in Israel between, say, 1945 and 1948?
Well, then on that basis, you can check anyone, including Israel. And it matters not the identity of the perpetrator or the cause that he professes, but whether that definition sticks. Now, there are basically two celebrated instances that are mentioned in this case. One is Deir Yassin, the other is King David, which happened to be the military encampment headquarters of the British in the Middle East. And these are basically the two instances. In neither one of those conditions, if you look at the historical fact, was the object of the attack civilians, nor was there systematic and deliberate attacks on them. I think that you can tell a lot about terrorists, but what happens when they come to power? Those.
So Deir Yassin was the destruction of that one village with some 100 Arabic people killed. So the Zionist perspective is going to be, well, they were fighting from that village. They were fighters, so we had to, we fought and we killed the people there. I believe most of the world, including, I believe most new historian Israeli scholars are going to say, no, Deir Yassin was kind of a massacre. The people killed there weren't all fighters, and that village was basically destroyed after the resistance was met there, which didn't need to happen. For Camp David, I don't think Camp David, I know there was like documents and stuff there. No, not Camp David, I'm sorry, King David. But I don't think it was considered like a military base, like the hotel, no? I think they only bombed it because the British people had documents there relating to Irgun activities, I think, that would have like made them look really, really, really bad. And they wanted to blow this up so that those documents would be destroyed. The British administrative headquarters. I think I could be wrong, but I think calling this a military base is quite misleading. If that's what, yeah. They fought back at Camp David. All those deaths were 100% justified. Wait, you mean the King David Hotel, or? Sorry.
One of those conditions, if you look at the historical fact, was the object of the attack civilians, nor was there systematic and deliberate attacks on them. I think that you can tell a lot about terrorists, but what happens when they come to power? Those who fight for freedom and come to power do not impose terrorism. Those who do, who fight in terroristic means, end up as being masters of terrorist states.
Check out the Tantura massacre. I don't know what. In 48, around 40 to 200 Palestinian Arab villages were massacred by the IDF's Alexandroni Brigade. Jesus, the victims were buried in a mass grave, which today serves as a car park for the nearby Tel Dor beach. What a sentence. Jesus. I wanted to beat Drake in your Kick chat. Also, I studied AI at GetTech. Would love to work for you and just show you cool stuff with GPT-4. Wow, Swagham.
Libya and Algeria and other countries that support and practice terrorism.
Well, I think this is important to nail down, don't you, Mr. Ambassador, because I happen myself to have been engaged in an effort in the United Nations to get the General Assembly to agree on a denunciation of terrorism in 1973 when I was in the UN. And just before the vote came, there was a motion made by the Saudi ambassador, Mr. Baroudi. Yes, I remember him. You remember him? Everybody remembers him. And
Morris really disputes this Tantura, just so you know. Okay.
He rewrote the measure as follows, quote, measures to prevent terrorism and other forms of violence which endanger or take innocent human lives or jeopardize fundamental freedoms, and a study of the underlying causes of those forms of terrorism and acts of violence which lie in misery, frustration, grievance, and despair, and which cause some people to sacrifice human lives, including their own, in an attempt to effect radical change.
What atrocious rhetoric.
Yeah. Mind you, this was, by the way, quintessential Baroudi, but this was the title of his proposed resolution. Now, if every woman, child, and grown man had voted in favor of that, it would have solved nothing, right?
Yes.
So that your symposium really attempted to narrow the form of terrorism to a point that nobody would disagree with, correct?
Exactly.
And do you have any trouble with that definition, Mr. Ambassador?
Well, on the definition, I will agree with my friend Benjamin. But I took some notes with me, and I was looking on we have made some progress since you were with the U.S. delegation.
Were you there then?
No, but
no. Just as a heads up, fuck. Hold on, I'm getting pilled on everything on the worst way possible. Okay. Wow, Swagcamp, thanks for 247 YouTube chat. Buckley was considered one of the more I'm pretty sure one of the more kind of aggressive debater interviewers back in the day, right? But this was the quality of American TV. Bro, what happened in the past 20 years? Am I crazy? I feel like everything has gotten so fucking retarded today on news stations or our media. And I think I don't want to say it's uniquely American, but it seems to affect America quite a bit more than other countries in terms of how retarded our media has been.
Oh, because I resigned from the UN the day after Dag Hammarskjöld's death. Hammarskjöld was a remarkable man.
12 years earlier.
And he died, as you know, on the 17th of September, 61, and I resigned the day after. But still, I was always interested in the UN affairs. But for the information, not only for your information, because you know about it, but at least for the people who are kind enough to listen to us, I want to recall that last December, 85, there was a resolution adopted by consensus condemning, extremely strongly, all, I will try to translate it in French here, all criminal acts, methods, practices of terrorists, wherever and whoever is acting. And may I call
You were watching the best of the media back then. You're not watching the daily drivel of old media, which was just about. Sure. Well, give me. Okay, how about this? In the past 10 years, what do you think was the best like media event for like informing the American public on things? Can you give me like one thing in the past 10 years?
Been living abroad began to return. They wanted to trigger a coup against Saddam.
When they brought cameras into Congress, people started performing for clips. Newt Gingrich drove a lot of this, so that was a part of it.
They hoped a new Iraqi leader would let the Kurds run their own affairs. Traveling with them was an American, an observer from the United States Senate.
At that point, everything hung in the balance. Had the United States signaled its support for the uprising, I am convinced it would have succeeded. There were Iraqi generals who were, in fact, in touch with the opposition and who were sitting on the fence waiting to see what would happen. And when the United States did nothing, said nothing, sat on its hands, of course, they took the course of caution.
That very night, Saddam Hussein's troops attacked. Washington had decided it did not want to support an uprising that might lead to the breakup of Iraq. The rebel forces fought back, but they were hopelessly outgunned. The Kurdish leaders who'd encouraged the revolt had made a terrible miscalculation. As shells began landing on the cities, there was panic. Not only were the casualties...
Destiny, do you think there's a reasonable pro-Russian stance in the Ukraine war? Absolutely not. You would have to be Russian or be insanely like pro-rebuilding of the Russian like Soviet Union or some shit to have... no. There's no reasonable... Yeah, I don't think so.
It's heavy, but they feared a chemical attack at any moment.
I do not want to push American forces beyond our mandate. We've done the heavy lifting. Our kids perform with superior courage, and they don't need to be thrust into a war that's been going on for years.
The Iraqi forces advanced relentlessly, and the cities of Kurdistan emptied before them. Now 1 million people were on the move. They headed for the mountains, trying to reach the safety of the Turkish and Iranian borders.
When George Bush said that he didn't want the American military interfering in this, the Kurds got scared. We heard the shelling and the bombing, and our next door neighbor came around, and he said, look, you've heard what people are saying about the Iraqis. I think it'd be, wise of us just to leave Suleimania. So my dad agreed and said, okay, we'll leave.
It reminded...
Okay, right.
On the question of going to Baghdad, if you remember the Vietnam War, we had no international legitimacy for what we did. As a result, we, first of all, lost the battle in world public opinion. Eventually, we lost the battle at home. In the Gulf War, we had great international legitimacy in the form of 8 United Nations resolutions, every one of which said, kick Iraq out of Kuwait. Did not say one word about going into Iraq, taking Baghdad, conquering the whole country, and hanging Saddam Hussein. That's point number one. Point number two, had we gone on to Baghdad, I don't believe the French would have gone, and I'm quite sure that the Arab coalition would not have gone. The coalition would have ruptured, and the only people that would have gone would have been the United Kingdom and the United States of America. And oh, by the way, I think we'd still be there. We'd be like a dinosaur in a tar pit. We could not have gotten out, and we'd still be the occupying power, and we'd be paying 100% of all the costs to administer all of Iraq.
And that was the quagmire. Therein lay Vietnam as far as we were concerned, because we would still be there. And what's more, given the American way of doing things, we would have then had the responsibility for rebuilding all of the infrastructure. And we were just determined not to get sucked into that trap.
I'm so curious, what was the mandate for the... I don't know anything about this. I truly don't understand anything about this. I don't understand anything about this. I don't understand the WMDs. I don't understand, like, even if I do like because like we didn't need Iraq for fucking oil. I just don't understand. I don't understand. This was like such a horrible moment for U.S. foreign policy. It was such a... I'm trying to think if at the time, could you have known it was a horrible moment? At the time, I was too young to know much. Obviously, retrospectively, I can look and say, wow, obviously it was horrible. But Could a pure security argument be made? And how does balance power politics not be used? Security. Russia doesn't have to worry about security with Ukraine being in NATO. Even if Ukraine joined NATO, which that wasn't even on the table yet, but it's just stupid. Yeah. Intelligence failure is the bottom line. No, that is not true. Intelligence failure had nothing to do with Iraq. Wow, Spycam, thanks for the 16 subs. What even was our original mandate going into Iraq? Was it to depose Saddam Hussein? My understanding is that U.S. intelligence largely pointed to the idea that Iraq did not have any kind of capable weapons of mass destruction. That was my understanding. That was what the general information coming out of the CIA said that. Destiny, see my prior message for Iraq on a short thing to read that will fill you in. If you want a book I like, One Half of Why Intelligence Fails by Jervis. It's devoted to the Iraq WMD intelligence failure. Short but good. The other half, so we didn't see nights. Oh, well, you can't just recommend me a book. Part on Iraq. Why Intelligence Fails by Jervis. You can literally read the intelligence reports that were acted upon. Intelligence was not a failure. That was my understanding, but I could be wrong. My understanding was the intelligence in the U.S. largely pointed to Saddam Hussein not having the ability to utilize weapons of mass destruction, and that Bush and Cheney were circumventing traditional intel channels in order to get intelligence they wanted that would push them towards getting to justify an invasion into Iraq. That like the only U.S. intel that would actually say that there were weapons of mass destruction were basically unvetted, unverified, shoddy forms of intelligence that like the CIA and the other intelligence agencies were not signing off on. That was my understanding. I could be incorrect on that, but... Most people, wait, Destiny, yes, most people are wrong and don't know what really happened there. The Drew's book covers it in more depth and explains the systematic biases in intelligence that produced this outcome. Huh, okay. We attacked because Bush looked into Saddam's eyes and didn't see a soul. Based. What is this?
Hassan is popular is that he reduces it down to the Jews are the problem, and then people like to hear that. Whereas Destiny, I think, has a more I forget. I was listening to
Destiny's very nuanced and complicated. He's saying Palestine's the problem.
Yeah.
Really, two very different methods of thinking somehow
he's not saying Palestine.
He's not. Yes, it's so much more complicated than that.
It's a little more nuanced than that.
Paste.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Where are the disagreeers at? Dude, I want these podiums too. Also, listen, if you want me to speak at your school, I need a podium like this, okay? And it needs to glow my name in tier 4 rainbow colors.
Hey, Ben. This week in Israel, they reported that like 76% of Israelis thought that Netanyahu should step down. And I'm curious, like, because Israel doesn't have
or tier 5, sorry.
figurehead like Zelensky to rally around, is Netanyahu doing more harm than good? Also, I'm curious if you would have on Dean Phillips for a Sunday special.
So I'm not really aware of Dean Phillips other than he's running against Biden, right? That's the guy. I didn't hear of him until he ran against Biden. So sure, I guess, why not? I mean, sure, okay. But in any case, as far as Netanyahu, the reason that Israelis are very anti-Netanyahu is that Israelis actually are reacting the way that I would hope that Americans reacted to bad presidents, which is when a president fails, they get very angry at it. So this is the single greatest security failure in Israeli history. And so even a lot of people who voted for Netanyahu in Israel are now very anti-Netanyahu. Now, the way that it works in Israel is because they have a coalition.
Wait, hold on. Fuck, 1 sec.
Government. They actually have to have a vote of no confidence, and then a majority has to vote Netanyahu out. That's not going to happen right now. But whenever people on the left or in the media start talking about the right-wing Netanyahu government, that's ridiculous and ignorant, considering that right now they have a unity government that includes Benny Gantz, who's on the center left. Right? The fact is that Israel has come together in incredible ways in the after. It reminds me of 9/11 in the United States. Like, people came together for a hot second here. I think it's going to last a lot longer there, because the truth is that as devastating as 9/11 was for the United States, Israel's a much, much smaller country. And so in terms of sort of the...
I feel like that's an interesting but like really bad comparison, because post 9/11 American foreign policy was like the worst decisions we've made. Probably. So like, are we saying that like the attacks in Gaza right now from Israel are like the same sort of like fervor that, or inspired by the same fervor that America had after 9/11, or
feeling of insecurity?
That feels like the worst comparison.
They're also surrounded on every border by people who don't like them very much. And so I think that the future of the state of Israel is going to be a lot more unified. But yeah, I mean, Netanyahu is going to take a serious political hit at some point in the future.
What about, like, internationally?
I mean, internationally, I think people are looking for...
Wow, Smack Cam, thanks for 2 bucks, everybody.
An excuse to be putting pressure on Israel, because the easiest solution is always weapons down, everybody calm down, a few Jews got killed, but whatever, we don't want this thing to escalate. The reality is what is in the best interest of pretty much everybody, except for the Iranians, is for Hamas to be destroyed completely and utterly. That's in the best interest of the Europeans, and it's in the... It's in everybody's best interest, including, by the way, Sunni governments.
Hello, Ben. My name is Tyler. It's an honor to get to speak to you tonight.
Wait, are there any disagreeers here, or is it all Glazers?
My question's over right-wing populism within the future of the Conservative Party. Over the last decade, through the rise of figures like Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Josh Hawley, we have seen a rise in right-wing populism, especially with young people, challenging the traditional conservatism of the Republican Party. What do you think will be the outcome of this internal identity struggle for the party as a whole?
So the weird thing that's so strange about, for example, the triumvirate of people you just mentioned, Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Josh Hawley, is there are actually pretty significant disagreements between them on policy. Foreign policy would be a good example. Trump, for example, was extremely pro-Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene is kind of somewhere there, and Hawley is pro-Israel, but also tends to be more isolationist generally than Trump was on foreign policy.
I don't know if Trump was actually like pro-Israel. I legitimately believe that Donald Trump was like pro whatever he thought polled well and like pro photo opportunity. Like, he moved the embassy, but like, does he know anything about foreign policy relating to Israel or any foreign policy at all? I don't think Trump knew any foreign policy. I don't think he has any idea about any of the conflicts, about any of the countries in the entire world, or even with the United States. Always Stables, thanks for the 5 good subs. I think that old people in the United States love Israel, and Israel is like super fucking popular with old people, and so moving the embassy seems like a cool, rad idea, because I think that's literally it. I don't know, dude.
When it comes to spending habits, Hawley is less big government than Trump is. what populism is a tactic. It's not an actual philosophy. Populism is just a tactic where you basically say the people are the final repository of all wisdom, and so I'm going to you, the people, as opposed to the elites. And you can see populism used by, for example, Bernie Sanders, right? This is Sanders' shtick also. It's just from the left. And so I'm not sure what to make of populism as a political movement in terms of its actual policy recommendations, because you do see a wide variety of figures who have tried to kind of engage with that populist wave. I think the Republicans who dismiss it, who pretend that they don't have to speak to it, are going to do very poorly. At the same time, I don't think that Trumpism is a philosophy. Trumpism is an impulse. And I think the impulse is sometimes good, but it's reactive. It's reactionary in nature. And so that's why, for example, you'll see in the Republican Party that the more somebody is criticized, the more Republicans start to resonate to that person, whether or not they're dumb. Right? This happens a lot. Like, you'll have Lauren Boebert. And Lauren Boebert, I mean, I hate to break it to you guys, Lauren Boebert ain't like the brightest egg in the carton. And I mean, just Google Lauren Boebert Beetlejuice concept. In any case, Lauren Boebert, like, there's a mass support for her that came out from kind of the hard right once she was attacked by the left. And it seems to me that we shouldn't measure the greatness or goodness of our politicians by how much the left hates them. That can be an early indicator that maybe they might be worth looking at. That shouldn't be sort of the final judgment call. They really, really hate this guy, therefore he is good. It seems to me that they really, really hate that guy, therefore they hate that guy is more accurate.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Ben. There was a time where the word mother exclusively described a woman in relation to her biological offspring, but our definition has since shifted to account for adoption, leaving us with a more social and less biological outlook on motherhood. My question for you is how affirming transgender identity is such a threat to biology when we have clear precedent for similar shifts in language?
Okay, so usually there is a distinction. You can call somebody mother, but then an adopted mother is not going to be insulted when you say biological mother. Right? An adopted mother is not going to say that biological mother is an inappropriate term. The trans movement claims that the term biological female is somehow offensive. The trans movement will claim that female encompasses not biology somehow. It's a bizarrely illogical categorization. So the trans movement is not a threat to biology. Biology is biology. People will continue to reproduce. I mean, some of us. But in any case, no implication made. But in any case, some people will continue to reproduce. Those reproductive relationships will be almost entirely male-female. And the only exceptions would be in vitro or artificial insemination, which would be an extraordinarily tiny percentage of actual inseminations and pregnancies. So biology is not threatened. Truth is threatened. I'm not worried about biology being threatened. If you want to threaten your own biology, I mean, that's your prerogative. But truth, the idea that male refers to a biology, is completely
male or necessarily offensive. My argument is that you are saying that referring to a trans woman as a woman or a trans man as a man, or et cetera, is like inherently offensive or threatens biology. And I'm curious why it's so threatened when there's clear precedent for changing the language.
Again, the term mother does not include father.
This is a Vosh fan?
I got an email just a little while ago. A fan of mine spoke to Ben Shapiro at UW-Madison with a bit of fleshing out, but you shouldn't even say it.
Oh.
It like ushered you away because you had you'd been speaking there for about 6 minutes. Yeah, but yes, good to clarify that. Remember when you debated that flaw?
Okay.
Father. Every category has to have boundaries. The boundary of female starts at male. And when you start including male in the category of female, you are threatening biological definitions as well as basic truth.
Well, you could say the category of mother starts at conception, or a biological relation to an offspring. But as we know,
but again, the idea that the idea of motherhood being the act of mothering, right? And that is a female biological male. Every category has an endpoint. If there are only two categories
who exhibits said womanhood.
Oh my God, how long do they argue about this? Seriously? Is this like the longest?
Like trade schools are really important for a community, but I'm saying that the smaller ones rely on like the subsidies from the government to stay afloat, and they're currently not getting it because of like this like moral war between like Robin Voss and the Republicans and the Tony Evers about like DEI here. I feel like there's a ton of people who don't really care, and they want to go to a smaller school in their hometown and learn how to do a trade.
I hear you, and I'm just saying I'm more extreme than the Republican legislature, and I would slash and burn my way through the college budgets.
Fair enough. All right, all right. Hey, you have a good one.
Right now, I'm such a big fan.
Thank you. I like the shirt, by the way. That's very funny.
Thank you. Okay.
What does this stupid fucking shirt say? That seems mildly inappropriate for political discussion. Is it a Ben Shapiro shirt or?
So right after 9/11, the whole country united. Do you believe that there has to be a large-scale terror attack like 9/11, God forbid, to unite the Americans or the American youth specifically in patriotism, or is all hope lost for a united nation?
I hope that it doesn't take something like that. And frankly, I'm not sure that a mass terror attack in a specific area of the country would do it.
Oh, it's referencing his interview with a trans woman. Gotcha.
I think that the reality is that maybe the only thing that can unite the American people at this point is a true existential foreign threat. So Israel is a good example of this just because what's happening right now is a true existential threat to the state of Israel. It's not just a massive terror attack. Israel's experienced many of those. It's that Israel has on multiple borders serious existential threats. The United States, we are the luckiest people in the history of the world. Seriously, America is blessed by God. We have on two sides of the ocean. That's true economically, and it's true morally. It's an amazing place. But geographically speaking, we're blessed on two sides by ocean, one side by Canadians and one side by Mexicans. And so what that means is that there are no true existential threats to the United States, and we don't tend to feel it that way. And what usually causes unity is a feeling of existential threat, which is why, since the fall of the Soviet Union, there really has been no serious internal unity in the United States. Now, it's unfortunate that that's sometimes what it takes. The threat of a rising China could theoretically create something like that. But it's, I think that the future of the United States, if we are to unify in a way that doesn't require serious violence, which God forbid, then I think that what's going to have to happen is a devolution of authority to more local levels, a minimization of the federal government, and then everybody's just going to be like, okay, I don't really care as a person in Wisconsin what's happening in California, and I don't really care as a person in Florida what's happening in California.
said, you know, we're really offended by all these MAGA hats. We're going to ban you if you, maybe a city, maybe even a state did this. Like, if you wear one, we're going to throw you in jail. Obviously, we're opposed to this. I'm not sure.
You disagree with Ben that Israel's facing an existential threat, right? After you point out that none of those Arab states want war anymore, the argument, no, Israel's not facing existential threats anymore. Israel probably hasn't been facing existential threats since 1980. But I mean, like, Ben is a super Zionist guy, so he probably would disagree with that, but.
Right. I get the argument that, like, the more you shrink it down, the less freedoms you have.
Well, the more you shrink it down, the more ability you have to shape the community around you. In your family, for example, you have a lot of ability to shape the community around you. As far as MAGA hats, again, when it comes to core political expression, that is what the founders were attempting to preserve. And I think that we've now broadened that out to include everything up to and including your ability to view pornography, which I don't consider core political expression, and neither were the founders.
Until Iran gets nukes? What, do you think Iran is just going to start nuking Israel? Then Iran would get nuked, right? Like.
Well, it's kind of an interesting point. I wonder if political expression, just your ability to like wear certain things, even the act of wearing those things, you could argue is like sort of a form of protest against the ability to wear these things. For example, Matt Walsh, who's I have a friend of yours. You've said you've hated him several times, so
No, Knowles I hate. Walsh I'm indifferent about.
Oh, okay. So I remember Lizzo had some drag queens on stage, and he said like lock her up because there was an anti-drag bill in Tennessee. But I would say that's sort of I would think it's fair to say she was making a political statement.
Well, she was making a political statement. The anti-drag bill was directed at exposure in front of children. Right. That's what the law actually was. It was exposure of people dancing in sexualized outfits in front of children. That's what it was. And so she was doing it in front of kids. If she did it in front of adults, I think that's protected by the First Amendment. But you can see, like, but I don't think your question's bad. I just think that it's a little messier than I think that everybody wants to make it out to be.
Sure. I'm not sure with the whole children thing. I want okay. But it's like I don't know how much we can sort of shrink like expression when it comes to kids. Like I'm very skeptical of like ratings for movies, for comics, the comics code. Like how much can we shrink free speech just because children are watching?
Oh, I think an awful lot. I mean, depending on how exactly we're appealing.
As an Israeli, I can tell you that we do feel an existential threat. Yeah, that's fine, but that existential threat is probably largely manufactured by people like Netanyahu now. There is no existential threat to Israel anymore. That's a fantastic delusion. I would argue since 1977, Israel has moved on from the existential threat era. Like who? Yeah, I disagree. Well, no, yeah, I disagree. Unless we're talking about like Iran nuking you or some shit. Like I don't think, yeah.
أول مرة تضرب عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية بصواريخ من أي جهة. يعني حتى إسرائيل ما ضربت المملكة بالصواريخ. والصواريخ هذه على فكرة اللي احنا اشتريناها صدام ودعمناه في حربه ضد.
We were the ones, by the way, who bought these missiles for Saddam, and our support for him in his war against the Persians. Oh shit, that's extra ironic. Damn. Sorry, hold on. I'm cutting off some of your subtitles. If Hezbollah were to join the conflict, you don't think it would be very different? No. Hezbollah is annoying and would be something that Israel would have to fight legitimately against, but Hezbollah is not invading and taking over Israel. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hold on, fuck. I said I would go over to Pixies tonight for their Friendsgiving thing. What time is this tonight, and what is your address?
الفرس تيجي الصدمة الثانية.
Destiny, that's the bias of status quo expectation. If you studied this conflict half a year ago, you would have said Hamas would never do October 7th. Would anybody have said that? I don't think that's true. What do you mean? The whole point of the blockade in Gaza is because of worrying about things like October 7th. What do you mean? Maybe you would never expect it to be that popular, or I'm sorry, that successful, but, well, I guess unpopular, but.
الثانية في هذه الفترة عندما شاهدنا شباب مغرر فيهم في حربه ضد الفرس. تيجي الصدمة الثانية في هذه الفترة عندما شاهدنا شباب مغرر فيهم في نابلس يرقصون وفرحانين على ضرب الرياض ويعرضون صور صدام حسين.
Nablus, he's talking about the place in Palestine, right? In the West Bank, I think, right?
هذه أشياء ما تنسي. لكن احنا كنا أكبر منها مو علشان القيادات الفلسطينية لكن علشان الشعب الفلسطيني. من 2011 إلى اليوم مصر شقيقتنا الكبرى والقيادات المصرية الماضية من وقت حسني مبارك رحمة الله عليه إلى وقت فخامة الرئيس السيسي حاليا يعقدون مؤتمرات وراء مؤتمرات للتوفيق ما بين الضفة وغزة، ما بين السلطة وحماس وتوابعهم. معقولة يا ناس؟ طب كيف نبي نحكي باسم فلسطين كلها ونجيب العالم عشان يحكي معهم وهم يسألون طب نحكي مع مين؟ هذا مو متفقين ومنقسمين نصين. بس التاريخ يعيد نفسه والحقائق صعب انك تتجاهلها. هذه مو أول مرة يختلفون ويطعنون بعضهم في الظهر ويخونون بعضهم.
I think the threat Israel feels is a domino effect of more powers aligning against Israel. They don't see the tentative relationship with the secure. Maybe, I don't know.
الملك عبد الله رحمه الله عليه جمع ابو مازن واللي معه وجمع خالد مشعل.
Why don't you have a big ass portrait of yourself in the background? True.
واللي معه من حماس، كان معه الامير سلطان الله يرحمه كان ولي عهد وقتها، وجابهم مكه على اساس انه يصلح بينهم حتى نقدر نخدم قياده فلسطين.
Less houses. Stop. You gotta chill. I see your links, okay? I see your links. I see that you posted 50 million times today. Please, chill. Please. Christ.
موحده للوصول الى نتائج ايجابيه. وكانوا ساكنين في بنايه الضيافه في مكه. وتخيل المنظر، الوفد السعودي كان يرأسه المرحوم الامير سعود الفيصل، وكان اعضائه الامير مقرن والمرحوم غازي القصيبي والاخ ابراهيم العساف وانا. وكنا نعمل زيارات مكوكيه ما بين ابو مازن وجماعته من جهه وحماس.
Abu Mazen. Oh, that's another name for... Abu Mazen is another name for Mahmoud Abbas. Okay. Why the fuck do they... Why do these Palestinian leaders have different names sometimes? This was the same for Arafat. Was also called... Fuck, what was his other name? It just sounds cool. Okay, it's irritating that they do this shit. Okay. Abbas was the first one you encountered and had this anger about? Oh, okay. Maybe. That's a StarCraft name?
وفدها من جهه ثانيه، بس ما هي بين مثل ما كان يعمل كيسنجر بين دمشق وتل ابيب ولا القاهره وتل ابيب، احنا كنا نعمل زيارات مكوكيه بين الدور الثاني عشر والدور الرابع عشر في الاوتيل، وقعدنا يوم ونص كامل الى ان وصلنا بينهم الى ورقه ممكن يتفقون عليها. ثم ذهبوا للقاء الملك عبد الله، وبعد ما تاكد من اللي كتبوه وخلاه يقرا امام الجميع وطلب منهم انهم يقول.
Wait, fuck. This was between who and who?
هذه مو اول مره يختلفون. ونجيب العالم عشان يحكي معهم وهم يسالون طيب نحكي مع مين؟ هذا وهذا ما هم متفقين ومنقسمين نصين. بس التاريخ يعيد نفسه والحقائق صعب انك تتجاهلها. هذه مو اول مره يختلفون ويطعنون بعضهم في الظهر ويخونون بعضهم. الملك عبد الله رحمه الله عليه.
Okay, I need to have every name. Okay. King Abdullah. May he rest in peace. Well, Prince Sultan was converted. So King Abdullah. This is the King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia, not the King Abdullah of Jordan, correct? I believe this is the King Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. Okay.
جمع أبو مازن واللي معه وجمع خالد مشعل.
Brought Abu Mazen, which is another name for Mahmoud Abbas, okay, which was the PLO, no, the Palestinian Authority leader, okay. And his okay, and then Khaled Mashal was the Hamas leader at the time. Mashal. Okay, was the okay. Okay. Hold on one sec. Rename to Abu Nathan. Shut up. Boom, 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 boom. Okay.
واللي معه من حماس، كان معه الامير سلطان الله يرحمه كان ولي عهد وقتها وجابهم مكه.
To make an order reconcile them in order to form a unified Palestinian leadership to achieve positive
بينهم
results.
حتى نقدر نخدم قياده فلسطينيه موحده للوصول الى نتائج ايجابيه. وكانوا ساكنين في
When okay, did he say what was the year for this meeting? We're like way like post 2000 at this point, right? What did he say and I missed it? What the year or timeline for this particular meeting was?
بنايه الضيافه.
Could I look up like Khaled Mashal, Abu Mazen, Saudi Arabia meeting. Can we? Is it? Oh, was it this year? 2011? Oh, you says 2007.
في مكة. وتخيل المنظر. الوفد السعودي كان يرأسه المرحوم.
I don't know what the fuck the difference is between. Okay, in Saudi Arabia, you guys have like a crown prince and a king. What is like the power structure here? How does this work? Crown prince, Saudi Arabia. Like, what is? Can somebody give me a breakdown on Saudi Arabian government? Because you guys don't have, this is like you guys have like a real ass like monarchy, right? You don't have like a parliamentary that makes 99% of the decisions and like a monarchy that like does photo ops, right? It's like a real ass king is the head of state of government. Oh. They do, but it's useless. Crown prince is the heir. Crown Prince is one of the most powerful. The only power that matters is who controls access to royal funds, which right now is bin Salman. The whole country is named after the monarchy. It's based off the vibe. Oh my god. Fuck you guys. MBS is an exception. Oh, this was in 2007. Okay, fucking, all right.
الأمير سعود الفيصل وكان أعضاء الوفد السعودي كان يرأسه المرحوم الأمير سعود الفيصل وكان أعضاء الأمير مقرن والمرحوم غازي القصيبي والأخ إبراهيم العساف وأنا وكنا نعمل زيارات مكوكية ما بين أبو مازن وجماعته من جهة وحماس ووفدها من جهة ثانية بس ما هي بين مثل ما كان يعمل كيسنجر بين دمشق وتل أبيب ولا القاهرة وتل أبيب احنا كنا نعمل زيارات مكوكية بين الدور الثاني عشر والدور الرابع عشر في الأوتيل وقعدنا يوم ونص كامل إلى أن وصلنا بينهم إلى ورقة ممكن يتفقون عليها ثم ذهبوا للقاء الملك عبد الله وبعد ما تأكد من اللي كتبوه وخلاه يقرأ أمام الجميع وطلب منهم أنهم يقولون قدام الله وخلقه أنهم موافقين على الورقة طلب منهم يتصافحون ويتقابلون وهنأهم وقال اسمعوا أنا بشهد عليكم رب العالمين في بيت رب العالمين الآن يا سعود خذوا الإخوان ودهم عند الكعبة وخلهم يتعاهدون تحت الكعبة إن هذا كلام مؤتمنين عليه أمام رب العالمين وأمام الشعب الفلسطيني ما اخذنا عده ايام بعد ما تركوا المملكه العربيه السعوديه الا تجينا الاخبار ان كل واحد يتنصل مما صار او يبدا يعمل عمليات يتامر فيها على الاخر.
Jesus.
اعتقد اننا عن حسن نيه في المملكه العربيه السعوديه تاريخيا كنا نعمل نفس الشيء.
Is there any other country besides Saudi Arabia that also tried to broker deals between like the Palestinians and the Palestinians and other people? I'm curious if there's any other country that has like a perspective on this. Jordan, Egypt, triads. I've heard for the Egypt stuff that was true for sure around Camp David, the Camp David summit. Why are you debating? Why are you avoiding the Kale Sonnen debate? He's undefeated, undisputed. He would smoke you. Yeah, if he wants to, sure. I don't even know who the fuck that guy is, but okay. Jesus.
كل مرة ونعيد تكرار.
Kale Calais? I don't know how the fuck to pronounce this guy's name. Whoever said that, it's a dumb MMA meme. Oh well, I have no idea. Get fucked then.
الاسلوب معهم. بمعنى اخر يطلبون النصيحه والمساعده، نعطيهم المساعده بدون شروط ونعطيهم النصيحه، ثم يذهبون وياخذون المساعده ويعملون عكس النصيحه، ثم يفشلون، يرجعون لنا ونأيدهم وإحنا نعرف انهم مخطئين ونعرف انهم يعرفون ان قلنا لهم الحقيقه، ثم نروح اكثر من ذلك كدوله ونوقف مع العالم ضد العالم ونبرر اللي سووه الفلسطينيين انهم كانوا على حق، احنا نعرف انهم ما كانوا على حق، لكن ما كنا نبي نوقف مع اي احد ضدهم، ولا كنا نبي موقفهم اللي بالتحليل النهائي ينعكس على الشعب الفلسطيني. كانت القياده السعوديه هذه سياستها دائما. اعتقد ان هذا ولد نوع من شعور اللامبالاه من ناحيه، ومن ناحيه ثانيه انه صار عندهم قناعه انه ما في ثمن يدفع لاي اخطاء يعملونها تجاه القياده السعوديه او الدوله السعوديه او دول الخليج وقياداتها.
He's got Giga Chad picture frame. This isn't him, is it? Am I supposed to know who this is? Is this like a big Saudi prince or king or something, or? King Abdulaziz. That's the first Kimph. He is him. Faisal, founder. How do you pronounce this guy's names? Faisal of Saudi Arabia, who was king of Saudi Arabia from 64 until he was assassinated in 75. That's Muhammad, bro. That's the first king. Okay. He's gapping you by 5 guns. True.
اعتقد
And he's
انه
got like a fucking sword over here too.
ظروف الايام تغيرت، واعتقد انه من للامانه الشعب الفلسطيني هم يسمعون الحقيقه في الاشياء اللي ما طلعت او ما عرضت كثيرا في العالم. من هو اللي يعتبرونها حليفهم الفلسطيني الان؟ ايران.
Yep.
اللي تتاجر بالقضيه الفلسطينيه على حساب الشعب الفلسطيني. ايران خامنئي يبون يحررون.
Wait, who is this? Is this Iranian leader? Yeah, supreme leader of Iran. For when? Dates. Was a high-ranking cleric, supreme leader from 79 until his death in 89? Okay, from 79 to 89.
يحررون القدس عن طريق اليمن، عن طريق لبنان، عن طريق سوريا. القدس لها طريق معروف اذا كانوا يبونه. تركيا اللي رايحين لها قاده حماس عشان يشكرونهم على موقفهم تأييدا لحماس وللقضيه الفلسطينيه. ليش؟ لانه اردوغان اعلن انه بيسحب سفيره من الامارات تأييدا للقضيه الفلسطينيه. هل احد ممكن يشرح لي؟ قاده حماس طلبوا من اردوغان في هاللقاء، طيب الاقربون اولى بالمعروف، بدل ما تسحب سفيرك من الامارات وتدفع تذكره سفر ويروح يجي، يا اخي في عندك سفير اسرائيل في انقره اطرده. سفيرك في تل ابيب رجع. لكن هؤلاء الناس مثل ما قلت لك في نفوسهم مرض، وكلام الله سبحانه وتعالى ما فيه اخذ وعطاء. ان الله لا يغير ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بانفسهم. الى الان بلا شك اخذ وعطاء. ان الله لا يغير.
I bet there's a lot of parallels between like Christian quotes and fucking like Islamic quotes and Jewish quotes or whatever. This sounds like a saying my mom used to say to me a lot. God helps those that help themselves or whatever, right? That you have to show your willingness to do things on your own before God will. Yeah, I'm sure there's like a ton of crossover between. Hold on one second. Sorry, hold on one sec.
يغيروا ما بقوم حتى يغيروا ما بانفسهم. الى الان بلا شك انهم هم احد الاسباب الكبرى في الضرر على القضيه الفلسطينيه.
Crazy meetings. Okay, listen, I need to go get ready because I got to do this Friendsgiving thing tonight. I might stream more later tonight. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Portrait behind him is kind of accurate. I don't know if they're streaming anything over at Pixie's house or not. I have no idea. We'll see. I don't know. Who knows? I love you guys. Is it? I don't even know when the fuck Thanksgiving is. Isn't it next weekend? Thanksgiving. 23rd. Oh, I don't fucking know. All right. I love you guys. Be careful. I'll be back either later tonight or tomorrow morning. I love you. Be careful.